Well, last night, Laura Loomer, my stalker, agent of Israel, Laura Loomer, Israel First, Laura Loomer, posted this while I was watching Neighbors alongside Austin. Austin went, "Oh my God, are these photos fake?" I jumped up from my seat. I looked over and I realized, no, that's real. Those are real photos. Laura Loomer, exclusive pics. A source sent me these photos of Hasan Piker and his assistant. By the way, shouts out March. Oh, first page. Yeah. Debbie Dingle kind of glazed us a little bit. Shouts out to Debbie. Shouts out to Debbie Dingle. She's chill. I like her. I've talked about her before on this broadcast. You might be familiar with her. Anyway, yeah, we'll talk about all of that and more. But yeah. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna do? There's a lot going on. Yeah, let's just blast off and let's get right into it. Obviously, we got so much happening in the world. There's so much to talk about. What ceasefire? Is there a ceasefire? Israel strikes Lebanon. DNC says yes to AIPAC. Now we know why they've been coming after me. Situation monitored. EF Day 40. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. But yeah, please, before the news, you have to see this Giannis event viral in Russian clubs. Yeah, I saw a lot of people are mad at him because they're like, you are not supposed to be in Russia, you know. Covering the draft that got approved. Yeah, Melania just came out and made a statement that she has no links to Epstein. Very sus. She does have links to Epstein, so I don't even know why she's saying that she doesn't have links to Epstein. That is sus, though, because we know that she has links to Epstein. All right, let me blast off real quick. Have you covered Taiwan's KMT trip to China? It's not even KMT. It's one KMT official. And yes, I have covered it before. And when I do cover it, everybody gets really mad at me. Like people who love talking about like, well, what about the Taiwanese liberation? What about the opinions of the Taiwanese population? They get real mad when a Taiwanese politician is like, I want to figure out a different path towards maybe unification. I want to find a much more manageable, diplomatic reunification with the mainland, and they get real in their fifis about it, where it's like, no, not like that. But yeah, have you seen the new Iranian Lego propaganda video? No, I have not. Yeah, we got AP News first page. Let's go. No Taiwan must stay antagonistic to evil Chinese. Yeah. Fire is defending me again. Oh, Bowden, socialist. Let's go. This page doesn't exist. Whatever you sent me is not. Oh, there's a new. What if we let Iran be the only ones who have access to AI? Okay. POV asking you for a pic.
Yo, Hasan, can I get a photo?
He said, sure.
Yeah.
The piggybacking that led up to my Hasan photo at MSU. Wallahi, I couldn't breathe.
He's your guy. Nice to meet you.
Wait, why did I come out like that? I came out like, what the, dude? I came out like I was.
He said,
I came out like a superhero. Look at this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I have your photo.
He's your guy.
I was like, what? Like a wrestler, dude. Also, what is this? This is intense energy, bro. That's crazy. What the? Is that how I am? Is that how I am all the time? I look like I'm about to beat this ass. Oh my God. In my head, I'm thinking like, oh, how wonderful. I'm meeting fans. God damn it, dude. What the fuck?
He said, sure.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I have your photo.
He's your guy. Nice to meet you.
Salaam alaikum.
Salam.
I have your photo card right here.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Yeah, I actually. Oh, here. Let him have his moment.
Some cracking energy with the hand ready and shit.
He gonna be so jealous.
Bro, I have straight up resting face, bro. People have your own stand slander in your vids. We've been saying this, trash vid pics. Yeah. It's not great. I know. I don't care. Look, sometimes you got to swing, sometimes you miss. It is what it is. These pants are too big. They're not great, right? They don't look good. The reality of the matter is they were comfortable. I had another pair of pants, but I didn't wear them because they were not comfy. These were comfy, so I had to keep it. I had to keep it a stack. People are saying Mr. Bean. What is this? Bro was looking like this. New York Times photographer posed for me, Hasan. Pretty much that's what happened. Free Beacon, talk about your height. Damn, this got 103,000 likes. Boys, what the heliante is going on? People are really digging the vibes, dude. People are digging the speeches. Let's go. Anyway, here's the blast off meme, obviously. We are live. We are alive. Let the people know. We are live. We're alive. Let it know. I think you should get a pair of wider fit trousers made instead of the Carhartt Carpenter pants. Haha. If you paired the pants with loafers, that might have worked. The Democrats don't know who they'll be in 2028. Michigan may offer an answer. Yeah, I already read the New York Times article that Nate wrote. I did. Hasan, I glaze your fit kind of here. I haven't seen Hasan and Superman in the same room. It's good when you don't see the pants. I think like it is what it is. Can we not? Can I go one day without getting my ass blasted by my own goddamn fans? Like, yeah, my shit was wrinkly. Okay, that's some real working class bullshit. All right, I'm a real ass man. Just hire a stylist. Okay, calm down. I personally think the Carhartt over the suit jacket was fire. I agree. Also, it was cold. I don't care. The fit worked until you took the jacket off. Top half is A+, but comfy is comfy. You should have rocked the China fit. Wear fitted pants. Sure. Okay, but you got to watch that new video, and I'm speaking to you as an AI hater. Okay. Yeah, so this is crazy.
Single dollar that is spent on is stolen from each and every one of you, because that's a dollar that they spend.
What is
blowing up?
Why is everybody cooking my suit, man? I don't know how people hate him. Focus, y'all. Oh my God, it really amazed me how far right America is. The label of Soundpiker or radical left is almost at the center left position in some European countries.
A school overseas instead of building schools in your neighborhoods. Every single.
It looks nice, like he stole his dad's jacket. It is my dad's jacket. Do you use a tailor? No. All of my jackets, most of my jackets are my dad's jackets. It's true. I did steal it from him. Yeah. I don't have a lot of the like fancy gear, dude. I don't wear a lot of that shit. I wear mostly like comfy stuff. You can't win. Either you're too drippy in Cuba or not dripped enough in Michigan. Yeah. I gotta stop. The only thing I own that's tailored is the Mao Zedong suit. That's why it looks so snappy. I really do need to get more tailored shit, honestly. I really do need to do that. I should reach out to the Chinese tailor, honestly, to get them to make more different colored versions of that same suit. Cause like that one's fire, you know? Okay, cute, but I think it's time for some fancy clothes. I do need to get some tailor shit for sure. Especially because we need to have you run for office. Bro, you hype mocked Abdul so hard they wrote a hit piece about it. I know, I saw. It's crazy. Your UBC suit isn't tailored to fit nice. Yeah, that one was too tight though. Like, that's what I mean. That one is like not tailored, but I felt like it was too tight. That's why I didn't wear it. That's why I don't wear that one. Also, never wear the China fit with Nike socks. Also a bad look. Okay. The UBC one might have been tailored at some point. You better come dressed to the nines with Z-Way. A $100 tailored suit is 10x better than a non-tailored 1K suit. Yeah, no, I know. Also, where the fuck are you getting your shit tailored for $100? Buddy, get with the times. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't even some where's that happening? Because I don't even think that's happening in China at this point, you know? Bro said $100 tailor suit. Bro is time traveling from 2008, dude. Post financial crisis too, like right after. You're going on Z-Way, Godspeed. Yeah. Wait, how do you guys know that? Did I say that? Did I leak that before? Anyway, yeah, I'm going on Z-Way. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna be in New York for the upcoming week, and I'm also gonna be at Yale as well. Yale Union. There's this big debate happening at Yale Union. I'm gonna do that as well. It's leak time, leak Sanabi. But yeah, how do you convince liberals like school children is bad? You can't. They love it, or at least they love countries that love it, right? They love countries that love school children. They do it for a hobby. Are you going to do taps again? Nah, he won't have me on. I'm too controversial. You live in LA. You don't got Taylor plug with a nice Mexican tia, Mexicano tia. I'm not debating anybody at Yale Union, but it's like a unique format where it's almost positioned like it's going to be like student on student violence, you know, and I'm going to be like a moderator. They'll obviously like be debating me too a little bit.
And then
Anyway, let's finish this.
Can I
Stop
actually
wearing
do this?
dumb Gucci shirts and wear clothes made for you. Don't you know a bunch of smaller designers too? You're enough of an influencer. You could literally get clothes. Dude, can we not backseat my ass like this? This is so dumb. I haven't worn a Gucci shirt. That one ugly Gucci shirt I wore. You're literally like, you're talking about 2021 cancellations, buddy. Calm down, okay? 41-month subscriber. He's like, bro, I don't understand. Yeah, it was ugly too. Yeah, that's the whole point. It's an ugly Hawaiian shirt.
Oh, I've been a HasanAbi head for like 4 years almost.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
All right. Anyway, let's move on from that. We need the new 2026, 2027 cancellations. Well, let's get started on that first and foremost. Ladies and gentlemen, as you guys already know, socialism is a lot of things. But more importantly, socialism, you might have thought that it's about seizing the means of production, moving society in a more egalitarian manner, allowing people's productive output to be utilized in a way that unlocks their potential. Many different things, all of them wrong. Socialism is about not having things. It's about abiding by a poverty pledge. For example, socialism, you might have thought, was about not wearing clothes, and to a certain degree, it's true. Socialism is about wearing a barrel, an ugly barrel around your chest. Hopefully, you ethically source that barrel. Okay, if you wear clothes, socialism is not obviously. Is not happening. You're anti-socialist. You're fake. You're phony. You're a hypocrite. Turns out socialism also is about walking to places. How did I find this out? Well, last night, Laura Loomer, my stalker, agent of Israel, Laura Loomer, Israel First, Laura Loomer, posted this while I was watching Neighbors alongside Austin. Austin went, "Oh my God, are these photos fake?" I jumped up from my seat. I looked over and I realized, no, that's real. Those are real photos. Laura Loomer, exclusive pics. A source sent me these photos of Hasan Piker and his assistant. By the way, shouts out March, not my assistant, my cam op, my producer, but it's all good. Wearing pro-socialist clothing while sleeping in first-class seats on a Delta flight today from Detroit, Michigan to LAX airport in California. This is what we call champagne socialism. Piker was flying back from Michigan today, where he just campaigned with jihadist Michigan Democrat U.S. Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed. Anti-billionaire socialist club, they say, from their first-class seats. Now, of course, this is incredibly creepy. I'm going to tell you right now, very strange thing to experience when you're traveling and you're sleeping and someone is taking a photo of you while you're, passed out in a 6 a.m. flight. Very odd that she also watermarked the titties off of this thing. That was also very weird. Don't know exactly why she did that. Okay. Very strange. Like, who's going to steal it? And then, worse, probably not the best photo of March. I'm going to be honest. I feel bad for March. So, yeah, he said, "Your creepy chud ass did me so dirty here. What the just wake me up if you want to pick next time," shaking my head. So, it's weird. I will admit it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing to find out in the aftermath, where like you're in a vulnerable state. You assume a level of safety, even though you're in public. Okay. And it's still such a strange thing to find out that, like, while you were sleeping, someone was taking creep shots of you, and then taking creep shots of you to post online to attack you. But I think one of the funniest aspects of this otherwise like behavior is the fact that you can see from these insanely creepy photos, we are truly living the high life. Like I've flown business class. I fly business class all the time. I'm very open about it. I'm rich, right? Shouts out to the PBS for allowing me to be able to fly in lie flat seats wherever I travel. Now, this isn't exactly the lap of luxury. Like, if you're trying to make an argument about a fucking 6'4" man that's built like a refrigerator, that is flying in a luxurious manner, this is perhaps the worst creep shot you can take, because like it's not even fucking lie flat. No one's gonna look at this and be like, wow, look at this. Clearly it's a first class experience. Yeah, it's a fucking 5-hour flight where it's not, I got a little bit of extra leg room. It's like Comfort Plus, man. What the fuck? Get off my dick. Strong move to refocus on Epstein in order to distract from the Strait of Hormuz disaster. Oh yeah, that's we're gonna get to that later. It looks like you're slumped forward. It's just so goddamn uncomfortable. I'm bigger than the fucking seat. You can literally see it. And it's just like one of the funniest ways to be like, well, these guys are they're fake socialists. It's just like, what? This is the worst photo to post. This is probably one of the worst ways to make this argument. And yet, obviously, dumbasses were still like, oh, hell yeah, they're living the high life. Like, is this what you think super wealthy people are doing? Is this what you think super wealthy people are doing? They're fucking flying like this? What are you, insane? No, they're flying private, dumbass. You should know. You've flown private with the president. Who knows what you've done on that flight? In any case, the other side of this story is the fact that, I mean, a lot of people are too stupid to recognize this, but like, this is what happens when you run a cooperative corporation. And also, when you're flying, when I fly, my team flies in the same way, in the same exact manner. My family flies in the same exact manner. My team flies in the same exact manner. That's how it is, ironically enough. So even then, it's yet another instance where it's like it's a reflection of me quietly living out my values, I guess, right? Even right-wing code, which normally is not a fan of mine, said, do they realize they just help Hasan when the hits on him are the grave crime of spending $400 on extra legroom on a Delta domestic flight or buying an ugly overpriced jacket? And I responded, I said, also my producer makes more money than they do, co-op, and he flies how I fly. Laura Loomer has a lot of opinions on other people's transportation, despite the fact that she somehow got herself banned from Uber. Oof, that's true. Yeah, I fly my twinks out first class, okay? Unlike some people that we know.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, because right-wing cope has like this incredibly annoying fuck Hasan style audience, immediately all these like liberals are chiming in to be like, actually, this is a ethical inconsistency, sir. It's not. You're a fucking idiot. It's funny to laugh at how hyper-consumerist the life he leads, but yeah, treating it like Opera Research to fracture his platform is a terrible misread of his audience's loyalty. They fully bought into it's just shelter, it's just clothing, it's just transportation. Even right-wing Cove was like, as much as I think Hasan's outfits are jewelry kind of dookie stylistically, I just don't really see the appeal of it as an attack when the average right-wing scandal is some wild shit like Elijah Schaffer or Tim Pool literally taking money from Russia. Yeah, that stuff makes him look goofy, out of touch, and kind of hypocritical, but him being a lazy, narcissistic nepo baby who's never worked a day in his life and has had everything handed to him, paid for by his family's landlord empire, is not what makes him politically toxic brand. This would maybe be compelling in 2014, but probably not compelling when the average right-wing scandal is Elijah Schaffer banging Sarah Stock, his wife leaves him, takes the kids, and then he has a Joker Hitler arc on Twitter. Redditors need to fucking let it go. It's very weird that they do that. Regarding your plan picture,
see a man with his hat down low. Don't be worried. It may be a blinder for his thoughts to concentrate on what's in front of him. If you see a man hiding his eyes with his hat, he may be working through something you are not aware of. But when that man raises his head and shows you his true self, love him with all your being.
True. That's me. That's why I hid my eyes. Yeah, like, these people are fucking chirping. Meanwhile, Kirsty Noem was getting her back blown out in the back of a fucking private jet that she chartered with taxpayer funds, while her husband had the biggest awoogas you've ever fucking seen in your goddamn life getting cucked on the taxpayer dime. Not one, but two private jets where she could fuck Corey Lewandowski and get cucked, or cuck her fucking big awooga having husband. And you're over here talking shit about my domestic air travel. The fuck's wrong with you? Also, the motherfucking president was best friends with a goddamn international sex criminal that trafficked little children, okay? And he might have partaken in it. We don't know because they're fucking hiding the truth. And you're over here talking about, oh, socialism. Socialism means you can't pay $200, $300 extra dollars for some leg room on a 4-hour flight where you're clearly not having a good fucking time. Shut the fuck up. I can't, look. I expect the dumbass right-wingers to run like this, okay? I expect the dumbass right-wingers to fucking operate with this mentality. But when I see stupid-ass anti-communist, anti-socialist, libtarded Redditors also engaging in this, and then also turning around and being like, see, this is why we can't align with Hasan, because he makes us look bad. It's like, no, you fucking idiot. You are the problem, okay? You are engaging in the same exact fucking manufactured outrage that reactionaries engage in. I mean, it's not even fucking working. Give it up. Fight the good fight. Start fucking turning your attention and your crosshairs to right-wingers, please. Jesus Christ. Liberals have way more smoke to their left flank than they do to their right. It fucking is unbearable. Get over it, Trump won. Bunch of sap people in the stream. Go live life, guys. You sound stupid. Yeah, get over it, Trump won. Yeah, we all won so good, dude. How well have you won? He doesn't know, but I shaved my whole body just in case. Yeah, I liked this yesterday, but got to hit that with a repost. I love when people just go, hey, we're owning the libtards. That's what it was all worth it. That's what it was for. And it's like, dude, every tax dollar, every dollar that's taken from you is going to fucking waging war at the behest of Israel or directly going to Israel. And none of it is coming back to your fucking roads. None of it's coming back to your schools. None of it's coming back to your healthcare. And you're over here being like, hell yeah, Mr. President, fuck my ass harder. That's it. That's your life. You excited, bro? They banned like 11 trans athletes from participating in NCAA competitions. Does that make your life better? Is rent cheaper? No. Do you have a better job? No. Do you prefer bush or clean shaven? I'm a clean shaven guy, but it's all good, you know? I don't discriminate. Your cousin got shipped out and is waiting in a goddamn forward operating base that might get peppered with Shahed drones any moment at the behest of Israel, and you're over here being like, hell yeah, dude, fuck yeah. I love this president. I can't wait to die for Israel. Fucking idiot. Anyway, I have no respect for you. You're a goddamn cuck. Have some self-respect. Have some decency. If you consider that every hit piece Fox News produces about you, the higher the chance Trump sees it, and then you get the tweet of a lifetime, I will frame it when it happens. I'm not even saying if, I'm saying when at this point. You know? State News, they asked the students. Yeah, damn, this photo goes hard. State News, Hasan Piker, a major draw for the El-Sayed rally, students say. State News asked the students on the line who they were there to see or what they were doing. Obviously, that is complementary to the Debbie Dingell article that came out on the Associated Press. What one campaign rally in Michigan reveals about young voters ahead of the midterm elections. We'll read both, right? Damn, this photo goes hard, Lamont. I mean, yeah, I need it. I need it. I need good ones. Because, like, let's be real. There's a lot of them out there that are not so great. And people are fucking cooking me. All right. So what is this? Yeah, Hasan Piker could open a sweatshop, and when people brought it up, his followers would be like, when people bring it up, you mean? This guy doesn't even speak English. What the fuck? Isn't English his first language? Anyway, Hasan Piker could open a sweatshop, and when people bring it up, his followers would be like, oh, so being a socialist means you can't invest in money. Yeah, but he didn't open a sweatshop. All his products are union made in the U.S. Winky face. It's just funny to fantasize about, like, make something up about me and then get mad at the thing you made up. It's like 90% of Republican gripes at this point. Always trying to dress like a writer on the blacklist in the 50s. I mean, that's swag. Yes, that's swag. Anyway, that pic makes you look like a younger Jerry Adams. I like that. Baba ne bağırıyorsunuz? Her şey normal mi? İyi misiniz? Ne oluyor? My dad and mom are yelling in the other room. I'm like trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, but they're just, there's nothing. Let's learn some reading comprehension. Clearly, OP is talking about how Hasan has done some of the most nasty shit. You guys still suck his dick like MAGA sucks Trump's dick. Oh, absolutely would. Like, I want his dick. Are you even serious right now? Are you stupid? Like, 1000% I would suck his dick while he's on stream and let him sit his sodas on my fucking head and wear a shot collar. Don't be ridiculous. Jesus Christ. Gucci is definitely not union made in the U.S. Lamafau. His merch, sweetheart. Let us use our heads here. Gucci is made in Italy. Down bad, but also respect. Okay. She did not hold back on that. Yeah, I know. Photo Laura Loomer posted is edited, by the way. Bro, I get stalkers taking fucking creep shots of me while I'm sleeping on a goddamn flight. And you still find a way to cook my ass. Who needs haters when I got fans, bro? Who needs enemies when I got friends like these? I swear to God. Y'all suck. Anyway, Hasan Piker, a major draw for El-Sayed rally students say. For many of the Michigan State University students who crammed into Anthony Hall Tuesday afternoon for U.S. Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed's campaign stop, his guest, leftist Swiss streamer Hasan Piker, was actually the main attraction. Most of the 13 students the State News interviewed at the rally, which also featured Pennsylvania Rep. Summer Lee, said they had attended the event because Piker would be there, but were open to hearing El-Sayed's message. I honestly heard about this just from Hasan because I've been watching him for years, political science senior Caroline Anderson said before the rally. I'm excited that he's here doing this because I never expected MSU to be one of the schools he would come to. Digital storytelling senior Rachel Kozlowski said she also heard about the event from Piker. It is really inspiring to hear so much of what my generation is feeling coming from people with more power and reach fighting for us, Kozlowski said. Since 2018, Piker has grown his fan base on the live streaming platform Twitch to over 3.1 million followers. Over 37,000 people logged on to Twitch to watch the rally on at MSU Live. In the days before the rally, Pike said that his appearance at the rally could help attract disengaged members of the electorate. For some students who showed up, his presence indeed acted as a sort of megaphone for El-Sayed's platform, attracting potential voters with enticing slates of policies. I really love that Piker endorses candidates because I especially believe in his message for Medicare for All, said nutrition senior Aisha Alvi. This is not the first time Piker has endorsed a candidate. During 2025 New York mayoral election, then candidate Zohran Mamdani was interviewed by Piker on his Twitch channel, and Piker was spotted at events hosted by the Mamdani campaign. Some students said El-Sayed's message on combating the influence of corporate lobbying and politics resonated with them. Anthony Bennett, geology graduate student, said kicking corporate money out of politics is what drew him to the rally. Lee, the representative from Pennsylvania, delivered an impassioned speech emphasizing the need for Gen Z to involve itself in the upcoming midterm election. That energy found a receptive energy. That's a crazy way to write. Okay, no disrespect to statenews.com. That energy found a receptive energy Tuesday afternoon. Kozlowski said Lee brought a fire energy that can stand up to the strong personalities on the right. Agency was a repeated theme during the event, with Lee's calls for youth engagement and Piker adamantly rejecting nihilism as a response to the political moment. I really enjoyed it, especially in the time right now when it feels so hopeless and you think everything's going wrong in the world. It's really nice to see that beacon of light, Alvey said. So that was, at least you know it's not AI. That's true. Shouts out. This newspaper is still writing articles the old-fashioned way without relying on AI. I read the Guardian piece by Bashkar. Why do elite Democrats fear Hasan Piker? It was really good. I read that yesterday. Highly recommend that article. What one campaign, this is the AP piece. This was really good too. What one campaign rally in Michigan reveals about young voters ahead of the midterm elections. Okay. This one is also very interesting and good. It's on Associated Press. Ann Arbor, Michigan, as students banged on desks and stomped their feet. Baba, telephone, Baba. I don't know why. He has like two phones and they're always like on full, the ringer is always on and they keep ringing for hours. Okay. And he just places the phone like right next to my studio for some reason. I don't know why. It's very funny. He just loves it. It's a classic parent thing to do. Yeah, one for the plug and one for the hose. Exactly. That's why he's got the trap phone. Trap phone stays ringing. Okay. Anyway, as students banged on desks and stomped their feet inside a packed lecture hall at the University of Michigan, some decades older stood in the back. Someone decades older stood in the back, quietly taking in the scene. Debbie Dingell, a longtime Democratic congresswoman, was there to watch progressive U.S. candidate Abdul El-Sayed campaign with Hasan Piker, a popular yet controversial online streamer. Dingell has often served as an early warning system for the party, cautioning that Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump was on track to win Michigan in 2016 and 2024. Now she was once again scoping out the shifting political landscape, and something caught her eye. Debbie Dingell said, quite frankly, I haven't seen that many people outside an event this year. An event yet this year, said Dingell, whose district includes Ann Arbor, who said her attendance wasn't an endorsement. A line of mostly young people stretched out the door and down the street. Hundreds waiting in the cold evening air on Tuesday. Some had backpacks slung over their shoulders after coming from class, while others had traveled from afar. Although they were there to see a progressive candidate, attendees didn't fit into any ideological box. Instead, they showed a common dissatisfaction with both major parties. Their frustration was a reminder of the anger that has coursed through modern American politics and now appears to be simmering with a new generation ahead of the midterm elections that will determine control of Congress. Born into an era of Trump, Liam Koenig was in third grade when Trump was first elected president, a moment that has shaped his generation's understanding of politics. Who's Debbie Dingell? Debbie Dingell is the congressional representative of this district. She is a Democratic congressional representative. She's actually pretty good. I bet you like adjective, controversial, powerful word to spread your voice. Buddy, you're a Democratic shill. You're against the proletariat in every sense of the word. Absolutely. I'm a DNC shepherd. You already know. And you are my flock, and I'm tending to you. You, on the other hand, are going to build communism tomorrow. It's going to happen eventually. Get out of the book club, buddy. It's going to happen. But in the meantime, while I wait for you to build communism now, build communism tomorrow, or build communism yesterday, you might have built it already. Maybe we didn't see it. I'm going to try to do my very best and try to activate people to engage in the process and move the needle in an appropriate direction on all fronts, right? And yes, part of that is also electing sympathetic politicians. Democratic Party happens to be one of the only outlets that we can do so. And clearly, there is a level of success here that a lot of the capital owners that want to maintain their control over the party system, over the duopoly, are very frustrated. That's why you're seeing literally the entirety of mainstream media, from CNN, liberal media, all the way to Fox News, reactionary right-wing media, aggressively coming after me. If you can't comprehend the methods, if you can't comprehend what I'm trying to do here on its own terms, perhaps you can look at the unbelievable resistance and the unbelievable response coming from both liberals and conservatives alike. Maybe that will allow you to comprehend why they're doing this, unless you personally think they're attacking me and slandering me and smearing me because they want to boost my legitimacy in the eyes of like schizophrenic communoids, you know, the parapolitics understanders. Maybe that's what they're really tuned into, the 11 people in your reading group. All right. Dingell has often served as an early warning system for her party, cautioning that Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump was on track to win Michigan in 2016 and 2024. Now, she was once again scoping out the shifting political landscape, and something caught her eye. Quite frankly, I haven't seen that many people outside an event yet this year, she said. Right? Now, Liam Koenig, we were talking about, he's in the chat right now, said that they've known just Trump. This is a Trumpian world that they've been born into pretty much. It's just become increasingly inflammatory, he said. Now a high school senior in Oakland County, a longtime political bellwether in Michigan, Koenig described an era of constant conflict and anxiety. The mood among his peers, he said, is often somber and frustrated. I think a lot of us have lost hope in like tangible change, he said. You know what I do love, by the way? One of the things I do love is I can pick up speech patterns or recognize my own personal speech patterns whenever a HasanAbi head is giving a quote. It's so funny. Like tangible change. Anyway, younger adults are more likely than older Americans to have an unfavorable view of both the Republican and Democratic primaries, according to AP NORC polling from February. Still, that frustration hasn't led to disengagement for Koenig. He waited for hours to see El-Sayed. He described the campaign as different from what he's used to seeing, something more like Zohran Mamdani's successful run for mayor in New York City. He wanted that kind of energy in Michigan. You're not going to get people out with business as usual, Koenig said. Carol Molina, an artist who recently moved from New York City, said she had been hunting for a candidate in Mamdani's mold. When she arrived in Michigan, she settled on El-Sayed, who's facing U.S. Rep. Haley Stevens and State Senator Mallory McMorrow in the state's primary. We want to be able to live and like afford life without constantly scraping by, she said. Melania was looking for a clean break with the past. I think the Democratic Party is losing because they're not really listening to what the people really want, she said. They're trying to keep a party that existed before Donald Trump, and that party doesn't exist anymore. Frustration, but not apathy from young voters. Ethan Schneider, a third-year student at University of Michigan, described today's politics as a little unserious. It's difficult to remain positive or not be jaded at a young age, said Schneider. Schneider said he voted Democrat Kamala Harris 2 years ago, but like many in line to see Piker and El-Sayed, was critical of her and her party. Hate them, he said of the Democrats. They feel very complicit in terms of all the issues going on now. If not complicit, they're just doing nothing. Younger people are rejecting both parties at much higher rates than older generations, according to recent Gallup polling. More than half of Generation Z and millennials identify as political independents, while a majority of older generations side with a party. The Gallup polling found that this growing group of independents tends to be motivated by unhappiness with the party in power, a dynamic that could benefit Democrats this year, but doesn't promise lasting loyalty. Jacob Abbott, an undergraduate student at the University of Michigan, said he feels that the Democratic Party has strayed towards corporate interest politics. He dismissed concerns about El-Sayed's decisions to campaign with Piker, the 34-year-old streamer with 3.1 million followers on Twitch, 1.8 on YouTube. And he said, Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, describes some Orthodox Jews inbred, claim that America deserved 9/11. For Abbott, the controversy underscores a broader vacuum in American politics, a lack of people who can command attention and speak to their frustrations, even if they're flawed. So is Hasan perfect? Probably not, Abbott said, but he's much better than the alternative the Democratic Party has had. Progressives struggle to turn enthusiasm into victories. Over decades in politics, Dingell has seen long lines and packed rooms before. She was trying to gauge whether there's something more durable at the event with El-Sayed and Piker. After all, progressive candidates have long generated excitement without winning electoral victories. El-Sayed himself finished distant second in Michigan's Democratic primary for governor in 2018. In addition, independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, a leading face of the progressive movement, fell short in the two Democratic presidential campaigns. But some Democrats argue this moment may be different, pointing to recent victories by Mamdani in New York, Ana Lilia Mejia, who won a crowded Democratic primary in the special U.S. House election in New Jersey. There should be a progressive running everywhere that one exists, said Pennsylvania Representative Summer Lee, who also appeared with El-Sayed. Every year, every race, she added. We might not be victorious, but every single time we have to call the question. Dingell said she'll be looking to see what happens next. Is this something for the kids to do, or is it going to connect? She said. Good article. All this talk like you're the candidate. Yeah, I mean, it's still good because there's still good press on, there's still obviously very good press on Abdul. And one of the biggest problems with the Abdul candidacy is that he is, out of all of the just propped up on the left flank candidates, he is one of the best. He has experience. He has a fantastic background. He's a fucking Rhodes Scholar, right? He's a Rhodes Scholar. He wrote a book on Medicare for All. He'd be, I think he says this, I've heard him speak at some events before where he's talked about this. He would be the first doctor in the Democratic Party in generations, in like decades. Okay? He's a doctor. That means something, right? That should mean something. It's mostly the Republicans that have doctors, which, doesn't mean much, but yeah, he's canceled medical debt for people. He's done a lot in the public health sphere in Michigan. He is absolutely that guy, And I think one of the best parts about his appeal, one of his biggest appeals, in my opinion, is the fact that he's a fighter, right? He is responsive to the needs of the masses. He's a fighter. Like he's the guy. Right. Having said that, of course, there is some negative associations with my allegiance to Abdul El-Sayed. Unfortunately, freebeacon.com, Washington Free Beacon came out hot. OK, and wrote this article, which, by the way, you might think is actually satire. It's not. I'm going to read the title from the Washington Free Beacon, covering the enemies of freedom the way mainstream media won't. OK. Too short to serve. Hasan Piker brutally height mogs pocket-sized manlet Abdul El-Sayed. Terror-adjacent socialists habitually lie about how tall they are, analysis finds. Abdul El-Sayed, the left-wing Democrat running for U.S. Senate in Michigan, was brutally height mogged by pro-terrorist influencer Hasan Piker during a campaign event this week, raising serious questions about the pocket-sized candidate's fitness for federal office. El-Sayed, a Rhodes Scholar, who also sympathized with terrorists, was listed at 5'9" and 195 pounds during his undistinguished career at the University of Michigan's club lacrosse team. In 2006, El-Sayed failed to register a single statistic despite appearing in 15 games. Lacrosse is widely regarded as a trashy sport that serves as a natural refuge for society's most loathsome creatures. Piker, by comparison, appeared almost comically large in photos from the campaign event. I like that they're also hitting the lines. They're hitting both lines where, like, I am also comically large. Like, it's fucked up how large I am. By comparison, where he and El-Sayed answered questions about Israel's nefarious influence in the anti-colonial resistance of Hamas. A glowing New York Times profile published in 2025 described the radical streamer as 6 feet 4 inches tall and built like a professional athlete. Of course, this is the same publication that mistakenly referred to NATO as the North American Treaty Organization in a recent print edition. That's true, they did do that, which is, you know, not incorrect, I guess. I mean, technically. An extensive Washington Beacon free analysis found ample evidence to suggest that El-Sayed and Piker are lying about their actual size. I'm lying too. In September 2015, Piker was photographed alongside former NFL wide receiver Drew Carter, who was officially listed as 6'3" throughout his career. A visual analysis determined that Piker was at least 1 to 2 inches shorter than Carter. However, because Piker's feet were not visible in the photo, we were unable to rule out the possibility that he was wearing lifts or standing on a box. That's crazy. Wait, what? Extrapolation? I'm 5'8". Zoran is 5'9", and therefore I'm 5'8". And El-Sayed is 4'10". Okay, yeah, no, this is not serious. This is not serious. Listed 6'4", actual 5'8". Listed 5'9", actual 4'10". That's okay. Wow. I'd like to apologize to people in Michigan for this misrepresentation. While my aura might suggest I'm 6'7", I'm in fact only 5'9" in shoes. I ask what the press and the public give my family and me space in this trying time. Yeah, also, yeah, Abdul El-Sayed is a goddamn monster. I mean, he was doing 3 plates. He can put up 3 plates, chat. That's it. It don't matter what his height is, okay? He's a goddamn Rhodes Scholar. No, that's not satire. That's a very angry little man who wrote that article. Very, very angry little man. All right, but that's all we got. There's also a Mondo Weiss article, but like a lot of people are catching up or are totally aware of exactly what's going on in mainstream media. It's actually there's a tie-in to one of the things I'm going to be talking about in a little bit, which is what the DNC did earlier today, as they struck down a provision demanding that Democrats actually bar AIPAC money from their elections. And, perhaps it offers a little bit more insight into why so many prominent Democrats have actually fucking lost their minds over the last 3 weeks, as like Donald Trump has been doing incredibly insane things, ruining global energy markets at the behest of Israel, all the shit. Very strange that the Democrats, alongside Republicans, have created this like weird, unholy allegiance. Weird, unholy allegiance. But before we get to that, let's move on. There's another Fox News article that came out. What the fuck? How many Fox News? Bro, what the fuck?
Donald Trump, the fascist hired himself. For the last 2.5 years, they smeared people like myself and people like yourselves and said that we were radical, said that we were wrong. And yet, we persevered. But now, I can easily say f*** them because I'm no longer alone. Neither are you.
Donald Trump himself is not the disease of our politics. He's just the worst symptom of the disease of our politics.
Now, I know it was hard to tell, but the last person who was speaking was the candidate, almost also at a fever pitch. So they are together, no matter what that candidate says. He said he just wanted a kind of a different voice on the campaign trail with him. Oh, no, you guys are close. Radical left influencer Hasan Piker was the first man you saw there deepening the divide among Democrats headed into the midterm elections. Last night, appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies with the Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed.
I gotta pee.
Some moderate Democrats have condemned Piker for his long history of offensive and anti-Semitic comments like this.
This is so insane. America deserved 9/11, dude.
I'm saying it. I don't have any sort of patriotism in my heart for any, for America, but just in general. It doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
So he's anti-American and he's proud of it. No place in his heart for this country. That's not enough for El-Sayed to keep his distance, to say that he and Piker are not together. Piker has millions of online followers that could translate to voters.
Are there any views that Hasan holds that you disavow?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. I'm here to have a conversation about how to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all. That's the conversation that folks are here to listen to. This whole gotcha game, platform policing, cancel culture, I thought we were over it.
Those lawmakers on the far left, like Senator Bernie Sanders and House members Ro Khanna, Rashida Tlaib, Pramila Jayapal, and Summer Lee, are backing El-Sayed's Senate bid. Garrett, Lansing, Michigan. This story is red hot there, Garrett.
Yeah, Harris, if Abdul El-Sayed is going to win his party's primary, it's likely going to be with support from young progressives. And we saw last night that Hasan Piker is someone who can help him do that. Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages from both Piker and El-Sayed. Here's a bit of what some of those students told us.
I don't think it's too far left. I think the Democratic Party has gone so far right.
Democratic Party was also against Zoran campaigning with Hasan, and we see how that went.
I think that they're really just trying to shut down Abdul's race early because I don't think they want another Zoran, and I think that they see Hasan as a way to do that.
Let's go!
Because of his, statements that are framed as controversial.
At the rally, El-Sayed said, "We love and revere our Jewish neighbors, and that no one will fight harder against anti-Semitism than he will." But at the time, he was also campaigning with Piker, who even some Democrats describe as an unabashed anti-Semite. After the rally, El-Sayed told me Piker's audience is more important than the streamer's controversy.
Also, this is the other problem, though. Like, it's already established in the news that I'm like an unabashed anti-Semite when that's not the case, and all these people know that that's not the case. And most of these outlets that even write that know that that's not the case. At least like the New York Times will be a little bit more careful when they say like controversial streamer. They won't say like he's an unabashed anti-Semite. Fox News obviously doesn't have any issues because this is especially on the commentary side. Like on the commentary side, they'll just be like, oh, he's the most radical anti-Semite you've ever experienced. The problem is not that it matters, obviously, like this stuff is bullshit, right? And people know it's bullshit. So it doesn't have the impact that it used to. But one of the problems, with this kind of thing, with this kind of, with the response from some of the candidates is that if they don't also like say this is totally ridiculous, like you just say that about anyone who's fucking anti-Israel, give me a goddamn break. If you don't say that, then all of a sudden it looks like you're making excuses. You're making excuses for why you have to appear alongside an anti-Semite, and that is not the best message, in my opinion.
I do know that the people who listen to Hasan are engaging in faith. They want a way forward into our politics. Do I agree with everything he said all the time? The guy streams for 8 hours a day. You could take a lot of things out of context he said that I disagree with. And at the same time, I want to have a conversation about the things we do agree with.
National Democrats are really concerned that while Piker could help Democrats win this primary, or El-Sayed win this primary, when it comes to the general election, they are concerned that that relationship could hurt their chances of holding on to the Senate seat. Both Piker and El-Sayed told us last night that is not something they are worried the least bit about happening. Harris?
Garrett, thank you very much. I want to bring in focus now. Clay Travis, Outkick founder. Look, you are an expert in the digital world, and you're also a lawyer.
Yeah. No, definitely. This is our digital world expert, dude.
So I have to ask, when you hear Hasan Piker say there's not any kind of a place in his heart for America, there's no confusion around.
Wait, what? That's not, what the fuck? When have I said that? I love that all of this is just a game of telephone where they just completely, at this point, like I was saying, they went from like, Hasan said America deserved 9/11 to like Hasan said he did 9/11 and he would do it again. right? By next week, it's going to be, I've been clipped out of context and then misquoted so much that they're like, I have no place in my heart for the United States of America. Why the fuck am I here then? Why am I trying to change politics in this country? You're so fucking stupid. It's so dumb. Defamation against Foxborough, get that back. Guys, you don't understand how I can't sue someone for defamation if it's, one, not even causing like financial harm. Okay, what kind of awards could I demand from them? That's number one. Number two, it's opinion. Like they can, you know, they're clipping someone out of context or just like being misinformed about their content or about their commentary is not like grounds for defamation. Great clip in China they showed of you talking with Will. Wait, that's me literally saying, I don't understand like a sense of patriotism while I'm talking about the Chinese people being patriotic about China. Shouldn't they love that? I'm saying like, I'm not a very patriotic person. I'm not a nationalistic person at all. Not for America, not for any country. It's not like a thing that I feel. And it's always fascinating to me to see any country's population feel a sense of patriotism. They played it in context for America or any country in general. Yeah.
The fact that we are not the country that he loves. Does that help Democrats win, and how problematic is it really?
I think, sadly, it probably does help Democrats win a primary because there are a lot of Democrat voters that don't like America and think America is an evil on the global stage. And what I think this is symptomatic of, Harris, is a desperate attempt to connect with online, particularly male audiences. There are no normal male Democrats. We've talked about this a lot. If you look at the overall breakdown of gender, Democrats are hemorrhaging support with young men. And so as a result, they're recognizing that they have an issue. The problem is, I don't think they're addressing why they have that issue, which is they turn their back on the idea of traditional masculinity. And so they are sort of desperately flailing to try to connect with an audience they don't really understand. Now, what I think is actually super significant about this race, Harris, is Michigan is an empty seat, right? There is no incumbent. There's a Democrat primary, and this guy, this is important. Leave aside whatever Piker may or may not have said. We know El-Sayed, this came out, and I think it should be a bigger story than it was. He, on tape, was caught discussing with his top advisors the fact that he didn't want to talk about us killing the Ayatollah in Iran because too many people that would otherwise support him were upset about the fact that the Ayatollah was gone here in the United States. I think Mike Rogers is the Republican candidate here.
This is liable if they say you said something you did not say. Also, you can prove it, puts you in danger in the psychological distress.
Everything that Hasan Piker has said about not loving America and believing that Jewish people are responsible for what happened on October 7th.
Like, all this stuff is just fucking insane. Like, Jewish people are responsible for what happened on October 7th. Like, I don't even know what I've said that he could even source that out of. They're just making shit up. But again, it's Fox News. These guys have been sued over and over again for defamation. You have to understand, very, very hard to stick, okay? Especially considering that they can point to quotes out of context that they could be like, well, I saw this quote and I misremembered, okay? It's not as easy. It's a much more arduous, much more expensive, and much more difficult process with very little upside. It's not a guarantee victory at all, right? It just doesn't work that way. It's mostly racism as well. Obviously, it's a big part of it is just like, oh, it's a Muslim guy. Of course, he feels this way about Jews. So fucking totally. I'm a paralegal. You're correct. It's hell. Yeah. Also, I'm a public figure. Okay. I'm a public figure. It's very, very difficult for a public figure to successfully sue someone for defamation. It's like an unbelievably costly endeavor with no guarantee. And if you lose that suit, oh my God, then it's fucking open season. Like, plus, I'm not a very litigious person regardless, right? Although it is actually clearly slander. It's clearly slander. It doesn't work that way in an American court system. This is precisely what I'm trying to explain to you, and you guys simply refuse to understand it.
Because guess what? The average swing voter in Michigan is not going to respond well to this, Harris. And remember, if Michigan goes red, if Mike Rogers wins this race in Michigan, the map is over for Democrats. There is no way that they can even contend in the Senate if they lose Michigan, Georgia, or New Hampshire.
Especially considering that this is like, all right, I'm skipping this. Especially considering that this is, Will Cain did another piece on this. What the fuck? Bro, this guy, every day this motherfucker's talking about me. What the hell? You have to stop saying you're just a Twitch streamer and don't have any substantial influence. It's clearly not the case any longer. It doesn't matter. I'll let my fucking influence speak for itself, okay? I'll let my influence speak for itself. Obviously, if I wasn't fucking influential, I wouldn't know who Pikey is if it hadn't been for mainstream media talking about him. Is this dog shocker? Oh, the drama. Why doesn't Will have him on a show? He could ask him questions, then talk over his answers and cut him off like the hack that he is. It's quite clear they're standing next to each other and supporting each other. Can't be clear, but be obvious. Use the right words and speak eloquently. Say what you mean. Mean what you say. No room for misinterpretation. Oh, if only it was that simple. Said it in the previous log, but I've had to answer who you are after 5 family members just asked this week. Great. It's a great opportunity for you to educate your family members about, what I actually represent. This is a great entry point because most people have a distaste for mainstream news. Liberals hate Fox News and Republicans hate CNN. I'm getting the same angle of attack from both parties. And you know what else most people hate? The nation state of Israel. Why am I getting this bipartisan attack from mainstream outlets? Why am I being slandered as an anti-Semite? Because I am a prominent critic of the nation state of Israel. That's it. It's an argument that most people can even recognize on their own without too much explanation at all. You don't even need to explain it. You could just be like, obviously, you know why. Because a lot of these guys are pro-Israel. They love Israel. They hate when Israel is criticized. And this guy is one of the most prominent critics, one of the most visible critics of Israel in American news, and they can't control him. He's not a controllable entity, and they get very frustrated. They want to fucking take him down a couple pegs. They want to warn people and stop people from encountering him. They want to poison the well ahead of time. It's not working, right? Yeah, they hate me because I criticize their boss, the nation state of Israel. It is very funny, though. It is very, very, very funny to do this at a time when clearly at a time when the public is so unbelievably mad about our seemingly unlimited loyalty to the nation state of Israel. But this is also another thing I wanted to show you guys. There was a clip compilation that HasanAbi Productions put out there. He said, this is why the establishment Democrats and Republicans are terrified of Hasan. To which I replied with, this is why all the mainstream media smears and manufactured outrage on here means nothing. We have a wonderful community in the real world that go out and plant the seeds for trees they'll never sit in the shades of. So, let's look at this 1-minute compilation real quick, and then we're going to move on to situation monitoring. But first and foremost, we're going to be monitoring the Melania situation.
We're going to need all the help we can get. My name is Zach. I work for the campaign. I'm a huge fan.
I'm one of the volunteers tonight.
I was actually getting people to try to sign up to canvass.
Watching your stream made me get off my ass.
I'm a public defender now, and it's all.
Oh, hell yeah.
I've been watching since 2020.
Hell yeah.
Now I'm an employment law paralegal.
National Lawyers Guild Legal Observer with the merge.
I'm a 4-year sub.
You put me on game. I got my mom on game from you.
One of my heroes now. I watch this team all the time. And dude, you changed my life, for real, bro.
I used to be a Republican. Kind of changed my whole trajectory, so thank you.
So I want every single person here, every single HasanAbi.
What the fuck is this music though, bro? You couldn't have used like my man slapped the worst like non-copyright music of all time onto this shit like it's a CapCut video, the automatic music that plays.
Especially, not only organize in your workplaces, not only organize with your communities, but also organize to get responsive politicians. None of us are free until all of us are free.
Is it American Pie? It sounds different. Is Coco Melon music? Don't hate. Yeah. This is American Pie. It's on. Holy shit. Is it? I couldn't tell. Anyway, but that's what it is, right? And there are, you know, thousands of examples like that, thousands of encounters like that in every single stream that I do when I'm out in the real world, right? And that's part of the reason why it's much easier for me to just like block out all that fucking noise out there, block out all that noise on the internet. And you also should refuse to abide by the, you couldn't tell because you're so anti-American. That's true. You shouldn't listen to these fucking chirpers. Like, you have to remember, there's a lot of people that are either misguided or there's a lot of people that just like don't pay attention to anything. I was talking to someone this morning and I was talking about Iran. I was like, did you see the thing that Donald Trump said about Iran the other day? He had no idea, bro. He had no idea. Donald Trump was like, I'm going to genocide the Iranian people. Like, he just didn't even know. There are so many people like that out there that just go about their day. They have no idea what the fuck's happening at all, right? So you have to remember that when you encounter people on the internet, they're like, I fucking hate this guy. This guy fucking sucks. Who gives a shit? Maybe you don't feel it, but your bravery has been hugely inspiring for me, being loud and proud when appropriate about my beliefs. Hell yeah. New Kyle Kalinske.
It's kind of
Brigadier General Kyle Kalinske. Let's go. Literally 57 seconds ago, no views whatsoever. We're in here, dude. We're in here watching as it comes out. We're in here watching Kyle, the commander of Dark Woke, the commander of the Dark Woke militia before he makes these videos. Holy shit. It's still rendering.
Kind of crazy right now to me. It kind of low-key feels like we live in a simulation as I'm witnessing our politics unfold, because look at this. This is so crazy. Fox News ran 5 different segments on
That was the first day. They've done like 10 more since then. It's crazy.
Hasan, the same day Trump announced he's going to wipe out Iranian civilization. This is not a joke, y'all. This is not a joke. This is actually, so look at this. We have one top left. Dem Michigan Senate candidate to rally with anti-Israel streamer. By the way, that makes him sound based as shit. Like that most of the country looks at that and they go, oh, cool, anti-Israel. I'm down for that. The other one on the top here, Hasan Piker's history of anti-Semitic remarks. Not enough to keep some Dems away. Well, that's bullshit. He's only said a quadrillion times that he's anti-Zionist, not anti-Semitic, and he's made countless arguments defending Jews. Dem candidate to rally with controversial streamer. Again, that makes him sound cool. This other one says Michigan Senate candidate plans to rally with streamer who made anti-Israel comments. Again, making him sound fucking badass. And then we have this one. Why are Dems appearing with Hasan Piker? And you have fucking Chip Roy with his 2 first name having ass and his bald ass head sitting there fucking going against Hasan. And then the other thing I find funny is that they're using all these good pictures of Hasan, right? They're like, here's a picture of Hasan looking like a hunky dream, and he's anti-Israel and controversial and edgy. They don't know what they're doing. They're accidentally doing a favor for us, okay? This is heightening the contradictions and the difference between fucking Mallory McMorrow and Abdul El-Sayed. Hasan is campaigning for Abdul El-Sayed, the real lefty in the race. This is letting everybody know, yes, this is the guy you want. They are fucking up. Guys, they're doing the Republican version of the Pied Piper strategy. Remember that? When Hillary Clinton ran and the Democrats purposely propped up Trump because they felt like, oh, we'll easily defeat this guy, so we want him to be the one we run against, so let's pretend like, oh, we're most scared of him. Oh, he's terrible, right? And then what ended up happening? Trump was the nominee. Trump ended up beating Hillary and getting to the White House. What they're doing here is, can you believe this crazy guy Hasan, bro? Look at the stuff he says. Look at what he does. I can't believe he says this. This is crazy. And then not realizing you're doing that because you think, oh, this guy's so horrible and you'll tar Abdul El-Sayed in association with him. But in reality, it's actually helping. It's actually fucking helping you dumbass freaks. And they don't understand that. What they don't get is, like, they think, oh, we'll go after the easiest targets on the left and try to tar all Democrats with the left-wing stuff. So, like, look at this thing fucking Rashida Tlaib said, or Ilhan Omar said, or AOC said. Look at this thing fucking Hasan Piker said. And they think like, aha, we got him, guaranteed to win now. But what you don't understand is, it's like a reverse Trump type thing where left-wing ideas are actually liked. They're actually popular. When you show Hasan talking about we need to fucking tax all the billionaires or shove them in the gulag, people are going, hell yeah, brother. That's what they're thinking. When he's talking about Medicare for all and free college and a living wage and ending the wars and taxing the rich and arresting the Trump regime thugs and all the good stuff, extreme that is. But Americans listen to that and they go, I fucking love that. Finally, somebody saying some real shit. Finally, somebody saying something different. When somebody says Benjamin Netanyahu's a war criminal, he should have been motherfucking arrested years ago. That's something everybody, oh yeah.
It is pretty funny that they constantly go, look at how bad this guy is. And none of these Democrats that, like all of these Democrats that you fucking despise hate him. And the only Democrats that you find palatable love him and constantly do appearances alongside him. Like, it is pretty funny to do that. Obviously, like, you know, yeah, we got our own lane here, but it's so funny to just be like, yeah, the most popular politician in the country, Bernie Sanders, who also happens to be Jewish too, is defending Piker. Like, what do you mean? Like, how do you think that's a coherent narrative that's going to undermine whatever the fuck I'm trying to do here? When you keep doing that, most people are going to be like, oh, wait, what the fuck? I love Bernie. I didn't know who this guy was, but you're saying he's an anti-Semite, but Bernie's his favorite politician? What the fuck is that? You know?
Absolutely. I fucking agree with that completely. And so it's backfiring. And by the way, let's be serious here. This is at the same... Donald Trump is literally destroying the entire country.
Yes.
Destroying the world, if we're being serious. An illegal and offensive war waged against Iran, a country that didn't attack us, is not a threat in any way, shape, or form. Doing it with Benjamin Netanyahu, the axis of Epstein, is what we're talking about here. Destroying the global economy, inflation going up, unemployment going up, gas prices skyrocketing, grocery prices skyrocketing, no idea how to open the motherfucking Strait of Hormuz, ICE rounding up innocent people, shoving them in concentration camps, authoritarianism skyrocketing. And here we are, and instead of talking about any of the Trump shit, they're going, can you believe this edgy streamer said something edgy in fucking 2019, bro? Can you believe that? They did the RNC research account the other day, tweeted Hasan from like 2019, telling some like Vietnamese, or some old Vietnamese immigrant lady who said some right-wing shit to suck his dick. And they were like, oh, can you believe you said... Like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? They're fucking up. Because in the same way that when, liberal media attacked Trump and tried to portray him as uncouth, it kind of helped him. The inverse is happening now. You're trying to portray these leftists as uncouth, but when people actually listen to what we're saying, it's funny, it's edgy, it's interesting, and there's also some there at the core of it, because we're arguing for good politics that will improve everybody's life. Hasan was at the thing with Abdul El-Sayed, and he was saying the exact right thing. He was going, every single motherfucking dollar we spend to blow up a little girls' school in Iran is a dollar that does not go to your healthcare, does not go to your education, does not go to free school breakfast and lunch for kids, does not go to university.
It's, in some ways, it low-key is the Trump method, right? The problem, of course, is that we're in the phases within the Democratic Party where like liberals are trying to do what they did, what the Republicans tried to do to Donald Trump. And because Donald Trump was inevitably backed by Fox News, which is the primary place where all Republicans get their news from, it worked out at the end, right? There was a force where he could whip the ranks and basically make the party, like remake the party in his own image. Given the new media environment that currently exists, we also have that opportunity. Because the days of just like exclusively getting your information from CNN, New York Times, MSNBC, and all these other outlets is gone, right? It's gone. It's over. A lot of people tune into independent media. There's a lot of organic momentum on the independent media side. So we do have a serious opportunity to remake at least significant aspects of the Democratic Party, the only opposition party that has viability without like having to fight for ballot access in every goddamn state, right? Like we have that opportunity to run people and build a movement that way and lean into those victories.
Child care. Every single dollar is a fucking waste. So they're saying we got to cut healthcare for everybody. But by the way, give me 400 billion DZACs for my illegal war. Well, how about you suck my nuts from the back skis? How about that? Good luck, guys. Good luck. I actually low-key, I kind of like it. The more they go after him, I think the better off we are. They're trying to make Hasan like the left-wing Rush Limbaugh. But the problem is, Hasan says things that are true and correct. And Rush Limbaugh is a vile, disgusting bigot who's wrong about everything and does nothing but suck the dick of the Epstein class, back when he was alive, of course. You're just not going to be able to get Hasan on that. If you actually have beliefs and you know what you stand for and you know what you believe in and you make the argument, nobody cares about some stupid fucking gotcha politics bullshit.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. Oh, you said something that was fucking...
The only people that quote unquote care are people who disagree with the actual movement, right? And they're doing that in a very cynical way where they're like, oh, well, I would agree with you if you were kinder. It's like, okay, point to a kinder person that has the same exact politics that you agree with. You can't, right? You can't, because you don't want to fucking say that you disagree with this objectively popular movement. And that's why I always say it does go back to Israel in many instances. There are a lot of people who have conditioned themselves into thinking we have to support the state of Israel, okay? And they don't want to openly say it now. They used to. That's why I always say, like, go back to any of these fucking chirpers and key search on their profiles, Israel, Gaza, Palestine, genocide, okay? Key search any of those words, and you will find that in the early days, in October 2023, they were much more forthcoming about their opinions on Hamas, about their opinions on Palestinians, what they deserve, blah, blah, blah. And slowly but surely, they petered out if they didn't altogether delete their takes, right? But that's what it is. Right now, the people that just keep fucking chirping are doing so because they think this is the only viable way to yell at someone who is a critic of Israel without openly positioning themselves as even the biggest, most annoying centrists on the timeline have given up. They realize it's undeniable. This is not working. And yeah, it's always the same shit. You're not helping your cause, a person who opposes your cause. That's precisely what it is. It's always a guy who opposes your cause that tells you this is not helping your cause. It's not a secret. I can be very vulgar. I'm very passionate about the things that I speak on, okay? Some of these things are very intense, okay? Some of the things that I speak on are intense subjects. Like, there are people dying. We're talking about genocide, things like that. Yeah, every now and then I'm going to pop off and tell someone to suck my cock, okay? It's going to happen.
Like, who cares? Who gives a shit? And by the way, you also can't do this when fucking Donald Trump is who you worship. Donald Trump was posting about making an entire civilization die. His words, not mine. Like literal nuclear annihilation for 90 million people. And you're going to fucking clutch your pearls because he said suck my dick in 2019? I can't with these people. But go ahead.
What is this? What is
Keep
this?
going.
You keep sending
Shout
this
out
link.
to Mario number 4 here because he shows a thing of MAGA going, terrorist to Hasan, and then not a terrorist under Trump saying, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. These people are absolutely ridiculous. All I have to say is keep going, bro. Keep going. Keep going after Hasan. Keep going after Abdul El-Sayed. Michigan, you better go vote for Abdul, man. Y'all better go vote for Abdul. We need lefties to win, and win some more, because the only way we're going to stop this war, the only way we're going to fight back against the 1%, the only way we're going to arrest the Trump regime and the Epstein class is to have us in power.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Yeah. My point is, I'd rather always be honest with you and always fight for truth and justice while still being vulgar than be a civil defender of these current unjustifiable constructs, these current the current state of violence and injustice that exists. Okay? For many on the liberal side in the media, and for many people, obviously on the Republican side, they would rather maintain a civil posture. Republicans have already dropped the civil posture, obviously. There is a double standard there. They only hit that back on civility when it comes to people in their left flank, but that's what it is. It's bullshit. Olivia Reingold is complaining. Muslim walks a fine line on the Jewish state. On Tuesday night, he told the crowd, as he does often, that his problem is not with Jews. All of us love and revere Jewish folk, our Jewish neighbors, the faith of Judaism, he said, hands outstretched. Later that night, in a makeshift spin room assembled by the campaign, he rebuffed my question on whether he believes in Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state. What do you mean by Jewish state? He retorted, narrowing his eyes. If you can't answer that question, I'm not going to answer it. For someone who often waves around his respect for Judaism, he seemed unaware of something elementary. Judaism is not only a religion, but a people with a long-standing connection to Israel that runs its prayers, traditions, and history. Ryan Grimm said, the rule is if you choke in the moment, you don't get a do-over in an article. It sucks. I've been there. You just have to eat the L and do better next time, not whatever this is. It is funny, though, because, it's what Abdul. And there's also this, like, weird, there's this, like, weird thing where she's like narrowed his eyes. He didn't do that. It's on fucking video. Abdul El-Sayed, who is Muslim. One thing I'll say about this latest attempt at manufactured controversy is that while it's clearly fueled by gross racism, it's important we never let it become sectarian, because this is the precise sandbox these assholes want to play in. Mopey sectarian solipsism is all they have. Free press is best understood as me times, as is all of Barry Weiss's output, manufacturing scenarios of self-victimization while their patrons worth $400 billion fund a dozen Barry Weiss clones to run around contriving their own low-stakes scenarios of oppression. Incidentally, hats off to the guy who rebranded an ethno-supremacist state premised on ethnic cleansing, dispossession, apartheid, constant colonial migration, and mass killing as Jewish self-determination. It sounds so left-coded and liberatory and benign. And yeah, for the record, this was caught on video, so it's really funny that she's like lying about how this how this took place. But I will say it does. I mean, it does, like, I don't know. I just get secondhand embarrassment from the Olivia Reingold stuff. Like, anytime she rears her head up on the timeline to do something, it gets universally dunked on. Abdul El-Sayed, who is Muslim, narrowed his eyes Mohammedanly and contorted his face into the shape of the sword of the Saudi flag before retorting Islamistly, Allahu Akbar, Sister Olivia Reingold, and peace be upon Muhammad, Allah's truest messenger, and curse the non-believers. Yeah. What do you mean by Jewish state? There are different answers to that question. It can mean a homeland where Judaism plays a special/cultural role. It can mean a system of Jewish supremacy at odds with the basic fundamentals of liberal democracy and universal rights for all. You don't get to attack him because you choked, or perhaps more likely, because you've never even had the curiosity to interrogate these basic ideas you've built your little brutish career around. Yeah, he was standing there Muslimly. I mean, she did literally say that. Abdul El-Sayed, who is Muslim, my problem is not with Jews, he said brownly, stretching out his hands out, presumably in the direction of Mecca. I gathered my courage and timidly asked if Israel had a right to exist as a Jewish state. His eyes, dark as crude oil, narrowed, Jafar-like, and an Islamic grin. It's just like, it's so fucking clear. Yeah. Could you clarify your question, he asked in a wily and tricky manner. The adhan could be, the azan could be heard in the wind along with many mysterious yet alluring Korean scents. Yeah, it's like as soon as he speaks, Senate hopeful Abdul El-Sayed claims he's running on affordability. So why did he just appear on stage with anti-Israel radical Hasan Piker? Much of what I saw felt more fitting for a MAGA rally, only instead of immigrants or trans people, the target was Israel. Yeah, I wonder why we would be talking about Israel, because it's a pretty fucking profound litmus test for who is brave enough to say the fucking truth and actually represent the interests of the masses, and not just the base of the Democratic Party, but just like the masses of the American population at this point, and who is a corporate stooge terrified of saying the fucking truth that people want to hear. It's a great litmus test. It was a litmus test in 2024. The Democrats failed it, and it's still a fucking litmus test. It's become even more perverse that the Democratic Party is not responsive to this question, right? And for the record, that brings me to one of my stories I must talk about today, and that is that the Democrats have congregated once again in person. The DNC got together and made some decisions, okay? The DNC got together and made some decisions. One of those decisions was, of course, on AIPAC. We're going to be talking about that. Let me find it real quick. What the fuck did Trump say about True Social? On True Social. Oh my God, he's effort posting. Jesus Christ. Oh, wait, did I misspell something? Will Mallory McMorrow condemn the attacks Abdul El-Sayed has received so far, since she sat down with a Jewish insider and compared me to an avowed neo-Nazi, Nick Fuentes, Otherwise, this is a repeat of the heinous game Andrew Cuomo played against Zoran. What? What's the problem? Oh, yeah, oops. This take comes off as kind of cringy in my opinion. No, it's like the game that liberals love playing. The president posting a stake-sponsored photo is wild. Casino takeover of culture is reaching endgame where the only question is, oh my God, all my ops are aligned with one another. It is crazy. All my ops, dude. That's unbelievable. What is this? This is a massive blow to the global oil supply. Confirmed strike on Saudi Arabia's east-west pipeline has knocked out 7,000 barrels per day, about 10% of its 7 million BPD maximum capacity, hitting the kingdom's only bypass to the Strait of Hormuz. Separately, attacks on upstream fields. Oh, okay. We'll get to that. Hold on. We'll do bye-bye oil in a second. Let's see what Donald Trump is saying here. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it's wonderful for Iran, the number one state sponsor of terror, to have it, because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it too. Oh my God, it's so long. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. Yeah, except you're doing a presidential crash out on a bunch of podcasters, and obviously if they were irrelevant, you wouldn't be doing that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, and perhaps even more significant than that, is that you won by an election where people were feeling the impact of the inflation and also were frustrated by, the war that was going on. Okay. And not only that, but you position yourself as a no new wars candidate, and now you're going against that. So yes, on the one hand, you obviously have your cult who will stand by you no matter what. But it's ridiculous to claim that like this is what you won the election for. It's the exact opposite. You are not following through on the spirit of MAGA. Unless, if we're being really honest about it, and Trump certainly is, the spirit of MAGA is whatever the Donald Trump wants it to be. And just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps you should see a good psychiatrist or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accused the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not. Ooh, you shouldn't bring that up. That's like one of Candace's most popular positions, I think. And you just kind of look like you're defending France, which you never want to be doing, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Oh my God, you're hoping that a French person that is associated with Macron defeats an American conservative commentator in a lawsuit about false accusations of being trans. Oh my God, this is worse than Trump being like, I love Israel, I put Israel before Americans. From the perspective of like his own fan base, he could just get away with saying like, I love Israel, Israel's the greatest country on earth, whatever, right? They also are evangelical Zionists anyway. But this unironically hits, dude. This hits Trump's base directly on the head. He's coming across like he's in support of not just any Frenchman, but Macron. He's coming across as disparaging trans panic adjacent rumor, which again, his base eats up. It's very crazy. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. It's crazy. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things. Okay, again, he's bankrupt because he fought for conservatism from the perspective of like Republicans, right? Who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. You might as well yell at Alex Jones for being an anti-vaxxer next. What the? Buddy, you went on a show after he did that. Oh my God, what a fake friend he is. I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like this might actually cause a real fissure in the base. It's clear that he's been watching the movement taking place on the independent media side. And he knows that like Independent media is fully pulled out, right? The podcasters don't with him no more. Even Joe Rogan is like anti-Israel now, or anti-Israel curious at least. He's clearly been bottling up all of this anger and resentment about his most loyal servants in independent media. And he's basically lost them. Who does he have on the Republican side? On the independent media side? Who does he have remaining? Ben Shapiro? Ben Shapiro's done. He's dead. He's got nothing. It doesn't make any sense. He's got Cat Turd and Erica Kirk and Ben Shapiro. Patrick Bet David, I guess. This is the bridge day he was talking about. He's burning all of them. Yeah, it turns out he's not burning bridges in Tehran. He's burning bridges in the United States of America. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers just trying to latch on MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. Oh my God. He sounds like such a bitch. I'm too busy doing presidential work. I'm too busy being president. I'm dealing with the country and the world. I don't have any time except for writing this long effort post about them. They go nasty just like Marjorie Trader Brown, but I no longer care about that stuff. Yeah, even though I'm talking about it clearly, and it definitely do care about it quite a bit. I only care about doing the right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. This is the dominoes, dude. This is the dominoes falling, right? Like the events that have unfolded so far have led to this real fissure. First, it was the Epstein stuff, right? Donald Trump comes out and talks shit about Jeffrey Epstein and like farms the conspiracy right, and then totally pivots away from it. Yeah, this was the reason why he's coming after Tucker. We'll watch that first. Tucker cooked his ass in a way that I think is actually pretty thoughtful, weirdly enough. I still don't trust him, obviously. I still think what Tucker I know what the game is right now, by the way. I think what Tucker Carlson is doing is establishing as much legitimacy and credibility as possible in the anti-Israel flank so that he can either personally run and take over the MAGA base, which he will be able to, regardless of what Trump is saying right now, or potentially he will lend that credibility to like a JD Vance. Okay? He's already positioned himself as like claiming that there are voices inside of the White House that are actively fighting against Donald Trump waging war in Iran at the behest of Israel. And you can tell he's talking about JD Vance without openly saying it. So I think Tucker Carlson is either going to lend his credibility to JD Vance that he has developed in this space. He will be either a kingmaker or he will run himself. Okay?
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. And
dude, he is so, God. I can feel as soon as this is published, as soon as this video is published, I can literally sense every Bangladeshi unk spreading this far and wide in every WhatsApp group you have ever thought of, and many you will never even see. Okay? This is a nuclear for the ummah. Okay? The entire Islamic world saw a white man who looks white as shit, by the way, like not just any white man, but one of the whitest, sitting in his log cabin, wearing a poplin shirt, shitting on the president for disrespecting Islam. I'm telling you right now, every unk will forever be every Muslim unk will forever be a fedayeen for Tucker Carlson. Okay? Like, they already love Jackson Hinkle, right? They love Jackson Hinkle. And they now forever will demonstrate absolute loyalty to Tucker Carlson.
Should never mock that, because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith.
Yeah, there's two things that will give you forever praise. Muslim unks and aunties all around the world. If you're a white guy or a Christian and you revert to Islam, it's over, okay? It doesn't matter how fake or phony it is. Andrew Tate is a great example of this. He never actually converted to Islam at all. He just simply said it, and then everybody loved it. They literally went crazy mode for him. Muslims love a white Christian or just any Christian converting to Islam. They will literally put you on the highest pedestal possible. That's number one. Number two, if you defend against Islamophobia, if you defend Muslims against Islamophobia, if you defend the faith, oh my God, as a white guy, as a Christian, oh my God, is the highest praise of all time.
At the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk this way. But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job. This is not a theocracy. We don't go to war with other theocracies to find out which theocracy is more effective. We are not a theocracy. And God willing, we never will be, because theocracies corrupt the religion. No, this is a mockery not just of Islam. It's a mockery of Christianity. To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, you are mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians. We can't support that. That is evil. That is an intentional desecration of beauty and truth, which is the definition of evil.
Yeah, no, this is perfectly crafted, right? Perfectly tailored message. He establishes position of authority as like a true Christian who loves God and loves Christianity and shits on the excesses of Trump. Okay. But here are the other reasons, right? Like, number one, Candace Owens, the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. He's a genocidal lunatic. Our Congress and military need to intervene. We are beyond madness. Okay. Candace Owens said that, 114 likes. I can't even like it because I'm blocked by Candace Owens. Candace Owens, unblock me. I'm a clandestine operator. I've given you money. Please. Then Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly also had some choice words about the predicament in Iran, right? Let's hear what she had to say.
I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D, yes, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit. You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. We're talking about civilians just casually in a social media post. You know, like I am the first to try to understand Trump and his strategy and to not freak out over his weird social media posts and language that is loose and incendiary. Truly, I've lived with it for 10 plus years. I learned it the hard way when I was on the receiving end of it for 9 months. And truly, I think that was a gift to me in many ways because it helped me really come to understand what he does with his social media. But this is completely irresponsible and disgusting. This is wrong. It's wrong. He should not be doing it. I don't care that it's his negotiation tactic is to kill an entire country full of civilians, men, women, and children. An American president so that the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. It's just wrong. It's not hard to say it. It's not hard to recognize it. I wish he would stop doing this.
For the record, some of you will remember Megyn Kelly defending the concept of pedophilia in an effort to justify Trump's allegiance with Jeffrey Epstein. She did that famously, right? So you might be asking yourself why this is a bridge too far. And to all of you, I say, sorry, that's not what I say. to all of you, I say, it's because Israel is so unpopular that it's becoming unpopular in the only resilient base of support for Israel in this country. Not Jews, mind you. Many of you might think Jews are the most supportive of Israel. It's not correct. This is not the correct assessment for two reasons. Number one, not that many Jews. Okay. Number two, even Jews are split on the issue of Israel and defending Israel. There's one group, however, that is massive and has outsized influence in the base of support of the Republican Party. And they, at least until recently, were not split on the issue of Israel. And I say recently because there's a fissure there as well. And that is evangelicals, white evangelicals. Okay? Now white evangelicals are also separating themselves from Israel. And it feels like Donald Trump is the last to notice, but these guys are noticing it. So they know the ship is sinking, okay? And they're fucking pulling out.
Like, he can't negotiate without doing this? What does that say about him? What does that say about the position that our country is in right now in these negotiations? He's got to say this. He can't be a dignified, strong leader without threatening a bunch of war crimes.
Yeah, no, that's it. She knows the Iran war is unpopular. It will be reflected on in an unpopular way. And so she's pulling out. I can't believe I find myself agreeing with every word of this from Megyn Kelly. Thank you, Megyn Kelly, for saying what everyone is thinking. She went on Piers Morgan and also continued this rant against Donald Trump. But what's really frustrating to someone like myself is, what are the top Democrats doing in this moment? Right? What are the top Democrats doing in this moment? Because Republicans are, either because of their loyalty to Donald Trump or because of their theological justifications for, attaching themselves to whatever Israel's ambitions are still very supportive of Israel, right? But the Democrats don't have such considerations. As a matter of fact, Democrats have completely dropped Israel off a map. They're saying cut ties with Israel, right? And unfortunately, the National Democratic Party is not presenting those needs, is not representing themselves as responsive to those needs. And that's very frustrating. Part of the reason why it's obviously frustrating to me personally is because one of the manifestations of their inability to address this issue has led to them attacking me aggressively. Okay? This creates a massive information vacuum. It creates a massive messaging vacuum where the top line, the top line figureheads are always going to be the people that have the most credibility on this issue are always going to be the Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly. It's fucked up because for years they've gotten unlimited support from the base. Not only have they been legitimized, they've gotten mainstream approval from the base. So they already have an established legitimacy with the rank and file of the party. So now they can pick up all of the other people on top of that from the center and from the left. And they are doing that right now. They're doing that at this moment. Okay? Someone like myself, on the other hand, has been consistently outcast from the base, cast aside, pushed aside, yelled at, been presented as a pariah figure, or never really looked at all until the 2024 election happened and the failures were very obvious. And the Democratic Party and the liberal media apparatus was desperately trying to find a Joe Rogan equivalent, only to then turn around and be like, oh, fuck, we didn't like the Joe Rogan thing at all, actually. Shut the fuck up, Hasan. You are a danger to the party, okay? The Democratic establishment needs a hard pivot starting yesterday on Israel. Unfortunately, still not there yet. Meanwhile, the worst people, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Megyn Kelly, are expressing the majority opinion, self-destructive and political incompetence for what? See, here's the issue, okay? Here's the other problem here. Here's the other issue. When people like Bassem Youssef and other prominent figures that are on the anti-Zionist, anti-Israel side actually lean into these figures like Candace Owens, like Tucker Carlson. When Norm Finkelstein leans into these figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, you have to understand something. From their calculation, Israel is far more dangerous right now. And it's true. Because from their perspective, they see some of these people look at, really horrible ideals, dangerous ideals, like anti-Semitism and bigotry of other sorts, as somewhat irrelevant as opposed to the real danger that is currently slaughtering people. Okay? That argument, there is legitimacy to that argument, right? It's like the equation between Randy Fine and Nick Fuentes, right? Randy Fine and Nick Fuentes have all of the same opinions. All of the same opinions, except Randy Fine is pro-Israel and Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel. And if you look at a figure like Randy Fine and you look at a figure like Nick Fuentes, okay, the reality of the matter is, given that they are literally identical in every opinion, Nick Fuentes' anti-Israel opinion, especially at a time when Israel is slaughtering people by the tens of thousands and taking over other countries, and on top of that, like goading America into going and waging war in Iran and destroying global markets, Nick Fuentes over Randy Fine. And Randy Fine is a sitting congressman. It's unbelievable. This is not a defense of Nick Fuentes, but this is to try to explain to you the calculation that people are making, right? I thought Nick Fuentes isn't anti-Israel, he's anti-Jewish. I mean, he is. He's both. He's both. Emphasis on sitting, yes. A very big seat, but he's sitting nonetheless. This is a real issue, okay? This is a real issue. And it's the exact same issue that took place in the 2024 election, where Kamala Harris said, Iran is our number one enemy, and I will make sure that we protect Israel against Iran. She said those words, right? While the administration that she was a part of was continuing the genocide of Palestinians that she refused to acknowledge with the words necessary. She said she was going to have the most lethal military. When she presented herself as this person, Trump had an opportunity to lie about being the peace candidate. And I stressed that over and over again. I said, Donald Trump is lying, but Democrats are giving him the option to lie. Then Liz Cheney comes into play. Kamala Harris and Liz Cheney are parading around. They get a Dick Cheney endorsement last second, leaning into the idea that the Democrats are going to be the pro-war party. And while Donald Trump himself was never anti-war, he was able to convince people that he would be the peace candidate, that he would be the anti-war candidate. Okay? They would not have been able to do that if the Democrats had established credibility as the anti-war party. It's that simple, because the Democratic base was demanding a change. They were demanding to bring Israel to heel even back then. Poll after poll showed this reality, and they refused to engage with this sincerely, and they're doing it again. They're going to create an opening for people like Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson to give their credibility that they've developed here, not just amongst Republicans, mind you, credibility with the left, credibility with the center, credibility with the independents and Democratic Party voters. And they're going to lend that credibility to whichever candidate runs next. J.D. Vance is very clearly positioning himself to be that guy, the guy who was constantly, the critical voice against war, quietly trying to stop Donald Trump's excesses from taking place. If you can't see that right now, you're fucking delusional. And the Democrats, regardless of what their base is fucking demanding, refuse to lean into the moral position. They refuse to lean into the majority position. They are trying to throw their electoral chances out the fucking door, and they will present the marginal victories that they might get in the midterm election, because there's a lot of fuck Trump voters out there right now, as a reason for why they don't have to change a damn thing. Okay? Yeah. As we see more and more of the liberal base demand the Democrats fight back, I remind you of this whisper rant from the last night of the DNC where I issued warnings to the Kamala campaign about pivoting to the right and the inevitability of defeat. They're doing it again. It's unfucking believable, dude. They're doing it in real time. Oh, new Vance poll. Here's a new poll showing 30% of voters are undecided. Vance versus Newsom, 2028 presidential poll. Vance clears Newsom. Vance versus AOC. New YouGov poll showing Vance defeating both AOC and Newsom in the 2028 presidential poll. Now, these polls are obviously fucking stupid. It's super far out. Apparently, Mehdi and Bassem discuss if Tucker can be trusted. Is this a full video or just a 5-minute clip? Okay. War for the Epstein class. Bassem Youssef and Mehdi on Iran, Greater Israel, and Candace Owens. AOC's surprising, but you were so vindicated on Vance versus Newsom. AOC's biggest problem right now is that she's quiet. She's not always out, and she's not always. Why do you gloss over AOC losing to Vance? Because while AOC has been one of the best Democrats, one of the best politicians in general on the issue of Palestine, AOC calling Israel an apartheid state in 2021, and consistently being a voice, an Israel critic in Congress, because of the way that she carries herself, because she's sometimes afraid to be at the front of the line because she doesn't want to get fucking yelled at, and because of her responsiveness to these groups, right? She oftentimes is not putting herself out there as a leader. Okay? It's unfortunate. You have to be clear, you have to be bold, and you have to be brave. But that is precisely the reason why the polls reflect her losing to someone as bad as J.D. Vance currently. Now, that might change. That might change. That will change if she chooses to seize the opportunity, if she leans into that lane, right? But even in this community, there's a reason why anytime we bring up AOC, and this is something that Michael from Taiwan has to deal with as well. Whenever people like myself or Michael from Taiwan bring up AOC, a lot of people go, fuck her, she's AOCIA, she's so bad on this issue and stuff. And then the alternatives that a lot of people present as like being much better on these issues is Ro Khanna. And I like Ro Khanna, right? I like Ro Khanna a lot. Ro Khanna has been infinitely more responsive than the overwhelming majority of congresspersons, okay? Ro Khanna rides for me. I ride for Ro. Except when you look at the actual votes, like Ro Khanna has a much longer track record of defending Israel than AOC in his votes. And even as recently as a couple months ago, AOC's never voted to fund weapons to Israel, right? But you wouldn't know that because Ro Khanna is a lot more bold and a lot more aggressive openly with the way that he communicates. He's responsive. He goes out there, he goes on shows, he appears, he's constantly in the media. He's had very high profile legislative victories, one of the most consequential being the Epstein file reveal. That was huge, okay? Going out and linking up with Thomas Massie and demanding and then successfully pressuring Trump to vote instead of vetoing this popular legislation that everyone wanted, which led to people losing their fucking jobs like Pam Bondi. That's huge for Ro Khanna. He deserves the praise. He deserves the praise for that. Right now, in AOC's shoes, like I can't, I can't read her mind, right? But in her shoes, I would be out and about, movement building, putting myself out there as a leader. Okay, doing, the Ro Khanna method, being on as many shows as possible, being approachable, being endlessly transparent, okay, and getting after it, while also simultaneously propping up a lot of candidates that will back her in the long run. Whether it be Plattner, whether it be Abdul El-Sayed, whether it be all of the left flank candidates that Bernie is propping up as well. Sometimes even going against her party, her own party that has actually fucked her over and over again. I mean, the oversight committee battle was a clear-cut indication that leaning into the party and behaving as a loyal soldier of the party is not going to give you the benefits that you deserve, right? It's not happening. So she could even sometimes prop up. She voted for defensive weapons, though. No, she didn't. And there's a lot of misinformation around this. I've covered it so many times. Please go back and watch one of my videos. All right. AOC, whether she likes it or not, is a movement leader. She's been positioned as a movement leader, regardless of whether she's comfortable and confident in that position. Okay? But here's the thing. I think AOC should be even pushing, even going against the grain and doing something unthinkable in the Democratic Party, and even pushing for people who are primarying incumbents. Okay? She could be doing that. Like Nida Alam was a great example. If she just said, fuck it, fuck the process, I'm throwing a dagger at the heart of this party that has fucked me over, and propped up Nida Alam, she would have won, right? She would have destroyed Valerie Fouchi, the 80-year-old incumbent, and that would have given her unlimited prestige and unlimited credibility. However, it would have made her life a lot harder internally within the ranks of the Democratic Party. Everyone would have the knives out for her. They would fucking actively try to destroy her. But that's a battle that we have to fight. And that's a battle we will win, because AOC is unbelievably high profile. Every word that she releases immediately hits the news cycle like a fucking atom bomb, right? And the reality of the matter is, regardless of which direction she heads in, whether it be to unseat Chuck Schumer, which is an easy lock for her if she wants to do that, or whether if she wants to run for president, people are going to come after her. The party is going to come after her. They will reward you for your loyalty as long as you are seen as a spoiler, right? That's it. As long as you're seen as a left flank candidate, you will be considered a disruptor. You will be attacked. And she knows that already, right? She knows that. So I wish, like, if you're wondering why, when we looked at that poll, like why she was at 33% against Vance and losing to JD Vance, that's the reason. Okay?
Has shocked you most or surprised you most about the Epstein saga?
The blatant gaslighting. I think they're either blackmailed.
I
think they're even blackmailed.
You can't blackmail Donald Trump. He has no shame. The man's in the Epstein files. What would you blackmail him with?
When we talk about stuff that's happening in the world and then you get called anti-Semitic, I have a problem with that, because basically you're calling out the truth. The truth now is anti-Semitic.
Bassem, why can't you be careful then in your language? What, are you doing it for clicks?
I'm not saying that my reaction is
wrong. Oh, this is just the Tucker stuff? Okay.
This owns on Tucker Carlson.
Because they've said some horrific things over the years.
So what?
I mean, why don't you like Ben Shapiro?
I mean, Piers Morgan has said the horrible things over the years.
He's not said anything close to what Tucker Carlson has said about Muslims, about Arabs, about immigrants.
And why can't we be strategic and use their platforms?
You can.
Yeah, but like
some people do.
You don't like that. You don't like.
No, it's not that I don't like it. It's that my worry is that for the sake of one important issue, Gaza is a huge issue. We're giving a pass to these people to launder some of their other objectionable. Like I said just now, they're not disowning Trump. Actually, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm going to have to go home and take a shower after this. I give her credit out of all of them, because she actually picked a fight with Trump. She gave up her political career. So she actually put her money where her mouth is, to use a phrase. The rest of Tucker doesn't say a single anti-Trump word. He acts like the war in Iran came down from the skies. We wouldn't be in this war in Iran had Tucker not promoted Trump for president, had Candace not promoted Trump for president, had Megyn Kelly not promoted Trump for president. We're in this war, and Joe Rogan, Theo Von, all these guys. Did you watch Joe and Theo the other day saying they're fucking terrorists, Israel? I can't believe we're in this war. You guys gave us Trump. You said Kamala Harris is going to do war. Trump is anti-war. How did that work out?
I think it's all an act.
Well, whatever it is, they got their act fucking wrong.
Well, they're actually not. They're doing very well, and they're reaching a lot of people, and they're affecting a lot of people.
But they're affected badly. I could argue that Joe Rogan helped Donald Trump win, so Joe Rogan is the reason we're in the war, Iran. If I wanted to, I'm just saying. If I took that argument to its logical conclusion,
do you think Joe Rogan would help? Like the Democrats, they would never like stand up for his opponent. What was her name?
Kamala Harris.
He
was a Bernie guy once, but then he got red pilled.
She's that useless. She's that useless.
But you're missing my point. My point is these people helped give us Trump, and that's why I have a problem. Because they don't. I only respect the people who own it. If you're Marjorie Taylor Greene, I was wrong about Trump. I was wrong about fine. Right? But if you're like acting, hey, how did this all happen? This war in Iran's bad. I can't believe they're doing it. Hey, it happened because you told people falsely that Trump would be anti-war.
So what's your point?
My point is, you asked me why I don't like them. I'm telling you why.
The problem is like Mehdi looks like a lib in this situation because for a lot of people, if they're, if they're just like, bro, Israel is slaughtering people, who gives a fuck what people have said in the past? Like, we're desperate for allies here. Yeah, they don't look at that situation and think like, I'm just going to cast aside people like this. Especially because a lot of people are read as earnest on this issue, right? Ta-Nehisi quotes on Tucker Carlson and other right-wing figures vocally criticizing Israel. These people will turn on you in a second. I agree with Ta-Nehisi on this, right? Ta-Nehisi on this. The key, I've been thinking a lot about the time period in light of this rise of Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene as right-wing figures who are being very vocal about Palestine. They're talking about Israel. That's a very important correction. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to be too... See, here's the problem. Being anti-Israel is being pro-Palestine. It's true. Okay? A lot of these guys won't stand with the Palestinian resistance, but they're anti-Israel. They'll say anti-Israel things. It's two sides of the same coin at the end of the day. I'm sorry, I don't want to be too... No, it's fair. I'm just curious how you're thinking about this in the present tense. What's the through line between what happened then and what's happening now? First of all, it's really bad. I emphasize the Israel part because my support for Palestine, my support for Palestinian life, it's not about support for Palestine and Palestinian life per se, just like, and it took me a while to get to this, my support for black life and for black people is not for black people or black life per se. I just believe human beings are entitled to certain dignities and certain things in their lives. It's a pretty baseline thing for me. Unfortunately, some of the people with the loudest, most cutting critiques of Zionism and of Israel right now don't share that baseline belief. I think it's really important to say this. These people will turn on you in a second. But to answer your question, there's an obvious moral problem here. Again, I saw it at the DNC. You watch these people get up 60 years after Fannie Lou Hamer's delegation was not allowed to be seated, and they won't let Palestinians talk. They think they can kill this critique, but the critique is true. The only control you have is whether the critique comes out of a place of humanism, of shared values and the significance of importance of human life, or whether it's allied with one of the oldest evils in the history of the West. You're not going to suppress this stuff. The days of doing that are over. There are people in the Democratic Party, which I think is a separate thing from the movement, and certainly from my own politics, who, to this day, and it sounds insane, think they can get away with telling you that the earth is flat and supporting a system that is designed around that logic. It's not going to work. People aren't dumb. He's not wrong. The reason why I'm very critical of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and even Marjorie Taylor Greene is because I have universal principles that I apply consistently to all issues. Okay? They might be earnest when they are talking about Palestine. They might be reading the room and are cynical grifters. Doesn't matter. They do not have universal humanitarian principles. Okay? But it doesn't matter to most people anyway, because it seems like they have universal humanitarian principles by addressing this one issue that no one in a position of power and prominence will. Okay? It's that simple. These are the very same people that want to purge every migrant from the American boundaries. Okay? That's it. They want to do that. These are people who are not speaking about the issue of Israel and Palestine from a perspective of caring about the humanity and dignity and sovereignty of the Palestinians. And you can hear that in their message. And in some respects, they're less of a threat than someone like myself. That's precisely the reason why they don't get the same bipartisan attacks that I do. You want to know why? Because Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, or any number of these different people will never sit there and explain to you that oppressed people have a God-given, internationally recognized legal right to militarily oppose systems such as apartheid. They won't say that. They will never say that. Their position on Israel is that Israel is a spoiler that's ruining the power of empire. How dare those Jews get to dominate our America, the most impressive superpower that has ever existed in the history of mankind. Okay? That's their perspective. That's the way that they approach the issue. And you can kind of tell if you are a real one, if you've been around, if you've been an anti-Zionist for many, many years prior to October 7. But even then, why is someone like Norm Finkelstein making that calculation and going on Candace Owens' show? Well, from his perspective, it doesn't matter. It's a massive audience, and it would be good for that massive audience to hear from the likes of Norm Finkelstein. Aren't you for infinite rehabilitation of people? Absolutely I am. Abso-fucking-lutely. What do I always say, though? I carve out a special place for propagandists. I carve out a special place for people who are professionally saying this kind of stuff. And the reason why I carve out a special place is they can still change. They can still reform as well. But you have to be extra careful to hear what their message truly is. We are not representatives of single issues. No human being is. No human being can be, unless they're obviously directly under the crosshairs, directly under fire. If you're Palestinian and in that instance, obviously, emancipation is your primary focus, but that's not what we're talking about right now. No group is a monolith, and no human being is a representative of one singular issue. You have to look at all of the other issues that they advance. Okay? From the perspective of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens especially, or Nick Fuentes especially, it's very obvious that they might have, or they might say the right things on Israel, but ask them about immigrants, and you will hear basically Zionist arguments, the arguments that you would hear from the average ultra-Zionist living in Israel, and the way that they talk about Palestinians. These guys talk about Mexicans and Guatemalans. It's that simple. That's what Ta-Nehisi Coates is talking about here. But it is my universal principles that I apply consistently that cause me to not only be an avowed anti-Zionist for many, many years, while all of these people were pro-Israel unconditionally, okay? While also continuously combating anti-Semitism as well, even if, obviously, the growth of anti-Semitism in the United States of America should never be used as an equivocation for why we can't speak out against Israel, okay? And it is ultimately the way that this form of discrimination works in contemporary American society is still obviously nowhere near as consequential as anti-blackness, anti-brown, anti-immigrant sentiment, Islamophobia, right? It's not the same. Not the same at all. It could become the same, but currently it's not. Currently it manifests itself in personal discrimination, okay? It manifests itself in the likelihood that there could be anti-Semitic attacks, like a higher percentage of anti-Semitic attacks, and the likelihood that they could happen. That's real. That's real anti-Semitism, okay? And I'm not talking about like fucking doing protests outside of a synagogue. Make no mistake. I'm talking straight up trying to attack a synagogue, right? Like that's anti-Semitic. However, there's still a lot of institutional stigma when someone is being anti-Semitic. No such institutional stigma exists for other minority groups. It doesn't. There is a structural reason for that, and a big part of that is because anti-Semitism has always been used as a cudgel, as a weapon against criticisms of Israel for the last, multiple decades, and quite successfully, if I might add. And that's precisely the reason why it has institutional stigma, unlike anything else, because it corresponded for years and years to the State Department goals of Israel being the unsinkable aircraft carrier in a region that is resource rich. Okay? That's the real reason. If there was a similar situation where we could place the same level of confidence in Saudi Arabia as we have done so to Israel, Islamophobia could be, and it's ironic to say this right now, and it's impossible to think about this hypothetical because that's just not the case, and that will never be the case. especially in the aftermath of the global war on terror. It's virtually impossible to envision this hypothetical. But if Saudi Arabia was as trustworthy an ally from the perspective of WASPs in the United States of America and in the Western world, then you would see Islamophobia being the same danger. If Saudi Arabia was, doing the genocide in Yemen, and then people were doing genocides to non-Muslim populations even, and then people were turning around and saying like, oh, dude, what the fuck is Saudi Arabia doing? You would see a lot of, Council of Islam style groups prop up talking about the dangers of Islamophobia, right? Criticizing Saudi Arabia is criticizing Islam itself. After all, Mecca is right there. It's the holiest site. The Kaaba, the holiest site for billions of Muslims, is right there in Saudi Arabia. You dare disparage the good name of Saudi Arabia? How fucking Islamophobic. I feel like I would have had better tools discussing conversations with Jewish people if I had someone like you to follow way back in the 2000s. Wow, Enfant Door giving me praise. What the fuck is going on? Hell has frozen over Enfant Door with praise. Oh my God. Thank you, Enfant Door. I do really appreciate it, especially on an issue that pertains to defending marginalized communities. Wow. I do appreciate it. I appreciate your honesty, and I appreciate your charitability, and I appreciate that you have admitted in the past sometimes when you're, unnecessarily antagonistic. You say Malcolm X didn't mince words when he talked about his oppressors. Why should anti-Israel critics be forced to mince words about the people who are doing the modern Holocaust? Great question. The answer is simple. If you're in the game of convincing people, you sometimes have to talk to them on terms that they understand, on terms that are unfortunately more palatable for them. This is something that this is a delicate tightrope that I try to exist on top of, and oftentimes fail to do so, especially in impassioned moments where I pop off and then, look at the way people treat it, right? Look at the way people treat those moments, those vulgar moments, right? Unfortunately, for a lot of Americans, especially because we're so far removed from the consequences of our actions, the consequences of the actions of our government, we don't care. We're very selfish people. That's just the reality. We live in the heart of empire. We're sheltered from the worst impacts of our actions. And therefore, we have a very different attitude about stuff. We have the capacity not to see what's going on. We have the capacity to turn a blind eye to these atrocities. And therefore, you have to talk to people in language that they understand. Sometimes you have to exhaust contradictions. Sometimes you have to you have to literally talk about issues from a selfish perspective, right? The idea that like all of our tax dollars are going over there to blow up schools and not building schools here, right? And yes, Malcolm X also was a lot more measured than people give him credit. So here's another piece of commentary from Tucker Carlson, reported by Asen, senior digital editor for Midas Touch. 31,000 likes. A lot of liberals leaning into what Tucker Carlson is saying. Hello, Hasan. Do you really just support Russia just because it's anti-West? I do not support Russia. I don't know why you're saying that. Well, I know why you're saying that, because there's a lot of people who claim that falsely. I do not support Russia's invasion of Ukraine, if that's what you're thinking. And this is a thought-terminating cliche. The idea that my politics are just anti-America, anti-West. Or rather, not questioning why I might be critical of the West, why I might be critical of America's actions, even at a time like this. Right? You don't want to ask that question, so you just go, oh, he just hates America. His only politics is America bad. It's one of the dumbest things that people say. People who present themselves as like intellectuals, brilliant thinkers, who spend every waking moment not only defending the West's unconscionable actions, but also even Israel's unconscionable actions as an extension of the West, will turn around and go, puh, you just hate America. You just only say America bad. They never ask why I'm saying that. I give plenty of examples. And as a matter of fact, a lot of people also understand those examples now. It's really funny because, like, I'll say something so normal about, there are things we can learn from China. One example I will always use is, instead of spending all of their productive forces, bombing other countries, dominating other countries, engaging in like unchecked imperialism all around the world, building 800 military bases, They've decided to develop. They've decided to develop their country. And that's precisely the reason why they've been able to develop their country into one that is not only competitive, but beating America. Like their tier 1 cities are nicer than our cities. There's 10, 20, 30 million people living in those cities as well. And they were able to do that in such a short period of time. That's a very valuable lesson that America should learn from, right? But when I bring that up, people go, oh, dude, you love China. You love China. You hate America. You love China because China's anti-America. You're a fucking idiot, right? You are a fucking moron. You are so desperate to not hear what I'm saying. That's why I always stress the importance. Like, if I hated America, I'd be a Trump supporter. If I hated America, I'd be a Republican, okay? Republicans are terrorists. Not just terrorizing the rest of the globe, but certainly terrorizing Americans as well. But people always operate on this team sport mentality, right? People always operate on that. It's much easier to think like that. Anyway, let's take a look.
And it's time.
Yeah, I remember Vosh used to say that your arguments were only America bad a lot back in the day. That seems so stupid nowadays. Yeah, from what I've seen a couple choice quotes from Vosh. He's caught up to some of those arguments now. Anyway, let's hear what Tucker Carlson had to say.
I'm not to end it, not to set up an adversarial relationship, but to set up a healthy conventional relationship where Israel can pay its own bills and fund its own military and act within the constraints imposed on it by its own economy and population. That's what normal countries do. Most countries live with neighbors that don't like them, with whom they have testy relationships, but they make accommodations because they have no choice. There's no country in the world that acts with total impunity because it knows a much larger country will backstop it no matter what it does. That just doesn't exist in the natural world because it's not natural. It's grotesque. And it's terrible for the United States. And now it's obvious.
Yeah. I mean, banger. No notes. He's right. He's absolutely right about that. Now, of course, part of the problem is Tucker Carlson can also use Israel as the primary reason for why America's done all this stuff that's like bad and dangerous and violent and expensive. And he has a far better message than someone like I do on this issue, because you can always turn around and say, Hasan, you say America bad, you hate America. You can't do that with Tucker Carlson, no matter how hard you try. One, he's established a lot more credibility on the pro-America side by being one of the most prominent Republican spokespeople for decades, okay? Republicans own patriotism. They can Trump himself is a great example of this. Trump himself has run around straight up saying, like, you know, I like my war heroes not captured, about John McCain. He said some of the things in his 2016 run that, you know, I get clipped for. If you're looking at a 9/11 comment, Donald Trump has literally said, oh, well, in the morning of 9/11, oh, well, now Trump Tower is the tallest tower in Wall Street, right? But it doesn't matter because Republicans own the lane of patriotism in the minds of many Americans, and therefore they have a lot more freedoms to say whatever the fuck they want that's critical of America without people saying, oh, you hate America, right? Tucker Carlson has that same advantage as well. And on top of that, Tucker Carlson is not making the full correct assessment here, right? What is this? Bro, Hasan, I'm a lifelong conservative, and even I think you're making the left look bad. Like, I voted for Trump twice, love my guns, think the border is a joke, but even I can see you're just grifting for donations while calling everyone a genocide supporter. My dad fought in Iraq, and he'd say you're a spoiled millionaire who's never worked a real job in his life. Come on, man, at least be honest about being a capitalist like the rest of us. Amazing. AOG Top G. Okay, this is copy pasta. Let's be real. This is not a fucking, come on. It's bait. Look at the rest of his fucking takes. He's trolling. But anyway, as I was saying, can't he use that same argument against supporting Gaza, that we shouldn't support it because they need to exist on their own? Yes, he can. And Tucker Carlson's framework here is to basically couch all of American excesses as the responsibility of perfidious Israel. Let's not say Jews, because he won't say that, right? Because he's too smart to say that quiet part out loud, right? But like he's basically saying it's either Israeli blackmail, Nick Fuentes will say Jewish blackmail, or the Israeli hypnosis, whatever, right? That's pressuring the American administrators into taking these sorts of actions. And that is a much better message, a much more convincing message for the average American who doesn't want to see that America is ultimately responsible for a lot of this stuff because our politicians are backed by corporations. Our politicians are backed by the same vested interests that corporations have and foreign lobbies have. Okay? Do you understand? Tucker Carlson can just say, oh, we went to Iraq. Here, Iraq is the best example of this. Tucker Carlson can sit there and say, we went to Iraq because of Israel. That's bullshit. But it's actually a narrative that a lot of Americans it's a narrative that a lot of Americans can get on board with because it takes away the responsibility from us, right? Because Americans don't want to think that our government might be making the wrong decisions. Our government is not interested in defending us. Our government is a representation of us. So our government can't fail. It can only be made to fail. It can't make objectively violent decisions. It can only be convinced into making objectively violent and unnecessary and unproductive and wasteful decisions, right? This is something I've warned against, right? This is something I warned against quite a bit. Not because I have some, Jewish exceptionalism in my heart or whatever and want to spare the feelings of Jewish chatters or Jews that are watching who might be convinced. I truly believe that Judaism and Zionism are separate, even if Zionist forces have actively convinced many American Jews and Jews in the West that it has to be the civic nationalist religion of Reform Jews in particular, even if that message has been very convincing. Okay? But the very fact that that propaganda needs to exist implies that Jews are not monolithic. And the very fact that there are still disagreements around what Israel means to American Jews implies that even in spite of that propaganda, it's still fucking failing to achieve monolithic status. While yes, all the Jewish institutions, from synagogues to Hillel to Chabad to all of the different Jewish advocacy organizations are almost singularly invested in defending the nation state of Israel. Obviously, Jews are not as singularly focused on it at all. But it's this is why I say, Jews also have a very important responsibility here to make that separation, to demand that separation internally from their own communities, right? That's important to do. But as long as Jewish Zionists openly defend the state of Israel and say that all of its critics are anti-Semitic, as long as Jewish advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups but are actually just Israel advocacy groups continue to operate with that singular focus on defending the interests and the integrity of the nation state of Israel, Americans are going to learn the wrong lesson. You've taught Americans that there is a real conflation between Zionism and Judaism. You've spent millions on inflation. Okay? You've taught Americans for decades that Israel is the Jewish state. And everything Israel does, it does for Jews. And Jews love Israel in return, no matter where they are. And that message was fine as long as people were not paying attention to what the fuck Israel was doing. As long as people were not aware. As long as people were not aware of this relationship and how much Israeli lobbyists actually get to not only dictate American foreign policy, which is now we're in the worst version of that, where Israel is in the driver's seat of our foreign policy, right? And there is a very real divergence in their interest versus ours. But also, now that people are aware of Israel and they don't like it, they don't like this loyalty pledge that people have to take. They don't like this unlimited support that people are making, their politicians are making to the state of Israel. Now that conflation between Zionism and Judaism that has allowed all these Jewish advocacy groups to masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups while simultaneously defending Israel. That conflation could have been used as a weapon to wield against critics of Israel for the longest time. Now that conflation is a dangerous one. It was a false conflation from the start. But now, not only is it a false conflation, but it's also a dangerous one that has taught many Americans who are not Jewish and have never been around Jews that this is all Jews give a shit about. This is why it's exceptionally important. If you care about anti-Semitism, if you're Jewish and you care about your children, if you care about your family members, you have an additional responsibility, unlike ever before, to make that separation be known, to demand it from your communities, to get together with other like-minded Jews, and to absolutely rid your organizations of this conflation. Because at the end of the day, I'm only an outsider, let's be real, and an outsider from the worst possible group. I'm a Muslim outsider. And Zionism is a very racist ideology, and its primary focus, its primary outgroup are Muslims and Arabs and Palestinians. So no matter what happens, the reality of the matter is it's like a black person trying to convince a white supremacist not to be white supremacist. It's just not going to work. It's going to be very difficult, right? There will be some successes, like that very famous guy who would befriend the Klansmen and then like take their robes and stuff. Like there are some successes, but it's just not going to happen. It's not. I have very little opportunity to do this, especially for someone who is much older. Yeah, Daryl Davis is the guy. Thank you, chatters. Right? But that's an outlier. Daryl Davis is an outlier. It has to come from within. On the left is ADL declaring it is anti-Semitic to say Israel pulled the U.S. into this war. On the right is New York Times reporting that Netanyahu directly persuaded Trump to attack Iran. Anti-Semitism is real. Thanks to ADL's crying wolf, nobody will care when it really matters. Learn anything productive about racism from a white person? No, but white people that learn about racism from black people can then take that message to other white people. I'm one of those people. I'm a white person that educates a lot of other white people that are in the margins and have the capacity to demonstrate anti-blackness to not do so. I think I've achieved a lot of success in that field, as a matter of fact, regardless of what my naysayers might cynically claim. You know, whenever they say Hasan is anti-black, he's anti-black. I honestly think half the chatters in here who are confrontational with you are just being so because they want your attention and response. Yes. Anyway, they say you're anti-Jew too, yet I'm a Jew and love you. Yeah, it's fucking lies. It's just all lies. One day, they say I'm anti-white. The next day, they say I'm anti-black. The camera turning around is always the funniest shit ever. Why is Jackson Hinkle speaking to a crowd of millions? Yeah, I mean, this is the greatest aura farming moment for Jackson Hinkle, I'm afraid. It's just the truth.
Fear nobody but God.
I mean, I'm sorry. This is like the coolest. It's literally the coolest thing he's ever done. Beast mode, I'm afraid, is true. I've always admitted that too. This is the type of shit you need to be on low key. Brother, there's no person that can do that and then come back into the United States of America where they live, right? I live in the United States of America. That's straight up. Like, you do that, and if you come back to America or the Western world, you're going to fucking jail.
Trump watched us learn it. And so what led Trump, at 79 years old, to sit in there in that Situation Room when Bibi Netanyahu was seated as an equal?
Yeah.
Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table. Trump sat at the side of the table, and Bibi was across from him as an equal in the American Situation Room. What led him to sit there and buy what that guy was selling, hook, line, and sinker?
I wonder,
when every other president was able to see through.
Isn't he CIA though, you said? I thought he was, but I think he's not CIA. I think he's he works for the Russian state, I think.
That liar. What was it? Because he was told the next day by our own top advisors, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of State to the Vice President, that these are lies and that these objectives are not going to be attainable. Don't believe him. We might be able to wipe out the Ayatollah, not regime change, Ayatollah. And we might be able to decimate some portion of their missiles and their military. Okay, that's true. But the goals as stated by Trump when we actually did pull the trigger were all over the board. And to this moment, he's pushing the BS claim that we affect.
Why can't he be a sincere dumbass? You mean Jackson Hinkle? The reason why I say that is because Jackson Hinkle was defending Benjamin Netanyahu back in the day and said that Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel will play a formative role in the multipolar universe because they were pro Vladimir Putin. They still are. And not only that, but I mean, those guys are so unserious. Like, they've literally leaned into every nationalistic sentiment they possibly could have. He does so now. I'm not informed. I don't think he does any longer because he would never be able to fucking win the unks if he said anything remotely pro Netanyahu now. But like, they don't have a consistent principled belief system. And that's precisely the reason why they would always like jump from, new wave to new wave and lean into like Andrew Tate. They would literally constantly talk about how dope Andrew Tate is and talk about whichever like right-wing charlatan was in the fucking news and popping off. They would immediately lean into that and be like, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to promote communism to these people. I mean, the idea that like some of the most reactionary people, MAGA, have any sort of communist beliefs or could be convinced into taking a principled stance against capital is insane, right? It's just totally ridiculous. We shouldn't just like drop them, right? I would never advocate that should be like, fuck them, across the board. But the reality of the matter is, you can't drop your other principles. Diagnosing these kinds of things might be beneficial since the course of action, if he's an op or a dumbass, is different. No, yes, I don't think he is a dumbass. I think he's an op for sure. I mean, he might be a dumbass too, but certainly an op. Bro, it's absolutely frying me that you spent 30 minutes talking about how Tucker Carlson's a grifter and you have to be careful handing out forgiveness only for chat to immediately dick ride Vosh and Jackson Hinkle. Yeah.
Regime change. No, we didn't. It's the same regime, just different players. There isn't somebody more moderate in there at all. We have no reason to believe that. In fact, it looks like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is in control now, which is far more radical. And the fatwa that had allegedly been issued by the Ayatollah on developing nukes is gone. Iran is more powerful economically. It controls the Strait and now is demanding the lifting of all sanctions against it. And what Trump did with that 10-point plan was go from Monday saying, no, not good, to Tuesday saying, very workable, we can do it, as a means of saving face to bail off of his insane threats about annihilating an entire civilization. So I don't know how we got here, Piers. I'd like to know just as much as anybody else, but all I can think in my head, based on what I've read in the paper, is we got here thanks to Bibi Netanyahu, Lindsey Graham, and Mark Levin. And ultimately President Trump. That's not to take agency away from the president, who was bamboozled. I don't know why. He was too weak to say no. He was too gullible to see through the lies.
Or he's unbelievably pro-Israel and has been since he got $100 million from Sheldon Adelson when he was alive in the 2016 race, where he ended up moving the American embassy to Jerusalem against many decades of American foreign policy not doing that. And then also on top of that, recognized the permanent annexation of Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory, directly at odds with the rest of the world, which no one said a goddamn thing about, and set up the fucking Abraham Accords that completely sidestepped Palestinian sovereignty from the conversation and erased Palestinians from the conversation, directly causing, or not causing, but like normalizing openly and publicly relations between Gulf states. Perhaps that's the reason why. And this is all Trump won. This was all in Trump won. Of course he was going to be fucking pro-Israel, even in more consequential terms, on Trump too. I said this For years, mind you, which is very frustrating. It's very frustrating to see people who are like, oh, what's happening? I can't believe Trump would do this right now. You're an adult, okay? You're a fucking adult. Act like it. What do you mean? Even at this moment where you're like, I don't know why Trump did this. We know why Trump did this. Anyway, Melania Trump also came out of nowhere today and had some crazy shit to say. And we're going to get into that. Melania Trump delivers statement at White House denying ties to Epstein and knowledge of his crimes. Let's take a look.
Here's the First Lady, Melania Trump.
With the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards.
This is a very strange thing that Melania Trump chose to do today. And I think it's because of the fake news flying around of what I suspect is a AI photo of Melania sitting on Jeffrey Epstein's lap that people are claiming Macron posted. And it's I know that this is totally like boomer slop because my boomer dad brought it up to me and I was like, Dad, that's probably fake news. I searched and searched far and wide to try to figure out like where this was sourced from, and no credible outlet has reported on it. I don't think that the photo is real, and I definitely don't think that Macron posted it anywhere. So that's where it's coming from. Now, of course, there is truth to the fake news, and that is that Melania, regardless of what she's saying, okay, Melania, regardless of what she's saying right now, is one of Jeffrey Epstein's girls. She was a part of the I think it was the modeling agency that Jeffrey Epstein was affiliated with under the French guy. What's his face? I think it was the French guy, right? So yes, Jean-Luc Brunel. Or no, it's not. It's Paola Zampoli. She's all over the Epstein files. She is directly affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. And yes, Donald Trump did meet her through the Epstein orbit. Okay? Yeah. Melania director Brett Ratner pictured cuddling woman in Epstein files. And I that's not, I guess people are claiming that this is Melania Trump maybe. But the reality is Melania is affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein, and Melania did know Jeffrey Epstein very well. That's a lie that she says she doesn't know Jeffrey Epstein. And Melania met Trump through Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. So all of that is true. Why is she coming out to deliver remarks on this affiliation and like lie about it? I don't know why. I don't know why now, right?
Humility and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images.
It is a little bit, not to be the woker here, but it is low key kind of white supremacist that she gets to be this like visibly a migrant after being here for, multiple decades without any of the normal nativists, white nativists ever bringing this up as an issue of concern. Okay. Like, can you imagine if she was brown, like not like fake tan brown, but just like actually brown and Trump's wife? I mean, Usha Vance is Indian. She has an infinitely better grasp over the English language, and people still come after her nonstop. Wonder why? She is genuinely an unlikable figure, and yet most people are just like, whatever, she's hot. She's Trump's hot wife, and she's super white, and it's fine. She's super American.
And statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI in interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's abuse of minors and other repulsive.
Bro, that's crazy. Like, this is the classic I've never been convicted of a t-shirt is bringing up a lot of questions answered by my t-shirt moment. What an incredibly specific and strange thing to say. Did I say convinced or she said convinced? Did I say convinced? I said convicted, right?
Or convinced of a crime.
Oh my God, she said convinced of a crime. Oh my God, she did. Oh my God. That's so, I mean, this is crazy.
In connection with Epstein's abuse of minors and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will
She also said these photos have been calculating around the internet for years.
Continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act.
It is very strange for her to come out and do this, though, even if she's trying to get ahead of some new leak. Because what is the number one thing that people constantly say that I kind of get annoyed with, where they're like, oh, we're waging this war against Iran because Trump wanted to hide the Epstein files, right? I don't agree with that, but it doesn't change the reality that the Epstein files is something that his base is demanding, and they want to learn more about his direct affiliations with Jeffrey Epstein and the affiliations of his wife with Jeffrey Epstein. And this brings that Epstein case back into the forefront, back into the main topic. Very strange. I could see this as maybe her diving on a bullet potentially so that we don't talk about Iran and instead talk about Epstein maybe. That could be something. There could be something there. Because, like, the Iran situation is technically far more consequential than the Jeffrey Epstein situation, right? Because you can just, like, yap away about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff and get the cult to be on board, whatever, right? But you can't out-yap gas prices. You just can't do that. No matter how hard you say, oh, this is fucking bullshit. we're winning the war in Iran. If no ships are passing the Strait of Hormuz, gas prices are not going to normalize. There's going to be shortages around the world and eventually in the United States of America as well. So people are going to see it. People are going to see it when it hits their wallets. Twitter is fine on my phone, by the way. It's just not working on my PC for some reason.
Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
Secretary Lutnick to continue serving.
And then she just fucks off. So strange. What the fuck is this?
After refusing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, never said Trump is innocent, by the way. Yeah, because he's not. Let's be real. Yeah, I don't get it. Very weird. I don't know. It's one of those things that just came out of fucking like no one was asking for this. No one was like, ooh, I wonder what Melania's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein looks like. You know, it's a very, very fucking strange thing that she chose to do on her own. Jacqueline Alemany, host of The Weekend at MS Now, says, just got off a quick call with President Trump, who said he didn't know anything about FLOTUS's statement, First Lady of the United States statement, prior to her on-camera appearance, but that he was in a meeting about the war and couldn't speak further. She didn't know him, he added before hanging up, referring to Epstein. What the fuck is happening, bro? What is It's a madhouse over there, man. It is. What the fuck is going on? What the absolute shit is happening in this White House? I can't tell. Is this a psyop? Like what? A palace coup is taking place. Melania is going to be the next president. Breaking, the Wall Street Journal claimed that an Iranian delegation arrived in Islamabad, Pakistan, late on Thursday, but an analyst reportedly close to Iran's powerful parliament speaker denies that there was any Iranians that were sent to Islamabad. Actual medieval royalty shit going on? Yeah.
Iran this morning announcing that the critical waterway is now open as the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran remains fragile.
The Strait of Hormuz is open, but of course, each tankers and each vessel should make necessary arrangements with the Iranian authorities to be able to securely pass the strait.
Reopening the strait was President Trump's top demand for this truce, but Iran says the U.S. is not holding up its end of the deal. The point of contention, ongoing Israeli strikes against Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Iran accusing the U.S. of going back on what they claim is a key element of the ceasefire, that Israel stop these strikes. But the U.S. and Israel say Lebanon wasn't part of the deal. The vice president, who is now leading negotiations and eager to tout this truce, says the ceasefire is, quote, in a good spot. He's chalking it up to a, quote, misunderstanding.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case.
Talks are set to begin this weekend in Pakistan, but this morning, the Iranian president says continued Israeli strikes against Lebanon will render negotiations meaningless, adding our hands will remain on the trigger. Overnight, President Trump also trying to increase the pressure, posting all U.S. forces will remain in place in and around Iran until a lasting agreement is reached. If it's not, he's warning the shooting starts bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before.
There's a crazy story.
Uncertainty now looming over negotiations as huge questions remain, including who will ultimately control the strait. Before the war, ships could pass through free of charge. Now the president is suggesting the U.S. and Iran could work together to collect tolls, potentially giving Iran more power over the global economy. Now, the other big point of contention that will have to be negotiated is how will the U.S. ensure that Iran doesn't develop a nuclear weapon going forward? That was the president's stated goal for starting this war in the first place. The administration now says that Iran will either have to turn over its stockpile of enriched uranium or the U.S. will simply take it. Now, again, negotiations were set to begin Saturday in Pakistan, but now the future of these talks is up in the air. Robin.
Still so many questions there. All right. Thank you, Mary.
So tensions are heating up in the Middle East as Tehran accuses Israel of violating the ceasefire deal by striking Lebanon.
So Iran's president warning that continued attacks will bring, quote, explicit costs and strong responses and will make negotiations meaningless.
Chief foreign correspondent Trey Ying's been live in Tel Aviv with the latest for us. Hey, Trey.
Yeah, hey, guys, good morning.
It's so funny that it's obviously what? Why do you support drunk driving? You support drunk driving and universal health care. I got hit by a drunk driver and it cost $1.2 million to put me back together. Stop supporting that harmful behavior. Do better. No, that's why I support universal health care. So it shouldn't cost you $1.2 million. That's a joke. They're not being serious, I don't think. I don't think anyone is stupid enough to like actually to take that seriously, right?
Morning, a significant statement just now from Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian saying that if Israeli actions in Lebanon...
Xanderthal also said that? Yo, y'all are joking, right? There's no shot. Why do you support drunk driving? I almost got killed by one. Stop saying drinking and driving is fine. Drinking and driving is bad. Oh my God, this guy unironically, this guy genuinely, legitimately watched a video and actually was like, oh, this guy must be sincerely defending drinking and driving. Are you okay? Nah, this is a psyop. Don't fall for it. Saying drinking and still replying, he's not okay. He almost got by a drunk driver. Yeah, I mean, the more people are bored and watching other Hasan hate channels, it seems. Yeah, maybe. It is pretty crazy. I saw one of those like neo-Nazi accounts repost Zoran Mamdani saying like, oh, fast and free buses won't be achieved this year. And it was an image of me looking sad with a Fell For It Again award or whatever on it. And I'm like, bro, I don't even live in New York. Like, how is your entire understanding of American politics anchored around what you perceive is going to be offensive to me? Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy way to live. And I swear, after like basically doing this for 8 years on Twitch, there are probably at least 20 to maybe 50,000 real human beings. I don't know if this is a conservative estimate or a liberal one. I haven't been able to figure it out. That absolutely anchored their entire worldview around whatever I'm doing and taking the opposite position. I think there are a lot of people that have just broken their own brains into seeing the world from this incredibly narrow lens, because that's like, there's a lot of, the algorithm rewards it, and there's a lot of people that, you know, make this kind of thing. I don't hate you, Hasan. It just really doesn't feel good when you say it. It's not a joke to me. I don't watch hate channels. I just watch yours. Okay, brother, it's a joke. Of course, it's one of those things where it's like it's implied that it's a joke because it's such a silly thing to say. Okay, and also I have literally explained to a chatter that I'm joking. It's probably less than 10K. They're just loud and obnoxious. No, I think I genuinely think that there are some people who have just like anchored their worldview. They've anchored their worldview around like what they think is like going to be bad for me, like what they think is going to be frustrating for me. I want to test it out one day by just coming out against socialism or some shit, or being like pro-Israel, and see if those guys turn around and they're like, well, I guess we hate Israel now, you know? Asmold Goy and XQC Sam, what the fuck are these names? Changes his opinion on Israel depending on what you're saying. It's the same with McMorrow. None of your haters even like her. They just want to spite you. Yeah. But I just don't get it. I don't get it, because like, how are you so far removed from politics in general? Like, how could this be fun for you? You know, Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Not the agreement we have. President Donald J. Trump. I've made a habit of checking out the profiles of people in your Twitter replies saying insane shit about you, and holy shit, is shocking how many people only talk about hating you. They dead ass tweet about you more than their own fans. Yeah. No, it's true. There are a lot, like the people that are immediately popping up, many of them with blue check marks in my replies. If you ever click on their profiles, you will see like literally tens of thousands of tweets almost entirely just about me. It's a very strange way to exist. Very, very weird. Very weird way to exist. I cannot comprehend it. Yeah, this post by him is an admission that he doesn't have the cards. If he had power, he wouldn't be crying on Truth Social. Exactly. I mean, we saw a version of this when Donald Trump said he was going to do it in Iran, and there were a good chunk of people on Twitter that immediately were like, "How do we make this about Hasan?" I will never understand it. Yeah, very, very weird, and it hasn't worked yet. So I don't know why they keep doing it. I'm like they're the Captain Ahab. You know, I'm the white whale that they must slay. Captain Arab. What is this? By the way, Twitter's broken because of ad blocker. Wait, really? Let me try. Row on the DNC stuff today. I know, he literally sent it to me. Oh my God, it is because of that. That's so funny. You guys sent this to me at the same time he did. Okay, chatter, you're goated.
Shockingly, the DNC just voted down a resolution condemning AIPAC dark money spending. How out of touch do you have to be? AIPAC spent $14 million of dark money in Illinois primaries. And you know what? 2 presidential candidates for 2028 lobbied DNC members to get them to vote this down. Let me be pretty clear. Anyone who hopes to lead this party must condemn and reject AIPAC money. And anyone who hopes to lead this party must be against another dollar going in military aid to Israel. Final point. We as Democrats need to reject all super PACs in Democratic primaries, whether running for the House, the Senate, or the presidency. Shock.
Yep. Again, always on message, always good, always on message, always a good message. All right, let's get back to this, though, the fragile truce.
It will render the negotiations that are set to take place on Saturday in Islamabad meaningless. Yesterday, we know the Israelis conducted dozens of airstrikes against Hezbollah positions inside of Lebanon, not just striking the southern Dakhla neighborhood in Beirut, but really the entirety of the country, including the Bekaa Valley and closer to the Israel-Lebanon border. The IDF says they also killed Ali Karshi, the secretary to Iran's largest proxy, Hezbollah, and that is the secretary to Hezbollah, and not the secretary general, but of course this is a top official. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says these types of strikes will continue with more goals to complete. Take a listen.
We have more goals to complete, and we will achieve them either by agreement or by renewing the fighting. We are prepared to return to fighting at any moment necessary. Our finger is on the trigger.
With talks this weekend scheduled in Islamabad, Pakistan, the president overnight took to truce.
They should send Nick Shirley to Islamabad with J.D. Vance to negotiate. Yeah, maybe Abbas Arakshi could teach Nick Shirley how to speak English. That could be cool.
Social to say, quote, all U.S. ships, aircraft, and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry, and anything else there is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy will remain in place and around Iran until such time as the real agreement reached is fully complied with. Now, there is a lot of focus today on the Strait of Hormuz. Yesterday, 4 vessels were allowed to pass through, but the Iranians are still saying publicly they're in control of the strait and that it is closed right now. Vessels have to check in with the Iranian military, and other reports indicate they'd like to charge a toll for vessels to pass through this critical thoroughfare. Vice President J.D. Vance yesterday talking about new threats against Iran before the negotiations begin.
I encourage the Iranians to come to.
Yeah, Ghalibaf, Speaker of Parliament, said made these 3 conditions, and now is saying time is running out. For the record, just now, once again, the cards are in their hands here, okay? The only pressure that I can foresee them getting from a different country, from an outside nation, is probably China, because China doesn't want to destroy the Gulf. China wants the Gulf to not be destroyed. Israel doesn't care about the Gulf being destroyed. Iran might listen to Chinese demands, but there is no guarantee that they will actually fully abide by Chinese demands, right? Because they are unbelievably stubborn when it comes to sovereignty and making sovereign decisions.
The table seriously. We've seen some signs that they're going to do that. We've seen some signs of bravado. Fundamentally, we're in a good spot. They're reopening the straits. We have a ceasefire. And frankly, if they break their end of the bargain, then they're going to see some serious conflict.
Yep. China pressed Iran towards ceasefire. Iranian officials say Beijing appeared to have helped push Tehran to accept a 2-week deal with the United States, reflecting China's growing influence and its stake in avoiding a wider war. For years, China has been one of Iran's most important lifelines. China has bought almost all of its oil exports, shielded it diplomatically, and helped it weather international isolation. Now, according to 3 Iranian officials, Beijing has used that influence for a different purpose, to press Iran to accept the ceasefire with the United States. Is this a China L? Yes and no. Okay. This is not China demanding that Iran stop blowing up the Gulf because they have interest in the Gulf. Obviously, that's part of it. But the reason why this is an L is because they're not applying any pressure to Israel, and they're not applying any pressure to America through back channels to say, hey, you have to, cut a separate deal here that actually makes sense for Iran. China should be applying infinitely more open pressure to the state of Israel for spoiling the fucking ceasefire deal. A ceasefire deal that they're aggressively pursuing. And they're aggressively pursuing the ceasefire deal because Israel doesn't give a fuck about the GCC. If it blows up, it blows up. They don't care. They're fucking crazy. And America has obviously has a lot of interest in the GCC remaining intact. China has the most amount of interest in the GCC remaining intact. The only fucking actor that's spoiling this deal is Israel. And the only demand that Iran has that America is not abiding by, as far as we've seen, is literally bringing Israel to heel. It's crazy. But the assessment here is, unironically, that the entire world is basically begging America to put Israel in its place. Okay? And Israel's like, nope, we're unbowed. And America's saying, yes, yes, sir. You do whatever you do. Okay? They need to put the shock collar on Israel, go, Israel, place. A dynamic so insane that it lends credence to Zog-style theories for the uninitiated, okay? It's unfucking believable. It's unbelievable that America still hasn't been like, all right, dude, you got to restrain yourself a little bit. Like, it's out of control. Can you please stop joking about shock collars? I almost hit a drunk driver because someone triggered my shock collar. They're going to clip you to hell for that one? I don't care, dude. That part is fine. China could cut the West off from chips if they want, especially with the U.S. pulling ordnance out of that area. They could easily blockade the island nations on their coast. Nations in parentheses is true. I mean, that would be a devastating predicament. I don't think they would try that. CBS, Trump had been told the ceasefire would apply to the Middle East, and he agreed to it, including Lebanon. Mediators, Iran's foreign minister and Pakistan prime minister also believed it did. The U.S. position reportedly shifted after a call between Netanyahu and Trump. Oh my God, I'm done. I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. This is so fucking crazy. It's just, it doesn't, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It doesn't make any fucking sense at all, dude. It does not make any sense at all. This is so far beyond like the aircraft, unsinkable aircraft carrier, the unsinkable aircraft carrier theory. It's unbelievable. We don't hold the cards. We are incapable of achieving our strategic military objectives. We are staring down the barrel of a 10, if not 20-year potential failed occupation of a country with 93 million people that will be devastating for, it'll destroy the world's energy supply for 20% of all energy that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. None of this makes sense. And we're literally just throwing it all out there for little old Israel. You know, this is an important ambition for Israel. They have this unlimited appetite for death and destruction. It's fucking ridiculous. Multiple diplomatic sources told CBS News that President Trump had told the ceasefire would apply to the Middle East region, and he agreed that included Lebanon. Mediators believe the ceasefire to include Lebanon. I like the only way that this is not like Zog theory is if Donald Trump is so fucking stupid and has such unilateral control over everything that's happening in the country, but he's so fucking stupid that he genuinely thinks that at the end of the day, America could dominate Iran militarily and can basically withstand all of the international pressures if he chooses to do so. He just hasn't actually jumped in off the deep end. Okay? That or straight up, it's blackmail. Jeffrey Epstein style blackmail. It's just, Israel is controlling America completely and entirely. It's becoming increasingly difficult to deny the critical role Israel plays in the U.S. decisions about this war. It's insane. Because, guys, I'm going to keep it okay. Many of you are already aware of this, but maybe there are some newcomers here who are confused. We have lost this war. We are losing this war. We're still continuing to lose this war. We lost it already. Okay? The moment that Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, and started bombing the Gulf states, and America could not successfully deteriorate its stockpiles, successfully attrit its strike capabilities, it was over. Okay? And Iran knows it. Iran holds all the cards. Okay? And the only reason why Iran was down to engage in this ceasefire instead of continuing to establish military deterrence by striking Israel over and over again with successive strikes that have a higher degree of penetrating the entire defense systems that Israel has. The only reason why they stopped doing that is because China applied pressure to them, because China doesn't want to lose 20% of the entire oil, the world's energy supply, including a big chunk of where China gets its oil from. Okay? It's the Gulf. The entire Asian markets get their oil and gas from the Gulf. Iran, if it wasn't for China, would not stop at this point. I don't think Iran will stop until they run out of ammunition. America has been begging Iran to take any deal whatsoever. Doesn't matter what they're saying publicly. Of course, they're posturing as though they're like dominating Iran in daylight, but in broad daylight. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Behind closed doors, they've been begging Iran to come to the table to put an end to this madness. Okay? Straight up. Because at least the more intelligent and clear-eyed individuals that are in Trump's orbit recognize that the situation is lost. As I've said, after like week 2, even if at that point, even if America somehow magically pulled off an impressive feat and was able to militarily dominate and like win the war against Iran, the damage was done. Okay? The damage to America's capabilities of force projection has already been lost. Okay? The confidence has already been eroded. The confidence was eroded the moment that Iran started blowing up American bases in the Gulf. Okay? And America had no defense for that. It was extra eroded internationally when America pulled their THAAD interceptors from Korea to hastily send it to Israel, showcasing that they also were running out of this critical supply of anti-air defense system munitions. They took the batteries out and they brought them to Israel. Okay? This means that America was willing to literally take out critical defenses away from around China. Okay? Like implying that they're willing to drop their dominance against their number one foreign adversary in an effort to try and defend Israel. These are unbelievable moves. It doesn't make any sense. They asked Poland to. Poland said, fuck off. It's clear that the United States is overextended It's very clear that they're overextended. It's very clear that they cannot actually engage in military dominance everywhere around the world in the way that they had successfully presented for many, many years. Also, Israeli missile interceptors have also dwindled to double digits, Trump administration official tells Dropsite News. Okay? So Israel can't even defend itself successfully. And yet they're still fucking up this deal. At this point, it's foolish for Iran not to continue this war. It's foolish for Iran not to continue pummeling Israel. The only thing holding them back, I suspect, would be the fact that Israel is crazy enough that they could just nuke Iran potentially, which again does not actually stop the pain. It does not stop Iran's capabilities of blowing up Israel continuously with more force and with more successive strikes, especially if their defenses are completely, if the Israeli defenses are completely depleted. So it is truly the Führer bunker moment for Benjamin Netanyahu, where they're doing a final push, even if that is completely suicidal. Okay? It's unbelievably suicidal. America should get ahead of Israel and restrain Israel for Israel's own sake, not only for its own sake, to save face and to not destroy the energy markets around the world, but it just does not make any fucking sense. It does not make any sense. Iran holds all the fucking cards. I know that that's not what it looks like if you only read American news, but I've been saying this since the end of week one. It was very clear once America and Israel started doing their bombing campaigns, okay, and Iran kept blowing up Bahrain, Iran kept blowing up Kuwait, Iran kept blowing up the UAE and Saudi Arabia, while simultaneously successfully striking Israel over and over again, and in the process of the GCC strikes, destroying key radar and early advanced warning systems, shutting off America and Israel's eyes and ears in the region that played a formative role in their defenses so they could calculate missile trajectories ahead of time and successfully intercept them. Once Iran was able to do that, it was over. It's only a matter of time until they are continuously pummeling Israel. If Iran right now dug out enough TELs and do the same volleys that they did on day one, okay, Israel would be done. Israel would receive a punishment that they have never experienced in their lives, especially if they did it in coordination with Hezbollah and Ansar Allah. It would be fucking over. So the fact that they're still keeping up with this, even if it goes against their safety and security, is understandable if you understand what fascism looks like. It's understandable if you understand what a suicidal ideology Zionism, and because fascism is, right? But America should be restraining Israel, and yet America is led by a philo-Semitic boomer moron who also is not listening to anybody and is probably dumb enough to think that there's a super secret military campaign that they haven't pulled off yet, but they could at any given moment, but they just simply didn't for the last 40 fucking days. Okay? They had the capacity to do so, America, but they just didn't do it. And that's stupid, right? It's obviously stupid. If they had it, if they were capable of doing this, then they would have. Now you're being pro-Israel, bro. What are you saying? Bro, Mossad watches you up close. Stop explaining it to them. Okay, dude. Yeah, all of that. America doesn't leave soldiers behind. Bullshit only applies when the U.S. is trying to mask their failures with a PR stunt. American troops have been sitting ducks in the Middle East. Their leaders couldn't care less. No fortifications, hiding in hotels, etc. It's true.
Was possible.
Yeah. Elisa Slotkin was asked about me, which, I'm now beefing with senators, American senators, which is why it's really funny when people are like, xylitol is coming after you, bro. It's like, okay, well, I have drama with fucking sitting American senators in the Democratic Party and also many in the Republican Party, so I'm good. Yeah, a CIA agent too. Yeah, xylophone dissed you, bro. Okay, well, so did fucking Elisa Slotkin, okay? I feel like there's, one probably is more important than the other. Anyway, this is so anger inducing. The idea that like Benjamin Netanyahu fucking, like this is the type of shit that I get mad about and think that is probably happening behind closed doors. But to read it on CBS News, Israel's #1 propaganda outlet, by the way, is unfucking bearable. It's insane. It's insane. The notion that Benjamin Netanyahu can make a fucking boss call. Trump says Netanyahu told him he'd low key it. That's not going to work, is it? Yeah, the Israel lobby honestly has significantly undersold the issue of state capture by organized foreign interests, and it's also clearly gotten much worse since then. I suspect an update will be written. Yeah. I think the Israel lobby doesn't even explain it any longer. Like this is so fucking beyond the pale. Obviously, most Americans are cattle and are completely oblivious to everything that's going on, and they have no understanding of what this means for the might of the American military, what our capabilities are. They have no way of thinking ahead, and they don't even pay attention to what's going on right now. But the fact that like America won't restrain Israel in this moment, whether it be to preserve Israel's safety and security in the long run, or at least even in the short run, or capabilities of force projection and what remains, is unbelievable. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm losing my fucking mind. The U.S. position shifted following a phone call between Netanyahu and Mr. Trump. Two sources familiar told CBS News that the changing U.S. positions and the disjointed regime in Iran are making diplomacy highly complex. Vice President J.D. Vance told reporters Wednesday that there was a legitimate misunderstanding about the terms of the ceasefire, but he placed blame on the Iranians for misunderstanding that it included the proxy forces in Lebanon. They're literally lying at the behest of Israel. Mearsheimer even said his realist framework no longer works for Israel. It's completely irrational. Yes, the reason why it's completely irrational is because Israel's fucking fascist. Israel's a fascist country. It was not rational for Rhodesia to try to do what it did. It was not rational for Nazi Germany to try to do what it did. Okay? It's not rational because they're fascist. It's that simple. Fascism is a suicidal death cult. It's a suicidal ideology. At the end of that, you have unlimited appetite for death and destruction against all of these enemies that you are dominating, that you think are lesser than. And ultimately, you're going to fail. You're going to overextend. You're going to bite off more than you can chew. And if you don't actually restrain yourself, eventually you're going to die. You're going to kill your population. Your regime is going to end. Of course, from my perspective, right? From my personal perspective, like I don't want Israel to go through this process because that process is going to be incredibly bloody and incredibly violent for everyone else that's in the crosshairs, right? So that's the reason why I'm like, America needs to restrain Israel. America needs to stop, to bring Israel to heel. But it's clear that Israel doesn't give a shit, and they just keep pummeling every other country in the fucking region. The Iran ceasefire is already breaking down, says Robert A. Pape. Strikes continue. Hormuz is unstable. Forces are on edge. This is not de-escalation. It's a pause inside of a system still moving. Most people think Trump will avoid escalation. That misses the point. He's not choosing freely anymore. Each step leaves him with two options: escalate further or accept a bigger defeat. Exactly. There's one real decision left. Ground operations. Cross that line. Long war. Avoid it. Iran consolidates power, nuclear capability, leverage over global energy. Either path reshapes the system. What matters now are signals, not statements. U.S. force movement, control of Hormuz, Iran's nuclear posture. I'm breaking this down live and take questions today at 7 p.m. So, yeah, I do agree with this. AI generated? Potentially. But I think, I mean, this is what I've heard him say already. So it's not new. Kamal Karazi, former Iranian foreign minister and senior advisor to the Supreme Leader, dies from airstrike injuries. Karazi, the head of Iran's Strategic Council on Foreign Relations, had died from injuries sustained in a U.S.-Israeli strike on his Tehran home on April 1st. His wife was killed in the initial attack. He served as Iran's foreign minister from 1997 to 2005. As an ambassador to the United Nations from 1989 to 1997, he was a senior advisor to the late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and continued in that role in his successor, Mojtaba Khamenei. At the time of the strike, Karazi had reportedly been working with the Pakistani intermediaries to arrange a direct meeting between Iranian officials and Vice President J.D. Vance, making him a central figure in the diplomatic channel that ultimately produced the fragile ceasefire now under severe strain. Yeah. No. Cool, we killed another 81-year-old is what some people in the chat are saying. This is a very significant 81-year-old, okay? What he represented was a pathway towards a ceasefire. So you know Israel fucking killed him for that reason. Even as the head of Iran's Strategic Council on Foreign Relations, okay, senior advisor to Ali Khamenei, Kamal Karazi, was formative in previous negotiations with the United States of America. He was another one of the guys who actually wanted to negotiate with the United States of America. Israel offed him for that reason. It doesn't make sense. Like from a perspective of realpolitik, from a perspective of like a country that wants to remain sovereign, a country that wants to protect its citizens, what Israel is doing in this circumstance is basically signing off on its death sentence. Okay? Because eventually, unless they know something that we don't, and that could very well be the case, like maybe they know exactly how many missiles Iran has remaining, maybe they've made that calculation, and that Iran simply doesn't have the capabilities of like blowing up Israel, or maybe they've made the calculation that they could lose like 10,000, 20,000 Israeli citizens in the process before they start nuking Iran, you know, or during the nukes of Iran. I don't know, but Israel doesn't have the capabilities of turning Iran into Gaza. Okay? They don't. Even alongside the United States of America, if they were to try to do that, they would need significantly larger forces. One might even assume that we don't have the capacity right now, so we'd have to institute a draft, right? And Israel's still actively and aggressively pushing in that direction, because without American troops on the ground, they're not going to be able to successfully stop the Iranian strikes. They're not going to be able to do that. What is this? Why do I keep clicking on Hasan on me links? It's always something crazy. Always chirping with other chatters. Oh my God. Hezbollah fired ballistic missiles all the way down to Tel Aviv and Ashdod. At least one impact site reported. Channel 12 says launched from Lebanon to the center. Hezbollah announced 51 operations today. CNN reports on a European diplomat. Trump is pressuring NATO to commit to helping secure the Strait of Hormuz within days. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're still doing the same shit. They're still. This is day one shit, buddy. This is what you were trying to do on day one, and then day two. White House aides got an email last month telling them not to place bets on prediction markets. Multiple sources told CBS News. Oh, fucking. Everything is falling apart. It's like everything is fucking falling apart in real time. Everything is falling apart in real time. And the only thing that these animals care about is just like making some side money. What good are those dollars going to do if it's all over? You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like we are some of the only sane people that remain on Earth. Like everyone is either completely oblivious to what's taking place in real time, or they're totally propagandized into believing that we're somehow winning. What is this? 60 seconds of Zen? What the fuck? I feel like you don't have to be super brilliant or have like incredible foresight to see the way the situation is designed. Like all you need to do is look at the players and look at whether or not they are continuing their war goals. Israel and the United States of America are not, and Iran is. It's that simple. And they do recognize it. Americans behind closed doors obviously recognize it. Okay? America recognizes it so much that they are the ones who are demanding a ceasefire. And Iran recognizes it so much that they're saying no until they get pressured by China. Meanwhile, this is what the White House aides are doing. They're using government officials using non-public info to place wagers on Kalshi and Polymarket, said the email from the White House Management Office. The warning reminded staff that that's a criminal offense and is also prohibited by government ethics regulations. All White House employees are reminded that the misuse of non-public information by government employees for financial benefit is a very serious offense and will not be tolerated. That will completely capabilities, global energy markets. America's on a suicide pact with Israel that will completely destroy the global energy markets, demanding ceasefires against a hardened Iran that's only responding in the affirmative due to pressures by China. Meanwhile, everyone with proximity to power in the U.S. are behaving vultures picking up apart the corpse for scraps. What a time to be alive. Meanwhile, everyone with proximity to power in the U.S. is behaving like vultures picking apart the corpse of the U.S. for scraps. What a time to be alive. It's just dying empire, man. I didn't think it would happen this fast. Genuinely. Have you ever considered that you may be a liability to Democrats because you're a cutie patootie? Yeah, they're stripping copper out of the walls for a quick hit is correct. With Israel holding that Israel controls. Oh, completely. Okay. This is USSR shit? No, this has never happened before. I can't think of any time in history where the junior partner has had this level of control over the dominant empire. I don't think it's ever happened. Nothing like this is throughout history. Like empires rise and fall. Okay. But oftentimes empires rise and fall because of their own mistakes. And this is a mistake, obviously, that America will own. But I've never, maybe there is a historical example that is not coming to mind right now. Maybe there is a historical example, but I have never I can't recall ever a time where you had an empire that was completely captured by another country or another like influential figure from the outside. Yeah, the closest example is an internal empire faction within power, not external partner nation. Yeah, I don't think it's ever happened like this, unless you say like the Vatican. Maybe is that an analog? I genuinely think the American-Israeli relationship is absolutely and totally unique to history. I said America's on a suicide pact with Israel that Israel controls that will completely destroy the global energy markets, and most people are oblivious to how badly the U.S. is losing, demanding ceasefires against the hardened Iran that's only responding in the affirmative due to pressures by China. Meanwhile, everyone with proximity to power in the U.S. is behaving like vultures, picking apart the corpse of the U.S. for scraps. What a time to be alive. It's genuinely crazy. Like there's always been allegiances with other countries, USSR, Rome. There's always been like allegiances that these empires and coalitions have designed. But when push comes to shove, they pull the fucking they pull the ripcord. Historically, when push comes to shove, the big superpower says, all right, fuck off, enough. Albania and the world. It's funny. I don't understand. Meanwhile, young eligible men will be automatically registered for the military draft pool starting in December as a part of a measure tucked into the annual defense policy bill Congress signed into law last year. Men ages 18 to 26 must already register for selective service in case a draft is required. Here's what you need to know about the automatic selective service registration. They also increased the draft age as well. So there's that. But, Alex Jones responded from the car to the Trump attack. Oh, hell yeah. It's like if the Russian Empire went into World War I entirely because of their commitment to Serbian nationalism and not at all because of their own imperial interests. I think it's historically unprecedented. Yeah, I can't. They know their time is up. Marco Rubio just said it. Marco Rubio, we won't have to talk about sanctions in 5 years because there will be so many countries transacting in currencies other than the dollar that we won't have the ability to sanction them. Oh my God.
In our hemisphere, largest country in the Western Hemisphere south of us, cut a trade deal with China. They're going to, from now on, do trade in their own currencies, get right around the dollar. They're creating a secondary economy in the world.
No, that's not true. We created the secondary economy. We did that first with our sanctions regime. But then also, this is an old clip probably. There's no way this is a new clip. We did that, for the record. This is probably before to justify why we have to wage war with Venezuela. He's probably trying to justify that, right? It's an old clip. It's still true. It's still true. And it says Senator Marco Rubio. It's a very old clip. Okay? It is true, though. This did happen, but it only happened because we applied sanctions to so many countries that a secondary market was formed out of necessity. And not only that, but also we hit the mother of all sanctions on Russia, which was a major energy provider to the rest of the world that literally had to operate outside of the dollar. We forced Russia to operate outside of the dollar by hitting them with by basically forcing them outside of the SWIFT system, where 80% of all transactions operate on, that America has full control over. And then it's over. At that point, it's like they had to move to a different currency. They're not going to give up. They're not going to be like, all right, well, I guess we'll just fucking die. Of course, it's a major country. It's a major energy provider. Yeah, Brandon did that, for the record. Ironically enough, that was a big Brandon deal. Victims respond to Melania. Let me tell it as it is. Any notion of the U.S. projecting heavy firepower with their strategic bombers B-1, B-2 on strategic Iranian targets is highly questionable. They have not been used on one of Iran's top 10 missile cities, Shiraz. If they had been, damage would be well visible. Instead, the base remains fully operational after 40 days. To make it clear, no mass GBU-72 bunker buster B-1 raid, nor B-2 GBU-57 MOP raids would have any chance to harm the missile drone arsenal there. But the entrances could have been heavily mauled, significantly reducing launch rate. Operational freedom over Iran by assets like the B-2 remain highly questionable due to this finding. This goes back to what I was saying. If you got it, you would have used it, okay? If you had the capability, if America had the capabilities of doing that, they would have used it by now. They obviously don't. They've done a fuck ton of bombing campaigns, specifically using standoff munitions and deploying far more standoff munitions than they should have, especially considering that those missiles are the missiles that we're using are specifically designed against Russia and against China. Okay, you only do that when you're desperate. You only do that when you don't have air superiority. So there's no reason to believe that like the conditions have changed at all. Iranian foreign minister clapping back advance. Iran's foreign minister fires back advance with his own words and a Netanyahu trial reminder. Abbas Araghchi, Mr. Shia Smirk himself, quoted Vice President J.D. Vance back at him on Wednesday in a pointed response to Vance's dismissal of Iran's demand that Lebanon be included in the ceasefire. Vance had said, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but it's their choice. Araghchi replied on X, if the U.S. wishes to crater its economy by letting Netanyahu kill diplomacy, that would ultimately be its choice. We think that would be dumb, but are prepared for it. The foreign minister also noted that Netanyahu's criminal trial resumes Sunday, writing that a region-wide ceasefire, including Lebanon, would hasten his jailing, suggesting that Israel's prime minister has personal incentives to keep the war going. Iran's parliament speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, sharpened the ultimatum in recent hours, posting, time is running out, and outlining 3 demands to Washington, including that Lebanon and the resistance axis are inseparable from the ceasefire. Remember, this war is a loss. How do some Stone Age chimps take out a bunch of jets? Stone Age chimps. That's a fucking civilization that has been around for far longer than we have. Who the fuck are the chimps, you think? Is it the 1,000-year civilization that has been able to withstand the most powerful military force on the fucking planet after we have destroyed their fucking economy? We have capabilities of engaging in economic warfare, and we have done so. We have literally applied tremendous sanctions to the fucking country, and they have still survived in spite of that. Who are the real chimps in this situation? It's such a funny Americope moment to like call the guys that are using a fraction of the resources that we have, which is virtually unlimited in this regard in comparison to what Iran has. The guys that are using a fraction of the resource that we have to successfully deter us militarily, blow up all of our assets, show the rest of the fucking planet and all the other great powers that exist right now, all the other power centers that exist, that America doesn't have the fucking smoke. America doesn't have the capabilities of defending their fucking allies. And you're out here calling them chimps. We realize that, hold on. You underestimate the power of illusion granted by believing in Western superiority. We're fucked and we'll never see it. Those chimps are literally bending us over a barrel. I know. Sorry. I got a text that worried me for a second. Is Chatter age 10 or just uneducated? Isn't the Persian civilization covered before high school graduation in every school system? I mean, it's not even the Persian civilization at this point. What we're talking about is obviously their current military capabilities, in spite of their lack of resources, in spite of the fact that we have been able to successfully starve their economy. They are still capable of showing up and deterring us militarily and greatly undermining the confidence that other countries previously had on American force projection capabilities. You know, it's fucking over. And so many people are just like lost in the sauce. They're just oblivious.
Well, President Trump came out on Truth Social and attacked myself and all the original MAGA supporters today. And I'm just so sad that whatever's happened to him has totally changed the man he once was, because he did so much good. That said, it followed just a few hours after Melania Trump came out, unannounced. Reportedly, Trump didn't know, and said she wasn't involved with Epstein and she supports a full investigation by Congress into the Epstein cover-up. Trump says Epstein's a hoax. So this reminds me of Melinda French, when she started turning against Bill, also over Epstein. So Trump's got big problems, folks. And I am just so concerned about this country and the world. Trump's being led around by the nose by Netanyahu and by Mark Levin and others. And it's so sad. The Iran war is a total disaster. A black eye for America. They control the Strait of Hormuz. It is just absolutely incredible what we're seeing and what we're facing. I supported the old Trump that got so many good things done. But at the end of the day, I just feel sorry for him and pray that God touch his heart and soul and free him from the demonic influences that he's under. I mean, it's just that simple. This is a nightmare. We know the Democrats, the left, are absolutely terrible. But when Trump's calling for wiping out whole civilizations and acting like a supervillain, I have to come out and say I don't support it. It's that simple. So again, Trump's own wife came out in an unannounced press conference today and said the Epstein.
Dude, what is happening? Oh, God, Nick Mullen. When people say anti-Semitism is on the right, what I see in my mind is the most beautiful hot air balloon anyone's ever seen. And in the basket, I'm there with Sonic and Mario and Wallace and Gromit, and we're peacefully drifting up, and up towards Nasrallah and Khamenei. Okay, listen, this is not even close to his worst, his most ambitious take, okay? The Blue Chew one was probably the one that takes the cake. This is the guy Iran wants to negotiate with? Yeah, I mean, we covered this already. Yeah, it's stupid. What is this? Muslim streamer Hasan Piker, who was caught on camera sleeping in first class on an airplane yesterday while wearing pro-social clothing with his ethnic, is openly called for capitalists to be murdered. Why are Democrats campaigning with this violent Muslim lunatic? Yeah, it's okay. Look at how deep fried this is. Yeah, rewind to 3540 if you want the Slock and Hasan question. For some reason, this live stream isn't ending, so I can't send a timestamp because they're having fun.
You can bet on whether, the Reds are going to win or lose today. You're a career civilian, as I was, or a political person.
In dividing us, the cascading results of that are a lack of trust in government, not just at the federal level, but even here at the local level. And so
did I get it?
Principled stand, particularly in the face of that, is so critically important. Let's go around the horn here. Yeah, go ahead, Xavier. Mike is on the way. Oh, he's got his question written. A good Xavier student is prepared.
So, basically, going back to what was said over here, you have not taken money from AIPAC, but pro-Israel lobbies and their donors have spent $4.5 million on your campaigns. But I do have a question unrelated to that. I just wanted to add that. So I'm curious why left-leaning media, well, I guess mainstream media and establishment Democrats are spending energy attacking influencers like Hasan Piker, as has been in the news lately, and why the Democratic establishment is just like immune to criticizing Democratic leadership like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, who are some of the main drivers in the reason that the Democratic Party is at its lowest approval rating in history.
Well, a couple of things. First, just to correct the record, I'm not sure.
That's not a secret, HasanAbi head. That's a active HasanAbi head. Come on now. Come on now. Hey, rise up. Great framing, great mention that's not so subtle about the AIPAC donation. Oh, Adam Wren posted it.
Student is prepared.
Taken money from AIPAC, but pro-Israel lobbies and their donors have spent $4.5 million on your campaigns. But I do have a question. Left-leaning media, well, I guess mainstream media, and
Bro, everyone but Megaphonics will stick up for you. Oh my God. True. Oh my God. Literally, he switched up. Okay. Megaphonics got Chatter of the Year and switched up on us, on me, on you. Straight up, bro. He was like, I'm Chatter of the Year, dude. What do you mean? That's crazy. Chatter of the Year, by the way, can't even defend me at Seder. Okay? Can't even defend me at Seder, bro. That's wild. That's wild. Meanwhile, we got HasanAbi heads out there that are defending me against senators. Yeah, he has a wife. He's too powerful. After go to 8:15, a second HasanAbi head pops up and defends the other HasanAbi head. He got it on name recognition only. Damn, there's people claiming that there was some trickery about. Respectfully, I'm not defending you in public. I think it's time for that to happen. I've never said that before, but I think we're officially there, considering that it's like coming from mainstream resources, and they are presenting me as a fixture of this movement. Yeah, Megaphonics is not even here right now. That's how disloyal he is. Her answer is so condescending, so the other guy calls her out on her BS answer. Okay, we'll look at that in a second.
establishment Democrats are spending energy attacking influencers like Hassan Piker, as has been in the news lately, and why the Democratic establishment is just like immune to criticizing Democratic leadership like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, who are some of the main drivers in the reason that the Democratic Party is at its lowest approval rating in history.
Well, a couple of things. First, just to correct the record, I'm not sure what you're referring to on not AIPAC, but the Israel lobby. If you're equating Israel lobby to Jews, I got a problem with that.
Yeah, no, he said it very clearly, which is that AIPAC didn't organize the donations and directly donate, but AIPAC donors have donated to you. That was that's a pretty understandable concern, many of which first of all, we don't even know if they're Jewish or not. We just know they're AIPAC donors. A lot of these MAGA billionaires that donate to AIPAC are not Jewish. Many of them are also Christian Zionists. So that conflation is not being made by the chatter, but by you. In any case.
And that just like you wouldn't say, the Iranian, Iranians, whatever happens, the Iranian government does is what Iranian Americans believe.
Wait, what? Why is she dressed like Adam Friedland? God damn. This is what the other chatter got mad at? Nice. I'm glad that another chatter was there to clock it too. Because that's actually pretty insincere, in my opinion. Like, her response is really bad. I had a coworker talk about you when I put on your stream and said, isn't he the dog car guy? And I says, so what? Are you a vegan or something? And he never questioned it again and still watches. Nice. Own them in the marketplace of ideas.
I think it's really important, especially now, to make a distinction between the Israeli government and the choices that they're making and the average Jew, okay? And Jewish people who donate to campaigns. So I feel very strongly about that. But in terms of
wait, where's the rest
what
of
you're
it?
referring to is wouldn't say, the Iranian that believe. Israeli government and the choices.
By the way, even the mere mention of AIPAC got her going, like she's already stubbing her toe on this. Like, it's clear that, God, she is not ready for the big leagues. It's crazy because, like, she's literally, how are you this up?
That they're making and the average Jew, okay? And Jewish people who donate to campaigns. So I feel very strongly about that. But in terms of criticizing or not criticizing, again, I can't represent, there's not like some Oz behind the curtain of establishment Democrats. I can only represent myself. And when it comes to talking about anybody who comes into our world, and Hasan Piker was just in Michigan, Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Senate that the caucus that I sit in. The only way that I know.
Wait, is she saying Chuck Schumer is my op? Is she saying Chuck Schumer knows about me and is putting out boss calls? Hold on now. That's an interesting mention of Chuck Schumer. Why does she mention Chuck Schumer? What does Chuck Schumer have to do with this? I thought the boss call came from a donor.
How to get through, certainly as a Democrat representing a state that just voted for Trump, is you got to call balls and strikes. You got to be able to call out the people that you don't like on the other side, but you also got to be able to call out.
Question mentioned Schumer. Yeah, but she's now no longer talking about her loyalty to Chuck Schumer. She's now talking about, I mean, I guess she's answering that, but the way that she put that in there made it seem like it was in reference to, it somehow associated Chuck Schumer with the reason why she called me out.
Things when you see it on your side. So let's take leadership, right? Chuck Schumer. It's a hard job to be leader, but I've said for years, including when Joe Biden was president, that we desperately need a new generation of leadership in the White House, the House, and the Senate. And I say that here. I've said it a million times.
That's it? Ugh, that's not very good. Calling balls and strikes like CB Buckner. Say this is on. The baseball heads will understand. Okay. For folks contending Hasan the Hun isn't coming up on the campaign trail.
A question unrelated to that.
I mean, I shouldn't be coming up on the campaign trail, but the reason why I'm coming up on the campaign trail against Elisa Slotkin is because she randomly brought me up after getting, 0.8, like right here, 810.
We'll do 3 rapid fire questions. So why don't you all ask your questions, and then we'll try to answer all 3 at the same time. Go ahead.
So what are your thoughts on the filibuster and the 60-vote majority in the Senate?
Foreign Affairs guy, what
That's
do we
okay.
do to repair our relations around the world? They're in the trash right now.
Oh, boy.
So first off, I wanted to say I found your response to the gentleman in front of me offensively bad faith to conflate support for Israel while they are committing, and while they just had a terror attack on Lebanon yesterday, almost 300 people, to conflate that with the Jewish identity. That is what anti-Semitism looks like. But my question is, I am so tired of the Democratic Party villainizing the left, villainizing progressives, and we've seen it here where they've tried to push away progressive voices. How can we empower those progressive voices?
Speak on it, King! Speak on it! God damn! Bro, she's gonna get me, she's gonna get John Kiriakou to me when we do a meetup. She's gonna activate John Kiriakou on my ass, dude. God damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. She's going to Steven Seagal your ass. HasanAbi heads sticking up for each other. Yeah, I respect that. Okay. 47 cruise on your ass.
You said you want to be a big tent, but right now you're not growing the tent. You're moving the tent away from its base.
Okay, let's start. I'll go around, or maybe I'll start with you and come back. So what I take issue with is someone saying that I took $4.5 million from the pro-Israel lobby that's not AIPAC. I don't know what that is, but if that's counting Jewish donors and saying Jewish donors are somehow the same as pro-Israel lobby, I got a problem with that. And not just as an...
But that's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying at all. They're saying AIPAC donors and pro-Israel donors that donate to pro-Israel causes have donated to you to the tune of $4.5 billion. And they're doing it not directly through AIPAC, but through AIPAC mailers, for example. Okay? That's one of the ways that you're getting, that's one of the ways that fundraisers are happening for you. Okay? That's what it is. Yeah, nothing in this questioner's comment suggests he's asking Slotkin about money from Jewish people in general, yet she immediately suggests great. Did I say billion? I meant million. I'm sorry, 4.8 million. Great technique for 2028, okay? If you have ambitions for becoming president, whenever people ask about, whenever people question like what your level of interest is in fundraising from big pro-Israeli donors that are fundraising off of AIPAC mailers, for example, you just immediately say they're anti-Jewish. They're Jew haters. This will definitely increase the excitement around your candidacy. It will certainly work. It's a great message, you know. Unrelated, but I think our ambitions are cabinet level, not president. I mean, I could see that. Like she's running for president, so she gets a cabinet seat, right? Like that's what you're trying to say. Asked about AIPAC by someone's grandma too. HasanAbi heads are of all different ages.
And we'll get you a mic so we can hear you.
Anyway, let's finish the rest of
Elected
this.
official as a Jew. So I have no problem standing by that statement. In terms of the progressive wing of the party, look, I don't think there's anyone shoving anyone. Look at the election like in New York City. I don't think we're in a moment where like moderates are pushing progressives out. I would argue that the debate is no longer just progressive versus moderate, right? On that same election night when Mr. Mamdani won in New York City, Abigail Spanberger won in Virginia.
Oh, God. Yeah, great. Schumer has still not endorsed Mamdani. Why is she wearing her grandfather's clothes? She's trying to be like me, little bro. That's why. She saw my fit at the Michigan rally and was like, that's a good fit. I gotta pull off that one. Maybe I'll be able to bring in a large crowd of youths.
Mamdani's not going to win in Virginia, and Abigail's not going to win in New York City, and that's okay.
That's not true. You don't know that. Why would Mamdani not win in Virginia? What the fuck?
All right. And what wins in Michigan isn't going to work in California or vice versa. My issue is the vitriol of people saying it has to be my way or the highway. So I have no problem with Mr. Mamdani winning in New York City. I wouldn't know how to win there. But I think the thing that the thing I feel about the whole debate, progressive versus moderate, it feels stale to me. The way I see it as a new senator, 1 year in, when I sit in that room with other senior elected senators, it doesn't split down lines of moderate versus progressive. It splits down lines of fight versus flight.
Oh, God. Oh, it's so bad. This is 100% you, Mitch, voter coded. What did these centrists say when Plattner wins in Purple, Maine, or when Syed wins in literally her state? Yeah, it's, well, if Syed wins, or when Syed wins, inshallah, they will say, oh, Michigan is blue. Of course that happened. That's what happened. Plattner, on the other hand, is unironically taking out a Republican seat, right? That is unique. That directly, as I said at the time, when Plattner first said that he was running for office, if you remember, I said there's a lot of excitement around this guy. I like him a lot. People yelled at me. They said I love baby murderers, blah, blah, blah, all the shit. But what did I tell you? Plattner's victory in Maine against the Republican seat single-handedly disproves the Matt Iglesias and the centrist condition for victory. The reason why we must constantly moderate to the center is because, well, God forbid, we got purple districts, we got red states where Democrats need to win, and these progressive forces are fucking up the bag for those guys, okay? It destroys that argument. So I've been waiting for that moment so I can fucking literally rub it in every single centrist face. I've been waiting for that moment, okay? Just you fucking wait, because that destroys the concept entirely. It would literally disprove Slotkin's argument that Mamdani can't win in VA. Yes. Also, it undermines the polling that was conducted on this that showed that Mamdani's policies are popular broadly, universally, every district, in every fucking American district. Zoran's policies are popular across the United States. Okay? That's it. That was a not so subtle way for her to imply that Zoran is unelectable elsewhere. That's bullshit. Now, there's different versions that you have to make it specific to whatever the needs of your locality is. What is this? Your fit here is brazy? Stop. I know. Did you read the article for the lady from No Labels wrote about you on the Hill? No, I didn't. But No Labels has been aggressively doing ad spend on Twitter against me, and then also doing ads against Bernie and also AOC, using me as a cudgel, as a way to like attack them as well. But again, they're No Motion. No Labels should be called No Motion. Okay? The fuck do you mean No Labels? Yeah, nobody will read it, but future articles will quote them. Exactly. That's how it works with even the third way guys, right? Bro, we're talking about Texas Democrats having a plus 33 approval rating for the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, and a minus 33 disapproval rating for AIPAC. Okay? This is the age of the internet. The notion that these kinds of policies are not popular everywhere is idiotic, because the same material conditions exist everywhere. What, you think people don't want social housing in other places? They're like, oh, not for me, please. I would not like to fix the housing market. Actually, things are fucking great here. Yeah, oh no, I love medical debt. I love being saddled with medical debt. Please, more medical debt for me. I hate the notion of destroying the private healthcare provider system that we have. It's fucking stupid. I'm a swing voter, and I personally want to make sure that United Healthcare CEOs continue to turn profit, continue to justify their ginormous fucking salaries by gatekeeping or paywalling healthcare from me. I love that. I want my mother to spend her last days on the phone begging the insurance to cover her chemotherapy bills. Even though she's going to die soon, she doesn't want to leave behind tremendous amounts of debt for her family. That's what I like. Also, that the GDP can go up. That's what I want. Is that what you think is going on in the mind of a median voter? In the mind of a swing voter? What are you, fucking stupid? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Matthew Petty says, politics is not really about fixed percentages of the population belonging to this camp or the other. People will sort in different directions depending on what choices actually are. We all joke about the incoherent median voter, but that's just goes to show you how it works. That's true. And the plurality sorts themselves into nothing, partially because there isn't anything appealing about either direction. Yeah. Plattner is running it up on Collins. I know he's got like plus 10 on Collins, according to, yeah, look at this. Collins versus Plattner matchup. Democratic Plattner plus 76, Republican Collins plus 61. Independents go by 20 points to Plattner. This is straight up. You must be devastated. Yes, as a longtime, famously, a longtime advocate of Pills Mafia, I said that I will stay with her till the bitter end, famously. But all jokes aside, this is obviously in large parts due to the anti-Trump resentment for sure, but it's also absolutely because of left populism. Okay? That's it. It's left populism. 1,000,000%. That's also why I keep consistently saying that it's much harder for left populists, or it used to be much harder for left populists to get out of their primaries, the Democratic primaries, than it is for them to destroy the Republicans. Okay? You put a matchup with like a moderate Republican in a purplish state that is historically a red seat with a left populist candidate that comes out of fucking nowhere with no background in politics whatsoever as a total outsider, and you see these results. You better not back down, Hasan. The Janistas will never, the Janitsaries. Respectfully, Plattner, you don't overlook his bullshit unless his platform is popular. No, the things that we consider to be bullshit, red flags or bad, the average Mainer doesn't give a fuck about, okay? As a matter of fact, it probably works for his appeal. Like, the Nazi tattoo for the average Mainer is, they didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo. They believe him. His background as a machine gunner in the Marine Corps, and a 4-tour machine gunner at that, including water, is either completely irrelevant or a benefit, okay? Mainers do not have the same considerations that fucking anti-imperialist, Maoist third worlders have. What the fuck are we talking about? I made that very clear from the start to all of you. It's so funny that there's this like weird, unholy this unholy allegiance that now exists with Maoist third worldists and the most annoying blue dog centrist, pro-Israel Democrats out there. Like they've united in their arms to wage this battle against Plattner, and he's just cooking. I don't trust Plattner, not only because of all that shit, I still think he will flip once in Fetterman style. I don't know. I mean, Plattner's passage just screams he can be another Fetterman to me. I hope you're right. I'm no Plattner hater, but him not coming on the stream is sus as fuck. I think that the people that are consulting him changed a little bit. Look, I'll give you a little inside baseball, okay? I'll give you a little bit of inside baseball. He's a HasanAbi hit. Yeah, there it is. A lot of these guys still heavily lean in whichever direction their consultants tell them to lean in, okay? And I think initially, I mean, he was super stoked, right? He was super, super stoked. And then I was very critical of a bunch of things that he had done, okay? I was critical of his background and stuff like that. And I think they were shy about putting him in front of someone who was going to outleft him, right? Like putting him in front of someone who was going to call into question his background very critically. Because he went to a lot of like left adjacent podcasts. I mean, Pod Save America, obviously. And then also on top of that, he went to, he's a big Majority Report fan. And there is no reason for him to come here. Let's be real. He was already cooking, and there's no reason for him to come here and like get yelled at by a bunch of people that are going to call him a fucking baby killer. It doesn't make any sense. So from his team's perspective, I think like it was just like irrelevant. Some of these chatters are going to be full self-destruction when Plattner doesn't have a stroke and actual brain damage induced switch up. They clearly have no idea what happened with Fetterman. Dude would actually be in the hospital since the stroke melted his brain if he wasn't a senator. I know. But I also think, come on, man, you have to acknowledge Twitch left fumbled Plattner straight up. Don't make this about his team. You're not keeping it real right now. Wait, what? Twitch left fumbled Plattner? What do you mean? Michael from Pennsylvania was eating Plattner's dick from day one and very aggressively defending him unconditionally. I was more critical than Michael from Pennsylvania was and was trying to fucking reason with my chatters. Not that it mattered. Ultras were still losing their fucking minds, and they still are to this day. Anytime I bring up Plattner, there's like unbelievable brain disease about who he or what he represents. Okay? But what did I say? Even back then? I said, regardless of my criticisms, I think Plattner's victory will show something very positive. I tweeted it at the time as well. This is partially untrue. Mike critiqued him heavily early on. Yeah, well, Mike's a fucking idiot who had no issue with Plattner and plenty of issues with Cat, so let's be real here. Okay, calm down. You guys are being unnecessarily aggressive here. In any case, I think I had a pretty reasonable take on Plattner. I did not think that he was going to turn into fucking John Fetterman. I said that there are some significant red flags in his background, Blackwater being the most consequential one, and then the Nazi tattoo. I was like, holy shit. Paired up with Blackwater, it's a little ridiculous. However, what did I tell you at the time? That the most likely scenario here is that he actually did fucking trip on mushrooms and Majority Report, his Majority Report fandom, specifically Michael Brooks fandom, according to his own Reddit journey, most likely bricked his consciousness entirely and flipped his mentality on this stuff almost completely. All 7 Maine voters, 6 progressives and 1 moderate, said they're backing Plattner in June 9 primary. Plattner is Maine. He's rough around the edges. He's seen for most of our lives, said Julie S., noting that Plattner was also endorsed by Senator Bernie Sanders. Yeah. Also, my major thing was Medicare for all and anti-Israel, like anti-genocide. You come out of the gay swinging against Israel, especially when he started, because a lot of people forget. When Graham Plattner was anti-Israel, it was nowhere near as favorable, okay? A lot of people have recency bias, and we always analyze and interpret things with today's lens, okay? When Zoran Mamdani came out and said, I'm not going to Israel, I'm the mayor of New York, I'm going to stay in New York, that was a brave moment for him, especially considering that most politicians were not saying that and absolutely would have shied away from saying that. Maybe Plattner doesn't want to be called anti-Semitic by going on the HasanAbi broadcast. Yeah, that's what it is. The guy with the Nazi tattoo is worried about being called anti-Semitic. He's like, listen, guys, I had a totem cough on my chest. Okay, I had a totem cough on my chest, but this HasanAbi guy, I mean, he's something else. We don't have many Jews here in Maine, yeah, except for Grant Plattner's wife, who is Jewish. And Grant Plattner's brother-in-law, from what I understand, that is like one of the actual red flags. Grant Plattner's brother-in-law was not only in the IDF, but also fucking straight up is like one of the security consultants or whatever. But I still believe that his perspective on this is sincere. Oh, God, I shouldn't have said that. Now all the schizos are going to fucking lose their minds. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you want to know why? You want to know why we know Grant Plattner's brother-in-law it was in the Israeli occupying forces? Or his brother's wife? No, his brother's wife is Jewish, not his wife? No, his brother-in-law, not his wife, his brother's wife. Okay, sorry. His sister-in-law. Wait, his brother-in-law was in Gaza, no? Okay, you want to know why we know that, for the record? His brother-in-law was literally in the IDF. You want to know why we know that? Because Jewish Insider leaked it. Okay? His wife's brother, not brother's wife. Yeah, his wife's brother was in the IDF. His wife is Jewish. And his wife, Grant Plattner's wife is Jewish, and Grant Plattner's wife's brother was in the IDF. Okay? Not only that. Wait, hold on. I got to get the door. My dad was locked out. Okay, so as I was saying, why would the right plant Plattner? Not real. The fucking the plant accusations are stupid. But in any case, Baba ne diyorsun ya? Yani inanamıyorum. Sorry, he was about to say something crazy. As I was trying to explain, and I didn't even get to the main point that I was trying to make about this. Grant Plattner's wife, as far as I understand, is Jewish. His brother's wife is Jewish. His stepbrother was in the IDF, and the guy he was pictured with, oh, his brother's wife is Jewish. Okay, I thought his wife was Jewish. Okay, regardless, the reason why we know that his stepbrother was in the IDF, or like someone connected to him directly is in the IDF, is because Jewish Insider wrote about it. Jewish Insider with a full knowledge, Jewish Insider, Seth Frantzman, this is the guy. Okay, this is the dude. Jewish Insider, knowing how bad Israel's approval ratings are, leaked this. Okay, they tried to attack the anti-Zionist candidate by affiliating him with Israel. Jewish Insider was the one that broke this story. I'm going to repeat it one more time. My number one op, whatever his fucking name is, the guy at Jewish Insider that always writes articles about me, that writes hit pieces about me, was the one that wrote this story about Plattner, associating him or claiming he had ties with Israel because they know that it would make people go fucking insane. And guess what? It worked. It fucking worked. There were a bunch of fucking people that saw that and lost their fucking minds. Okay? There were a bunch of people that saw that and were like, oh my God, this guy is definitely like a spy or something. Not understanding the concept that like your relatives are not indicative of your own positions. Okay? Your relatives do not determine your positions. Many chatters don't understand that they might have immediate relatives that they disagree with vehemently. And yet they can never apply that to someone once the conspiracy... What is this? Tanner talked about his wife, the brother on the Michael Brooks on a call-in show before. Shut up. That's not a clip of Plattner. That's me talking to Michael Brooks. You were right about MAGA hating the Trump post. Trump's followers on Truth Social are extremely upset about his attacks on Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones, and Tucker Carlson. I'm always right. I know hogs better than I know my own damn self. Okay, if there's one thing that I know that is hogs, I am the hog whisperer. I am the hog wrangler. Please, I basically have, dude, this is why I say I am Dr. Jihad and also have a PhD in, okay? What do you think the minor was? My dissertation on my PhD, my thesis that I had to defend Okay? I know my hogs, baby. Don't come at me like this. Just as I told you from the start, that hogs were not going to like Donald Trump being weird and shifty on the Epstein stuff. And I was right. That is like literally the only thing that they openly disagree with Trump on. What I tell you, I am the hog farmer. I know my hogs. I love my hogs. Okay? I wrote the book on hogs. What? You are way out of line. Most of these people, especially Alex Jones, being your day ones, you need to step back and take a good hard look at who's whispering in your ear. Get back to America first. I personally put up with years of abuse from the whack jobs out here in Cali for showing my support of you. But after this, I'm hanging up my red MAGA hat you signed. Get right, Trump. Trumpy is mad that the people who believed and spread his campaign lies don't believe him anymore. What a deranged lunatic. Okay, well, that's a libtard. That's not a hog. So we can only listen to Mark Levin for news. These people helped you get elected. You are actively alienating your base every day. This is sad. Trump just going against everyone that fought for him to win just because the Epstein files and being at war with Iran for Israel. They didn't leave MAGA. MAGA left them. MAGA left me too. So sad to see. Clearly, you're insane. Time to resign, Donald, or face 25th. You are mentally and emotionally unfit to be POTUS. The pot calling the kettle black. As of last week, they've done nothing but make excuse for your behavior, and you think they're the enemy? They are why I'm a triple Trumper. Whoever is telling you this is very wrong. They have been trying to tell you how large percentage of Americans see things. I was confident that you knew what you were doing, but this is truly scary. Oh my God, you're so childish. Save America. Clearly, the truth has triggered you. Being one of your biggest supporters, I'm done with you and your lies. Look at the mess you've gotten our country into by bending the knee to a monster. What am I am hearing is your ego is so fragile. You think anyone who questions any of your decisions is a low IQ person. Sir, statements like this say far more about you than them. What in the world is wrong with you? You've just lost my support, Mr. President. Can't. I'm done. DJT, you're just the man, and I've done all that I can to support you and stand up for you. Seeing your followers and that trusted you dwindle in numbers when you threaten lives over a strait explains much more than that. You're the people for politics. You're the man who wanted to divert everything that's supposed to aid us over a war. This man is not well. If a CEO of any organization posts this type of hate, the board would oust them. Hashtag, what the fuck is this rambling? Charlie Kirk would be on this list now too, I bet. What the hell's going on with you, Trump? No new wars, food prices down. You are giving the Democrats the midterm. Note how they are silent. You don't want to interrupt your enemy when they're destroying themselves like you are doing right now. I'm sorry, but all these names have been nothing but fought 100% for you since 2016. Alex Jones being the #1 supporter. Wow. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, Groypers are mad too. Of course, Groypers are always mad. Alex Jones interviewed Trump in 2015 before he even won the Republican nomination. Trump told Alex Jones, your reputation is amazing. I will not let you down. 10 years later, that's exactly what he did. Look, piglets care nothing but the slop. Okay? What do I always tell you? Take Americans' treats away and you will have a revolution. Okay? And the thing that a hog cares about as far as treats goes is their consumption. What Donald Trump doesn't understand is that what he did right there is basically like saying, I'm doing a soda ban. Okay? I'm doing a soda ban specifically in red states. Y'all have gotten too fat or something. Okay? You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't go after some of the biggest dick riders of your administration so publicly, so openly. I mean, Tim Pool is just being he's memeing. He does this all the time. This is fake. Tim hates Candace Owens and most of these other guys. He wants desperately to be a regime defender. Yeah, this is, look, all of the people that he's shitting on here are people, especially Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, even Megyn Kelly to a certain degree. Like, these are people who rode hard for Donald Trump. Okay? And they have, fairly sizable audiences. Many of their audiences have loyal fans. This is unnecessary friction. This is unnecessary friction that he's caused in his own base. There will be people that will look to this and go, that's up. This might be a bridge too far, Mr. President. I was with you all the way. I thought maybe we were winning and we were winning and we were winning hard. But now I'm beginning to think maybe we're not winning at all. Trump just posted a Florida gas station snuff film. Yeah, I'm not going to post that. Marjorie Taylor Greene to CNN.
With Congress out of town on recess once again right now, we really didn't hear the Republican leadership.
It is pretty wild that CNN will, on the one hand, say that I have morally repugnant worldviews, but then Marjorie Taylor Greene is fine. Like Dana Bash would be like, Hasan Piker is an enemy of America or enemy of Israel, and I really care about that. But also, here's the Jewish space lasers lady. Like, I mean, she's anti-Israel too, but I guess it's like in a more palatable way. The White House Correspondents' Dinner invited Clavicular. All these journalists will have dinner with him. Wow. The Heil Hitler guy. No way. No way. Clavicular will be hitting the White House Correspondents' Dinner party circuit per the Breaker newsletter. That's crazy. The Heil Hitler guy. Do you know how little that narrows things down? True. I hope he mogs Dana Fash and Jake Tapper. They will only platform people who are anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist. Trump got the boss call from Bibi. Wait, is this new? We already saw this report. Netanyahu called Trump and the U.S. position on Lebanon changed. Multiple diplomatic sources told CBS News. Yeah, this is an old clip that they packaged with this. I read this already. Ezra Klein be like, Clavicular did anti-Semitism the right way. I mean, true. I mean, it's not wrong. It's true. It's real. Show us the chicken. Chicken's out on a walk right now.
Respond to President Trump's threat to eliminate an entire civilization. We did, however, see many Democrats join you in calling for President Trump's removal from office. What do you make of the fact that you seem to be more on the side of Democrats on this specific issue rather than your own party? What do you think?
Just to be clear, Wolf, I'm not a Democrat, so I want to make that clearly known. None of my positions have changed. But I think I'm one of the few honest Republicans willing to talk about it. Everyone else is just afraid to speak out against the president because they're terrified of having an ugly Truth Social post dropped on them or a primary challenge like what's happening to Thomas Massie, supported by dark money from billionaires that don't even live in Thomas Massie's Kentucky, the 4th District of Kentucky. That's what other Republicans are terrified. So they won't speak up. They're cowards. And I really have to call out the speaker, Mike Johnson, who calls himself a Christian. I don't know how he can stand by those words. That's what was so offensive to me. Any Christian serving in Congress or serving in the Senate and serving in the administration really needs to take pause and ask themselves, as a Christian, do you really support the president calling for the annihilation, calling to wipe out an entire civilization of people? And I don't think you should, because that's not what Jesus said, and that's not what Christianity is all about.
In fundraising calls, she said dark money from Jewish billionaires, by the way. I'm not a dame. I believe in Jewish space lasers. Okay, to be fair, she had to go to the Holocaust Museum and then write a book report on the Holocaust being bad. And then she switched it up the next time a wildfire happened in Hawaii. She said, it's no longer Jewish space lasers. She said it's Chinese space lasers. So get with the program. Who made her write the book report? I think it was Congress. Bombshell Melania's story dropping soon, allegedly. Yeah, I think so too. They made her ass write about the Holocaust like it was 9th grade English class. Yep. What is this? Does BB dangle some blackmail material out there to keep Trump in line?
She appeared to reference an email as well, an email that has been published that is part of the Epstein files that have been released over a period of time. It's an email, I believe, from October 2002, an email that she is alleged to have written to Ghislaine Maxwell, the partner of Jeffrey Epstein. It's an email in which she writes to Ghislaine, "Dear G, how are you? Nice story about JE in NY magazine. You look great on the picture. I know you're very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you're back in NY." Is a resurfaced email from the January 2026 file drop.
Yeah, this doesn't make sense. Like, there's nothing. I mean, we know Melania's connections to Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know why it's like being reported as though it's like new information. So I don't. This isn't like new information. I don't know. I guess they're speculating. They may be speculating as to why, or Benjamin Netanyahu is floating it around. It's because of her statement. No, I know, but there isn't any new information that has come out. There isn't any new information that's come out. I could see them using the Epstein files as a distraction away from the Iran defeat. Low key. Unless there's, we'll know soon enough. I'm seeing 3 different options here. 1, Benjamin Netanyahu teased more information will come out and gave a little taste to Trump that would connect Melania to Jeffrey Epstein, or like more hard evidence that he would leak. Okay. If Donald Trump didn't act right and allow him to continue bombing Lebanon and fuck up the ceasefire. Okay. That's the blackmail theory. The second theory is Trump demanded Melania come out and like relitigate the Epstein stuff just so that it could be a distraction in the media cycle away from the Iran quagmire and the failures in Iran and the concessions that he's making to Iran that he's going to have to make. Okay. And 3, somehow there is like a massive story that's about to come out about Melania, and they can't control the release of it, so they're trying to get ahead of it. And she did this on her own. And the massive story is not coming from, Benjamin Netanyahu or anything like that. It's just coming from somewhere else. Wild that they're pivoting back to Epstein files, to be honest. Things really must be bad if that's the move. Maybe his decline is progressing more than we know, so they're setting up a fall. I think the most likely one is 3. The most likely one is 3. That like there's a big story potentially coming out about Melania's connections to Jeffrey Epstein, and they know about it, so they just tried to get ahead of it for some weird reason. Like they tried to get ahead of it like this. Problem, of course, is that Melania doesn't have the same confidence from the base that Donald Trump has, and therefore, when she comes out ahead of this stuff, it's not gonna put a dent in people's interest.
Love Melania. So says that email from 2002. Now, Melania Trump is saying in this extraordinary live statement from the White House that she is not associated.
I was first lady. I would hold weird press conferences like this for attention, so maybe it's that. Okay, 4. She's just bored.
With Jeffrey Epstein. She never has been. She never went on his aeroplane. That he had no part in her being introduced to her future husband, President Donald Trump, essentially totally disassociating herself with Jeffrey Epstein. So
Trump said he had no idea she was doing it. Every time Epstein has been brought up, he pivots to who? Oh, I have no idea. I know. That was also crazy. He was like, oh, I'm too busy doing president stuff. Which is, of course, taking Benjamin Netanyahu's phone calls. That's what I'm doing. That's what president stuff means nowadays. When you just like are dropping everything when you're dropping everything so that you can be at his beck and call. Anyway, disavow Janet Mills King. I will never, till the day I die. I'm a Janitsary through and through. This is my president, Mr. and Mrs. Meet New York City mayor. This guy's doing fucking side missions every day. Have you seen this pre-October 7th absolute Janet Mills banger on Israel? That's what I mean. That's why she's the real one in this race. That's the real anti-Israel ticket in this race, not Graham Plattner, who will definitely turn on Israel. I hate X every time I come in here and look at your tabs and think you're watching a shit ton of X videos. Dude, you have to be real fucking porn-brained. You have to be unbelievably porn-brained to think that X still stands for X videos at this point. Come January 2027, we'll have the most promising young senator of the millennium. Yeah. Cash Patel in the chat. Okay, Mr. Fap Top. Yeah, man, I got a fab top, and even I don't have this kind of response. X is more of a porn site than Xvids. True. Epstein survivors came out with a statement on Melania. Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein have already shown extraordinary courage by coming forward, filing reports, and giving testimony. Asking more of them now is a deflection of responsibility, not justice. First Lady Melania Trump is now shifting the burden onto survivors under politicized conditions that protect those with power. The Department of Justice, law enforcement, prosecutors, and the Trump administration, which has still not fully complied with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It also diverts attention from Pam Bondi, who must answer for withheld files and the exposure of survivors' identities. Those failures continue to put lives at risk while shielding enablers. Survivors have done their part. Now it's time for those in power to do theirs. I see that. Yeah, Department of Justice said because Pam Bondi is no longer the Attorney General, she doesn't have to respond to those questions, by the way.
48 hours before negotiations are set to start in Islamabad, Pakistan, this is the situation. The Strait of Hormuz right now appears to be closed. Additionally,
Oh my God. Trump threatened to leave NATO and unloaded his frustration at NATO Secretary General Rutte in their latest meeting, using the meeting as a venting session. And the official says the meeting went shit. And the conversation was nothing but a tirade of insults. Guys, Day 40, Operation Epic Fortnite Fail, Operation Epstein's Fury. War effort is going very well. Okay? Classic moment when you're winning bigly. Yeah, people do not understand Rutte's job. Rutte's job is to keep Trump interested in NATO until the midterms at least, and through the end of his term, ideally, while also ensuring security and unity. It is Rutte's job to be called names and disparaged by people. He's trying to keep the most important member of NATO interested. Remember, the worst case scenario is not an apathetic America. It's an America which is overtly hostile. You have seen a taste of that with Greenland. This must be avoided. Oh my God. I cannot believe how fucking cucked these people are. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. God, it's just like you had civilizations, man. You had a good run, Europe. Now you are a napkin, a crusty napkin that Trump came into and cast aside. That's it. That's what you are now. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Masochist paint slut Mark Rutte. Yes, daddy. Threat on Trump admin's NATO blunder. Trump's tantrum versus Europe NATO over Hormuz is actually a major failure of fundamental animating belief for him and his admin that immensity of U.S. military might and economic size means soft power, diplomacy, reciprocity are irrelevant, and the U.S. can do whatever it wants. But in fact, the entire war versus Iran, and in particular Trump's inability to reopen the Hormuz, subsequent begging of allies to help, and his upset when they refused, shows his assumption was as absurd and wrong as it seemed. Turned out U.S. military power had stark limits to what it could achieve alone, including simply win a war. Trump had to ask others for help, and his boorish rejection of what seems like nebulous, touchy-feely concepts like relationship building and consensus meant all his allies abandoned him when he did, in spite of the economic heft and political importance of the country he was leading. Point to this incident next time someone dismisses the importance of soft power and diplomacy to the U.S. as some kind of airy-fairy nonsense. So, this is both wrong and right. It's correct. Obviously, it's important. Soft power is very important. But the reason why the European allies are saying no to Trump is not because of fucking Trump's lack of soft power. The reason why European allies are saying no to Trump is because if Iran is crazy enough to fight against America and win, what good is a European carrier going to do? Like, it's you might as well ask the UAE for help, you know? You understand? What the fuck's France gonna do, bro? What is France gonna do? What's Germany gonna do? What's the UK gonna do? Send 10,000 troops? Yeah, there's exactly one carrier, and it's the French Orapice, Charles de Gaulle. Put some respect on it. It's also nuclear powered, right? Which is strange. It's a nuclear carrier, right? America has a larger military than all of these countries combined. Okay? They have a larger military and a larger navy than all of their navies combined. They have a larger air force than all of their air forces combined. What are they supposed to do? If you fight back against America and win, okay, then what the fuck are they supposed to do? They're looking at the situation and they're like, yeah, why would we become unnecessary bullet sponges? At least we have the proximity that the Gulf states do not. Why the fuck would we do this? Okay? Why would we do this? That's the real reason. Trump could have been the nicest to the European leaders, and they still would have been like, yeah, no, that's not happening, actually. Europe benefits from not being the same distance to Iran as like the GCC is. Yeah, breaking. President Trump has set a deadline for European allies to provide concrete military support to Strait of Hormuz, including the deployment of warships, Der Spiegel reports. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte informed European countries that political pledges made since the start of the conflict are no longer sufficient. The ultimatum was relayed by Rutte after his meeting with Trump in the White House. Oh my God. Just hold out. It's so funny. It's like Israel is dominating Trump into making stupid decisions, and then Trump is trying to dominate the European vassals. This is so fucked. All it takes for everyone to just stop all of this is to say fuck off to Israel, okay? You guys are insane. Everyone is insane. Oh my God, Eurocucks. I don't understand why Europeans are so reluctant to just send 2 fucking ships to the Strait and keep Trump happy, because they're risking the U.S. leaving NATO, and we all know Europe alone against Russia isn't looking good. I'm saying this as someone who lives in Europe. Wait a minute. Hold on. I thought the Europeans were saying we're fine without Trump. We'll defend Ukraine on our own. What happened? Hold on. Wasn't that the flex mode that Keir Starmer was like, we're going to deploy our troops to the Ukraine to defend the Ukraine. And then Macron was also entertaining sending troops to Ukraine. What happened? What the fuck happened? Some inside baseball. The Charles de Gaulle is very old and outdated and suffers from maintenance issues all the time, and France currently does not have the means to replace it. Oh. Bro, this is so stupid. The reason why the Europeans have said no thus far is because this will cause unbelievable domestic problems. Any European leader right now that wants to maintain democracy, really, not just like their power, but just like the democratic process in general, has to be more responsive to their to the demands being made by their populations. Okay, we're now on year 3 of Israel's genocide. Good luck. We're on year 3 on Israel's genocide, and Europe already has had a fuck ton of inflation with energy because of Russia, and partially because America was like, you can't use Russian oil and gas any longer. You have to get it from us, and it's, of course, much more expensive. Put 3 years of Israel's genocide on top of that, and people saying, what the fuck are we doing? Stop letting this happen. This is insane. Why are we sending weapons to Israel? Now add on top of that an additional, what? Rep Debbie Dingle, what? I get a distinct sense, judging from the hyperventilating comments on this app today, that some Michigan centrists are panicking somewhat, as Dingle is. As a friend put it to me in a text, Hasan curious. Why wouldn't she be? I'm a fairly prominent fixture in the Democratic Party's politics for years at this point. I think people, I know she was at the Abdul event. I think people legitimately think, forget that like most human beings, most adults have the capacity to see through the fucking idiotic smear campaign. Yeah, Debbie Dingle stands. She knows young people like him, and she knows that we need to get young people to vote more. Can you watch DCDSA's new show? No, chatter. I'm sorry. I love the Democratic Socialists of America, but that's not happening, okay? That's not like... That's crazy. Hey, man, can you watch the Metro DC DSA clip that has 400 views? It's crazy. Fuck you, man. Come on, man. That's crazy. We're doing something right now. Tough crowd. No, I look. I love you guys, and I hope I'm glad that you're doing some media. That's great. I'm fully in support of it. MDC DSA, join it. Sex Pest panel called all of us Hasan viewers as tankies who will never vote Democratic, and Hasan only supported Zoran after he won the primary. Wait, what? I only supported Zoran after the primary. Why the fuck did I go and boost him before the primary? I love that these guys have to constantly lie about everything. They were the ones who didn't support Zoran at all because he was aligned with me. That's a very funny moment. That's a very funny myth-making moment for them. Chatter, wasn't that earlier today? Why do you already know this? Yeah. Also, which one is it? Do I not care about the Democratic Party's future? Do I care about it? Like, what's the deal here? Should I stay away from Democratic Party politics, or am I actually not exciting people to go out and vote? Because it kind of feels like, weirdly enough, it just feels like for the years and years, these guys were like, Hasan, you're not fucking door knocking. You're not doing enough initiatives to prop up candidates. I was, and now I'm doing it even more aggressively than I ever did, and more publicly than I ever did. And now they're yelling that I'm campaigning with Democrats. And now they're like, don't campaign with Democrats. Very interesting. Watch the video. Hasan too big time for DSA, now shaking my head. Yeah. A lot of this stuff, dude, I'm not going to watch the video of a woman being murdered that Donald Trump posted. You're out of your fucking mind. Yeah. An unstoppable force, a growing anti-Israel movement among the Democratic Party's voters keeps meeting an immovable object. Democratic elected officials who stubbornly refuse to criticize or distance themselves from Israel. Yeah. For most people, yes, Donald Trump posted snuff footage of a woman being beaten to death in a gas station. And chatters keep trying to get me to watch it for some fucking weird reason. Why would I do that? Thoughts on Cody for some more news? That's my goat. Love him. Been a big fan of his. We've collabed in the past. Why did he post that? Bitch, you think I know why Donald Trump posts anything? What are you, crazy? Brother, even Trump doesn't know what his next move is. And you're asking me what his next move is? There's no one on the planet that knows what Trump is going to do next. Not even Trump. Hello? Bro, he's demented. It's been 40 days. I'm a doctor of racism, and I have a PhD in racism, and I'm the doctor jihad, okay? I do not know anything about dementia. I'm not a neuroscientist, and I'm not even sure a neuroscientist will be able to figure out what the fuck's going on with Trump anyway. Oh, yeah, Project Liberal. You don't actually believe this. If you do, you're incredibly fucking stupid. Yeah, Hasan's objectively worse. Thinking Hasan is objectively worse than a literal Nazi makes it seem like you're probably a Nazi. Yeah, and thinking Hasan isn't a violent, dangerous piece of shit with more reach than whoever the fuck Nick Fuentes is makes you look like your career died when crack died. Maybe you should shut the fuck up or ask Daniel to write your jokes again. Whoever Nick Fuentes is, so you're not just stupid, but dishonest. Rhetoric is the term, but I suppose you're fine with Hasan shows women news without consent. Piker using it. Wait, again, Destiny fans are so fucking psychotic. They just openly and flagrantly lie, and you can tell that's a Destiny fan because he's lying in the direction of something Destiny has done. I swear to God, Destiny could go and like kill someone and they'd be like, Hasan did a murder too, actually. How do I know? I made it up. Yeah, siding with Nick Fuentes over me. And also on top of that, just lying about shit that he has done that I'm not even bringing up, by the way. Like, it's his own fucking world. It's his own problem. And then anytime he gets into fucking shit, anytime he gets into some dumb nonsense, some heinous thing that he's done, his fucking fans will literally turn around and be like, well, no, Hasan did this too. And it's like, no, I didn't actually. I did not. This is what D-fans think on the subject. Who's more gettable, a Fuentes viewer or a Hasan viewer? If you want an idea of our Twitch poll, liberals' discourse has descended. WIC TV's audience, mostly DG and or DG sympathetic, think Fuentes viewers are more gettable for Dems than Hasan Piker viewers. What the fuck? They're fucking trolling, man. No, I think they sincerely believe it. They're dude, it's a cult. It's a sex cult. In their defense, D was very successful in converting a lot of his audience to Fuentes fans. I mean, true, including his son. Okay? Destiny's son is a Nick Fuentes groiper. What are we talking about? If there is If there is one, this is the most reliable evidence that he is not good at converting people away from reactionary ideology. They're debating on if you should be platformed as if they have a say in the matter. That's awesome. Problem is, Nico's already promoted Newsom. Hasan expects better of the DNC, but somehow the commies are the ones that need to be concerned with hiding their power level and infiltrating. To be fair, Fuentes did say vote blue in the midterms. Oh my God, these people. Bear in mind, your one ask of Kamala to door knock was move left on the jet. Bro, I don't know. I mean, these guys they're so lost. It's so funny because it's so unbelievably unproductive. Okay? It's so unimaginably unproductive to just like only be at the mercy of one weird sex pest freak and at the mercy of his own whims and at the mercy of his own desires and his own selfish vendetta, while simultaneously assuming that you're doing anything, you're like moving anything politically. It's crazy. And these guys literally, their lives fall apart in advancing the agenda of one person. What is this? Brilliant. Yeah, this is Trump. If you don't know what you're doing, neither does your enemy. DSA selling merch off your Laura Loomer photos. Thanks for the free promotion, Laura Loomer, because you creeped on us on the Hun. More people are learning about socialism and how cool we are. Get your own hat at Shop Socialist. Okay, fine. Fine, I'll fucking promote it. Doors open. Yeah, you got a little doors open. I know you wanted a taste of that doors open. And you fucking got it. Anyway, 20 seconds in, he's trying to use DSA allies, Zoran and AOC to fundraise. Who is that? Digital Ground Game? Who is this?
You guys need to come to the awesome stream that we're going to...
The fuck is this? Bro, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? Why are you showing me this shit? I don't give a fuck about what this guy's doing. Why are you promoting his fucking slush fund? Like, yeah, if there is a figure truly repulsive and odious, especially with his associations with the Democratic Party, it's a guy that's currently going through a court process for distributing revenge porn to a minor who he procured child sexual abuse material from, don't you think? Who's written manifestos on being able to say the N-word and has defended the idea that white supremacists should be able to drive over Black Lives Matter protesters because the Black Lives Matter protesters were hurting Joe Biden's chances of winning the election, or has made it his life's mission to basically dox every single person that has ever had the audacity to oppose him. Please, oh my fucking God, you guys are drama-obsessed perverts. A guy who spent the last 3 years defending Israel over and over again, nonstop. A guy who literally went on a fucking paid propaganda trip to Israel and is floating the idea of going on another paid propaganda trip to Israel now. A guy who on that paid propaganda trip to Israel straight up fucking told IDF soldiers, hey, you're going to do some freak shit like wear, you know, your Holocaust victims' underwear. Just do it without phone cameras around. That's the guy we're talking about. And now his own audience, whatever remains of his own audience, really, as he's desperately trying to cling on to whatever fucking crumbs he can, are running around trying to reply to every single person that is shitting on me from like Third Way and all these other centrist operations to disavow me because I'm a real danger and threat. A guy who openly said he revived the career of Nicholas Fuentes. A guy who openly said he revived the career of Lauren Southern. A guy who actually might have had sexual intercourse with not one, but two white supremacists. Please stop sending me shit from this fucking loser. Jesus Christ. And people in this community feed him to you. Seriously need to stop acting like he exists again. I know. It's over. The only reason why after 6 years of not bringing him up was because he decided to become a mouthpiece for the state of Israel and come out as pro-genocide. Okay? But the battle is over. They spent every fucking waking moment creating websites and harassing and stalking the fuck out of me and my community members, going to DC to petition congresspersons to try to pull me into congressional hearings where they would address my anti-Semitism. All of the fucking clips that you see floating around came from that community. They have an entire fucking Wikipedia dedicated to clips out of context to make it seem like I'm a dangerous anti-Semite. And yet all of that failed. They sent thousands upon thousands of emails in a sophisticated one-man Gamergate campaign, pretty much against me, to every single advertiser on the Twitch platform to try to get them to pull their ads off of the Twitch platform, saying, oh, your ads are running against this dangerous anti-Semitic terrorists content. It failed. Look at how far the conversation has shifted. Look at how far the conversation has shifted now on the issue of Israel. There's no reason to even bring up this person at all. Let him continue debating like the two college students that actually show up to his tent. Look at this. Oh, Apex, the same O'Connor who pushes to include Hassan Piker in the party is making the case to exclude millions of Democrats from the party. AIPAC and our millions of Democratic members will never give up on our rights to participate in the democratic process. What a fucking incredible endorsement, dude. At this point, I'm just going to straight up only retweet AIPAC tweets whenever they shit on me because it's awesome. A fucking pack talking about democracy is unbelievable. Yeah. Have none of them realized they only helped you? I think they kind of realize it, but there's these two dueling interests here. On the one hand, they probably realize that they're repulsive, and therefore, whenever they boost me, it actually invites more attention to what I'm doing. But also, on the other hand, they have to also consistently keep up the messaging campaign so that they can get their donors and the people that follow them to get mad about me and Rokana and whoever they fucking have in the crosshairs. Let's see.
And you're wearing a hoodie. So go figure, Senator.
Yeah, I mean, I don't listen to me about fashion, but I think more Democrats should listen to me and say, be on the right side of history and holding Iran accountable. And if you have to pick a side, pick our side, pick civilization, pick Israel. There was just a poll, I think it was today, Pew pointed out 80% of Democrats view Israel as negative. Like that's insane. You know, that's our special ally. That's
our special ally, dude. John Fetterman, yeah, draw a clock challenge. But also, John Fetterman coming out and saying this stuff has the exact same effect as AIPAC. Sir, I urge you to keep posting that shit, okay? It's fucking awesome. I love when he does this shit. Again, a reviled figure. Also, the best communicator.
And that has the kind of values and the kinds of way that we live and what we want here as a Democrat. How is that possible that 8 out of 10 view Israel in a negative thing as Democrats?
Yeah, he's just fucking crying about the voters at this point. Anyway, let's
Atomic
continue.
Energy Chief for Iran says that they will continue to enrich uranium in direct contradiction to what President Trump said yesterday. And just moments ago, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian said the negotiations will be meaningless if the Israelis continue their operation against Hezbollah. Guys?
Yeah, Trey, the president also said in that same statement, according to Reuters, we will not abandon the Lebanese people. So, I mean, the deal is over before we even start.
Look, the Iranians are known for not being good faith negotiators. And this administration, we heard yesterday Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary at the White House, laying out the U.S. plan to send a top-tier delegation to Islamabad, led by the vice president, J.D. Vance, with special envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, to try and get a deal done. The president, once again, is extending an olive branch to the Iranians, an off-ramp in this conflict, understanding that there are still more than 50,000 U.S. forces in the region that at a moment's notice could start firing again if ordered by the president. And once again, the Iranians do not appear to be taking this very seriously. There's a very clear agreement here, and an updated agreement, we are told by U.S. officials. The points that the Iranians were putting out over the past 2 days were described to me as propaganda. They're trying to spin the negotiators ahead of these in-person talks in Pakistan. And so what we know here is that the commitments the Iranians made are not being adhered to ahead of these conversations, and it does raise serious questions about if they are willing to make a good faith agreement. But the president, in that post on Truth Social overnight, was very clear. The U.S. military remains prepared to respond if Iran wants to play around and not create a solid deal to end this conflict.
It wasn't the whole point of this ceasefire to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Now they're saying, Iran's foreign minister is saying, okay, we'll let you pass through safely, if you coordinate with Iran's armed forces and you take certain routes. But they don't have the ability to tell people to do that, because that was the whole point of this. No more firing rockets into Iran if you open up the strait. But they haven't done that, Trey.
It's a dangerous game, and they don't really understand who they're dealing with here. The president is a deal maker. He's someone who, even when we talked about the negotiations, was very clear. He sees the horizon here. And again, he is giving the Iranians a chance. But if they already are going back on parts of the deal, it will be interesting what they say behind the scenes. Oftentimes, the Iranians in public will try to negotiate with the press, or they will try to put out statements that make their side look more favorable and then make concessions behind the scenes. That is very possible. That's happening right now. We have to simply wait and see what comes out of these conversations in Pakistan on Saturday. But if the Iranians are still pledging to enrich uranium, if they are unwilling to open the Strait of Hormuz, and if they are still trying to support regional proxies like Hezbollah, we are looking at a situation where the region is likely headed back into war.
Yeah. Trey, the last thing we would say, if the president had a battle plan, a war plan to take back the Strait, I assume this is what the pause could be about, getting ready for that moment, because we cannot leave this conflict with the Strait in the hands of the Iranians. If you take international waters and allow any one country to take control over it, you realize the message it sends to other countries around the world, like China.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Except that message has already been sent, right? So kind of that's already happening, you know?
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I'm just saying.
Absolutely. And if we've learned anything from Operation Epic Fury, it's that the Trump administration is preparing and has contingency plans in place for a variety of options. So while the Iranians are talking, the Americans are preparing. And again, this speaks to the advantage that the United States has, not just at the negotiating table, but also on the battlefield. The Iranian military was decimated over the past 40 days. The United States and Israel took out the production lines that make the drones and missiles that the Iranians are using and used over the past 40 days against regional countries and U.S. forces.
I go back and forth on Trey, because sometimes he will like straight up be one of the only journalists that will actively defend like Palestinian journalists. But it's pretty funny because he's talking a big game for a guy that is literally in striking distance. Okay? My man, you are in Tel Aviv. What the fuck are you talking about? You literally at any moment could be on the receiving end of this supposedly deteriorated Iranian strike capability.
They have hammered the leadership of the regime, taking out dozens of officials. And again, this is part of the reason that the Iranians are trying to publicly leverage the Americans, because they're out of options. They have no leverage left at the negotiating table or on the battlefield. And that's why you're hearing these remarks from top Iranian officials. There's a connection to all of this. Hezbollah is Iran's largest proxy in the region. The president has been very clear. The vice president was very clear. And Israel's prime minister was very clear. Lebanon is not attached to this deal. Iran's president today says they are. And so that will get worked out on Saturday. But again, the United States is preparing and the Iranians are talking.
Yeah, thanks so much, Trey. And by the way, when the Lebanese, don't act like you're helping the Lebanese officials. Hezbollah is the one that's been supported by Iran, not the Lebanese people,
Right.
who would love at this point for Hezbollah to go find something else to do.
And Hezbollah is in a neighborhood in a certain part of Lebanon. So when they're firing missiles into that neighborhood, they're attacking Hezbollah, not necessarily the innocent people in other areas.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
I'm not 180 centimeters, I'm 194 centimeters.
עוצמה את חיזבאללה, ואנחנו לא נעצור עד שנחזיר לכם את הביטחון. ההישגים הכבירים שלנו, גם באיראן וגם נגד ציר הרשע, הביאו לשינוי היסטורי במעמד של ישראל באזור. הם גם הביאו לשינוי לקשרים שלנו עם מדינות, קשרים שלא היו בעבר. לאחר פניות חוזרות ונשנות של ממשלת לבנון לפתוח איתנו במשא ומתן לשלום, אני הנחיתי אמש בקבינט לפתוח במשא ומתן ישיר עם לבנון כדי להשיג שני יעדים. אחד, פירוק חיזבאללה מנשקו, והשני, הסכם שלום היסטורי בר קיימא בין ישראל ללבנון. ישראל חזקה מאי פעם, איראן חלשה מאי פעם. אני כבר הבאתי 4 הסכמי שלום עם מדינות ערב, אני מתכוון להביא עוד. שלום אמיתי, שלום מתוך עוצמה.
Lebanon, just across those.
It's so funny that the entire world's like, Israel, please don't have to ceasefire up. And Benjamin Netanyahu in Hebrew is like, I'm the ceasefire up. It's awesome. I'm putting my directly in the ceasefire. I'm on Trump. I've it in his ass. Yeah, they call me Netanyahu in the United States of America nowadays with how much nut I got.
Hills. Hezbollah pushed way back from the border now, but as Israel keeps bombing them, they keep hitting back.
What do we do?
We meet Shimon Cohen to the sound of a siren.
Just be careful here.
We're in Kiryat Shimona, very close to the Lebanese border, and sirens here are daily life.
It's very hard.
Do you think the fight should continue against Hezbollah?
Yes. Yes. Of course. Yes. Of course. But we want to finish the war there and to kill all the Hezbollah.
Do you think the fight with Iran should keep going? Do you think this ceasefire is pointless?
This is the big problem, the Iran. We must to kill the snake.
So keep fighting Iran and Hezbollah.
Of course.
Come inside. Shelters in Kiryat Shimona can get busy.
I'm telling you, I think a lot of people don't understand how fascism works. I think a lot of people don't understand the ideology, what fascist movements have looked like historically, what it looks like when it's dying in its final stage. You don't have to read about it in a history book any longer. You can visualize it in front of you. But a lot of people can't comprehend, I think partially because of the original historic fascist movements and their primary victims being Jews in the Holocaust. A lot of people can't make that connection that like Israel and Zionism is a fascist ideology and Israel's a fascist state experiencing an identical version just with modern weapons and, you know, some modern restrictions. They don't understand it. They're like, these guys, wow, they're up. It's like, no, they're not. I mean, they are up, but they're up because when you hear stuff like this, when you see stuff like this, you're like, what the is wrong with this guy? He's out of his dang mind. And you're like, no, it makes a lot of sense when you realize like it is literally just a fascist country going through the final stages.
And it's stressful for the people who live here. You'll still stay up in Kiryat Shimona?
I have no place to go.
This place was evacuated after October the 7th, but as the Gaza war dragged on, returning people to the north became a key priority for Benjamin Netanyahu, not least because the evacuations were a symbol, really, of his inability to keep the people of Israel safe. And that's why he's making these kinds of statements now.
תושבי הצפון היקרים, אני גאה בכם.
Dear residents of the North, I am proud of you. You continue to stand strong. I want to tell you there is no ceasefire in Lebanon. We will continue to strike Hezbollah with great force. We will not stop until we restore your security.
But this is an age-old story. Israel first invaded Lebanon in 1978, and it has still not managed to extinguish Hezbollah or the Palestinian militant groups before them, despite massive military force.
Hezbollah didn't exist when Israel first invaded Lebanon. Hezbollah Hezbollah was created to defend Lebanon from the Israeli invasion. That's what's so ironic about this predicament. And Israel not only was responsible for the creation of Hezbollah because of necessity, right? Someone had to protect the Shia population, especially in the sectarian and ethnic conflict, the civil war that was taking place that Israel absolutely played a major role in, right? Massacres that Israel oversaw, militancies that Israel armed. But since then, they've never been able to deal with it. Without Hezbollah, there would be no self-defense for Lebanon. Israel could do whatever the f it wanted to Lebanon. Hezbollah also would not exist without Israel anyway.
Ludin's 21-year-old nephew Guy was killed last week in Lebanon, serving in the IDF in a case of friendly fire.
I would want our children to have hope that this situation will change, that we will live here in safety, that our right to live here will be something clear. and that we won't constantly have to fight. As a young woman, I went and buried friends who served in Lebanon. Now we have to bury our children.
Mikhail Hadas Rubin's son is fighting in Lebanon, and her daughter is with the Israeli Air Force. The stated goal at the moment is to protect the northern communities. Would you prefer to see them evacuated again, rather than put your son at risk?
No, they have to live there because that's part of Israel. The point is that you can't really put everything on the military's soldier. I mean, you send the military, you use force, but you have to use it as a leverage in order to get some strategic goals. You have to have a diplomatic horizon, you have to create allies, you have to do something on top of military action.
Benjamin Netanyahu's vengeance in Lebanon, his determination to crush Hezbollah, could cost this region its fragile ceasefire with Iran. And my sense is that that would not be of particular concern to Israel's prime minister, because his war aims in Iran have not been met. Iran is still nuclear capable, even if that has been drastically reduced. It can still launch missiles around the region, and its proxies are down, but they are not completely out. So the announcement of direct talks between Israel and Lebanon, set to take place next week in Washington, is hugely significant. It may be enough to...
What the is Lebanon going to do? They already tried to use the military, not against the Israeli invaders, mind you, but against Hezbollah. And the Lebanese military was like, no. What the are you talking about? The government straight up, the Lebanese government is so unbelievably cucked that they tried to get the Lebanese military, with how little capabilities they have to begin with, to fight against Hezbollah. And the Lebanese military was like, why would we fight our neighbors while a foreign country is invading us? Why would we fight our neighbors who are fighting against the foreign invaders? Also, Israel literally Lebanese soldiers in yesterday's attacks. Well, would they agree to that? Because that's how cucked the Lebanese government is. From the Lebanese government's perspective, it's literally like, oh, Israel would never fight us if it wasn't for Hezbollah, except, the fact that Israel invaded Lebanon before Hezbollah existed is lost, I guess. But in that situation, it's because the Palestinian refugees were in Lebanon, right? How'd they get there, I wonder? They love blaming everyone but Israel. Yeah, the Lebanese army isn't there to defend Lebanon, it's to defend the government against the Lebanese people. Belgian Foreign Minister Maxime Prévost was personally caught in an Israeli strike in Beirut yesterday when he was visiting the Belgian embassy to meet with Lebanese President Joseph Aoun. A massive strike hit just a few hundred meters away from his location. He called for Israel to end the bombings of Lebanon as well. Is the Lebanese government hopelessly naive or just compromised? What do you mean every government in the region is compromised? Otherwise, they wouldn't be in. There have been instances where there have been, anti-Israel governments in the region, like in Egypt, for example, and they get cooed. Iran is posting banners and metro stations saying, we will not leave Lebanon alone. Part of the reason for why they're posting this stuff is because, there was already suspicion in the aftermath of October 7 that, Iran had kind of left behind their proxies or their axis of resistance. I don't want to call them proxies because, at the end of the day, these guys are Shia, but they're not. They obviously operate separately from Iran. They have their own goals. They have their own. Ambitions. They're just the allied force in the. They're an allied force in the region, and definitely of resistance against Israel and America, because that's what Yahya was counting on, right? Yes. Knowing how Lebanese government officials think, I will tell you why the prime minister initially did not want to be a part of the ceasefire. If this happens, a massive admission that defending yourself with military force from Israel secures your rights. It would be a massive defeat for the Mahmoud Abbas doctrine that Arabs follow, which is to strip yourself from your weapons and underwear in order to obtain guarantees that Israel will not occupy you, which you never end up getting. It would be a massive defeat for the Arab war doctrine, disarming your army before your enemy attacks you. And this ceasefire will take down the current Lebanese government and turn the Lebanese resistance into national heroes, as well as demonstrate the benefit that Iran brings to Lebanon. It will be a massive defeat for the American political current in Lebanon that is being represented by several political parties. To avoid all that, the Lebanese government is rushing to have direct talks with Israel in order to give it whatever it wants from the Lebanese government, as long as they are able to maintain their seats in Mahmoud Abbas' war and sovereignty doctrine. I mean, it's aggressive, but yes. This is the answer to your question, chatter, who asked, do these guys have some semblance of naivete? No, it's cowardice. Craig Murray said the current government in Lebanon is thinking about giving Israel territories. Oh my God, that's insane. Have you seen Bennett call Turkey the new Iran? Yes, I have. Anyway, that'll be all for today. I'm tired. I will leave you on that note. And we got more stuff tomorrow, as always. Yeah. Is today Thursday? Oh, Ilhan Omar is going to be in the building tomorrow. So get excited for that. That's right. My goat, my queen, Ilhan Omar, is going to be in the building. Okay? The people's queen.